Chapter 1 of The Sealed Message. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Celine Major. The Sealed Message by Fergus Hume. 1. A Queer Fish. It was a sultry July afternoon, and in the azure arch of the firmament flamed an unclouded sun. The corn was ripening to a rich yellow in some meadows, and the newly mown hay in others was being piled on lumbering wains by perspiring laborers. The red earth of the sunken lanes was caked, and their blossoming hedges were burnt up by the merciless heat. Under spreading foliage, or knee-deep in rapidly drying pools, stood weary cattle, switching lazy tails to brush away the teasing flies. Honeybees, ostentatiously industrious, buzzed noisily from flower to flower, and the sleepy birds twittered faintly midst the grateful shade of leaves. The land was parched for want of rain, and the languid hours dragged on slowly to the wished-for evening. On some such day long ago must Elijah have sent his servant up the mount to watch for the growing of the small black cloud. Only by the trout stream was the weather endurable, for the overhanging trees made the atmosphere of translucent green deliciously cool. Yet here and there spears of dazzling light pierced through the emerald twilight to smite the waters. These moved slowly in amber floods between the grassy banks, and in places swirled pearly white round moss-grown stones. The stream brawled over pebbles, gushed through granite rifts, and gloomed mysteriously in deep and silent pools, gleaming mirror-like under exposed tree trunks. May flies dipped to the waters, swallows darted through the warm air, and kingfishers glanced here and there, each a flash of blue fire. And ever the river talked to the voiceless woods as it babbled seawards. From the woods came no reply, for the wind had died away, and the tongues of multitudinous leaves could no longer speak. Had they been able even to whisper, they surely would have rebuked the gay spirits of the two young men who had invaded their sacred solitude. "This is simply ripping," murmured one, who lay on his back with a battered Panama over his eyes. "We are doing ourselves up to the top hole, I don't think. Heavenly, ain't it?" "It would be if you did not chatter," retorted the other, fixing a fly on his line. "Why do you desecrate this beauty with slang?" "Because I'm not a poet like you to spout blank verse." "There is a medium between mutilation of the language and pedantic usage thereof." "Ha!" with scorn. "Who's pedantic now?" "My dear Todd, as a lawyer you should use better English." "It is only a barrister who requires a superfine jaw," retorted Todd elegantly, "and I'm only a solicitor of sorts. Don't worry, Haskins." Aware of the futility of argument, the other man merely shrugged his square shoulders and threw a skillful line in a pool wherein lurked a famous wary trout. The fly fell lightly on the water, and would have deceived any fish but the trout in question. There was no response to his dilly duck come and be killed invitation, and the angler made another cast with still less success as the fly hit the stream heavily, scaring the trout into retreat. Haskins said one word under his breath, but Todd overheard and giggled. That was exactly like Todd McAndrew. He had no sense of the fitness of things. "Silly ass," commented his friend savagely, spinning up the line. "You frightened the fish." "Not onto your hook, anyhow," chuckled Todd into the depths of his hat. "What a sinfully bad angler you are, Jerry." "As bad an angler as you are a lover, perhaps," snapped Gerald, throwing his rod on the grass and squatting to manufacture a cigarette. Todd sat up abruptly with a wounded air. "I call that beastly. To taunt a chap because a girl won't bite." "Won't kiss, you mean." "I'm taking an illustration from your infernal angling," said Todd, with aggressive dignity. "If you were a lover yourself you would understand." "Oh, I understand well enough," replied the other lightly. He paused to run his tongue along the tissue paper, then added calmly, "I was in love with Charity Bird myself before you came along, Todd." "Well, now that I have come along, perhaps you'll call her Miss Bird." "Right-o. Miss Bird in the hand is worth two." "There are not two," interrupted McAndrew indignantly, "but only one schoolgirl cousin. As if," cried Todd to the woods, "I would sell myself." Gerald Haskins cast a sly look at Todd's ungraceful figure. I see you present yourself to Miss Bird as a desirable gift. Well, she wouldn't have you as a gift anyhow, for all your family herald good looks and halfpenny journal fame. Notoriety, Todd, notoriety only. A volume of verse, a book of stories, and a dozen of essays do not give me the right to class myself along with the immortals. I'm a failure at 30, Todd, in my own eyes, I mean. Think of that, Todd. A failure at 30. Don't chuck it, advised McAndrew politely. You may be a success at 40. That won't compensate me for coming gray hairs and inevitable wrinkles, said the other bitterly, and smoked in dour silence. Todd crossed his legs and held forth. Gerald Wentworth Julian Haskins, he remarked solemnly, all the fairies came to your nasty little cradle with gifts save the one who could have endowed you with gratitude. Consider your beastly good looks, and abominably healthy constitution, and silly popularity, not to speak of your undeserved $500 a year private income, and take shame to yourself. Why, with half your advantages I could marry Charity tomorrow. Hum! The advantages you mention were practically offered to her, but she didn't seem to desire possession. I expect she prefers the last representative of an ancient Scots family with an embarrassed estate, a reputation as a rising solicitor, and a heart of gold enshrined in an agreeable-looking body. Agreeable-looking? Words failed Todd, and he sprang up to wreath a strong arm round Gerald's neck. Haskins remonstrated as well as he could for laughter, but was forced to the very verge of the bank. Here Todd made him look into the mirror of the still pool below. Caliban and Ferdinand, Apollo and Vulcan, Count D'Orsay and John Wilkes, growled McAndrew. Look at this picture, and at that, you blighter. Almost choking, for Todd was powerful and none too gentle in his grip, Gerald humored his friend sufficiently to stare into the water-glass, thinking meanwhile of a near revenge. He saw his own handsome brown face with bronze-colored hair and moustache of the same hue, curling under a straight Greek nose which divided two hazel eyes. He saw also McAndrew's round, ruddy countenance, devoid of hair on chin and lips and cheeks, but haloed with crisp red curls suggestive of his foxy nickname. Todd assuredly could not be called good-looking, with freckles and wide mouth and aquiline nose, proof of high descent. But so much good humor and genuine honesty gleamed from his sea-blue eyes that he did himself a gross injustice in undervaluing a most ingratiating appearance. Todd was Todd, when all was said and done. The best fellow in the world, and the most unnecessarily modest. But Haskins was not going to pander to Todd's desire for compliments. You footling idiot, he breathed, possessed by a spirit of mischief, as if you weren't worth a dozen of me. Talk about ingratitude. You shall be punished, my friend, thus. And souse into the pool they went. When Todd got his breath again after some spluttering, he used it to a bad purpose. Gerald, keeping himself afloat, watched the stout little man climb the bank dripping like an insane river god, and heard him excel himself in language which he could scarcely have used in court. I'll pay you out for this, swore Todd, hastily stripping off his wet flannels, and Haskins, fearing his righteous wrath, swam upstream, clothes and all, with light easy strokes, laughing until the woods rang. What about your confounded fish? Sang out McAndrew when his apparel was drying in the hot sun, and he was sitting unashamed amid the grass. You won't catch any more? I haven't caught any as it is, shouted Gerald, swimming back. I want to come ashore. Pax, Toddy, pax, you unclothed biped. Wait till I get you here, cried Todd, shaking his fist. He is not wise who ventures into the enemy's camp, quoth Haskins, and crossed to the opposite bank of the stream. Owing to the heat, he had earlier shed all his clothing save a silk shirt and a pair of flannel trousers, so there was not much left to dry. In a few minutes he also was sitting in Adamic simplicity on the farther shore, imploring Todd to throw over a tobacco pouch and a pipe. But Todd wouldn't, and smoked, chuckling on his side of the stream while Haskins remonstrated. I'll sleep then, announced Gerald, seeing that his efforts to soften McAndrew were unavailing. No, don't, shouted Todd. I want to talk about her. Not a word unless I get my smoke. Here you are, then, and McAndrew threw across the necessary materials for the pipe of peace. Now then, he cried, and the woods rang with his cry. What am I to do about Charity?" "Marry her," cried back Haskins, lighting his briar; and after that introduction the conversation resolved itself into high-pitched talking from bank to bank, while the stream rippled between. It was lucky that no one was within hearing, as the young men well knew, for Todd shouted out his dearest secrets to the wide world. "How can I marry her?" bellowed McAndrew, lying on his stomach in the attitude of Caliban reflecting on Setebos. "She hasn't any money, and I have very little also. There is the dowager to be considered." The dowager was Lady Euphemia McAndrew, Todd's highly respected grandmother, who had looked after him since his parents had died. She wanted Todd to marry an heiress cousin who was still at school, and Todd wished for his wife a charming dancer who was absolutely proper and extremely pretty. Consequently, Todd and Lady Euphemia were fighting with all the ardor of their fiery race, and the domestic peace of the house of McAndrew was a thing of the past. "You should consider the dowager," sang out Haskins, who knew and approved of the grim old lady. "She's your grandmother." "No one denies that," yelled Todd crossly. "Talk sense." "Hear, then, the sense of Gerald, son of his father," shouted the other in a high tenor. "Mrs. Pelham Oden, who is, as you know, the clever old actress who looks after Charity, won't let you marry her, seeing that you have no money. Lady Euphemia is equally opposed to the match, because Charity is not born, as the French say. If you marry against the wishes of these two, Mrs. Pelham Oden won't leave Charity her savings, which must be considerable, and Lady Euphemia won't speak either to you or to your wife. Isn't this the case?" "Ancient history, ancient history," roared McAndrew, like an angry bull. "But your advice, Jerry?" "Chuck Charity and marry your cousin," said Haskins tersely. "I won't." "Then why waste my time in asking for advice which you have no notion of taking? Go on your own silly way, Todd, and don't blame me if you tumbled into a quagmire of troubles." "I believe you want to marry Charity yourself," shouted Todd angrily. "No, I don't," cried Haskins, feeling if his garments were dry. "She is all that one can desire in the way of beauty, but I want something more than a picture wife. Marriages are made in heaven, and Charity's soul does not respond to mine." Todd rose sulkily and dressed himself. When clothed again, he took up the discarded rod to try his luck. "I love her," he boomed, and cast his fly with the air of a man who has brought forward an unanswerable argument. Perhaps he had, for McAndrew was as obstinate as a battery mule. Seeing that Todd's attention was taken up with a peaceful sport which precluded retaliation for the late ducking, Gerald made his trousers and shirt into a ball and flung them deftly across the river. They hit Todd fairly, and made him stagger and swear. What he would have said or done it is impossible to say, for at this moment he proclaimed a triumphant yell that he had a bite. And at this moment Gerald slipped into the water again. "Hang it, don't!" screamed McAndrew. "You'll frighten the fish off the hook. Whoosh! Come up!" And Todd tugged hard, while the rod bent to an arc. "Mighty big fish!" breathed the angler. "Don't believe it's a fish at all," spluttered Haskins, seeing that the line remained stationary. "You're making no play. Caught a weed, maybe." He swam to the line and dived under, while McAndrew danced and swore on the bank. "Leave it alone! Leave it alone!" cried Todd in high wrath. "It's a big fish! Oh, beast! Oh, animal! Oh, jealous reptile!" he went on as the line slackened. "You've done it!" Even as he spoke, Gerald rose to the surface, spitting water from his mouth. In his right hand he held an object which he flung on to the bank, and then crawled up himself. "There's your fish, Todd," he said, rolling onto the grass to dry himself. "Your hook caught in that cylinder, which had got wedged between two big stones. Look at it while I dress." Todd handled the cylinder gingerly. It was made of tin, and had apparently been covered with brown paper, for the remains of this clung loose at either end from under splotches of red sealing wax. Oddly enough, there was also a string tied to the cylinder, at the end of which dangled the remnant of a bladder. Evidently the bladder had borne up the somewhat heavy cylinder for a certain time, and then had burst, to drop it toward the big stones amid which it had been wedged when Todd's hook had caught it. "Looks like a parcel of dynamite," said Todd in a nervous tone. Poachers fishing by night with dynamite. Oh, Lord!" Haskins, who was slipping on his socks and shoes, looked up. "It's been in the water a good time, anyhow, judging from the rotten brown paper and that decayed bladder. There's no chance of an explosion. If you are afraid to open it up, chuck it over." "No." McAndrew dropped onto the grass beside his friend. "We'll go to Kingdom Come together, if necessary. Lend me your knife." Between them the young men prized off the lid of the cylinder, with some difficulty, for it fitted tightly. The contents proved to be as puzzling as the vessel itself, for Gerald drew out a moderately long roller covered with brown wax, and scored delicately with regular lines almost invisible. There was nothing else in the cylinder but this roller, and Todd eyed it with wonderment. "What the deuce is it?" he asked, twirling it round. Haskins pinched his nether lip and reflected. "It's a phonograph record," he ventured to suggest. "See the marking, Todd? And the wax, and here." He tilted the cylinder end uppermost. "There's a name engraved on the butt, plainly, for all the world to see." "Jekyll and Company," read Todd, fitting in his eyeglass to see clearly. I've never heard of the firm." "That's not improbable. Your knowledge of many things being limited." "Oh, come now, did you ever hear of the firm your own conceited self?" "No. But it's a firm that makes phonographs, anyhow." Gerald slipped the treasure trove into his pocket. "We'll take this back to the inn and see what it means." "We shall have to get a phonograph, then." "That goes without the speaking, you bally ass. But when we do slip this roller into its parent machine these marks will talk." "But how can we get a parent machine? I suppose you mean a Jekyll and Company mechanism of sorts." "There must be a machine of that sort in the district, or this roller wouldn't be here." Todd stared at the waters, blinking in the sunshine. "I wonder how it got into the blessed river. By accident or by design?" "By design, assuredly," said Haskins promptly. "It was wrapped in brown paper and sealed at both ends. The bladder was attached to keep it afloat. Then the bladder went bang, and the cylinder sank until you fished it out, Toddy. Queer fish and queer chance, anyhow." "There is no such thing as chance," said Haskins slowly. "Some cause we know not of brought us to the stream to-day to get the cylinder." "Why, we only came holiday making," protested Todd. "You were always talking this infernal psychology." "Supernal psychology, you mean," retorted the other, "seeing that I follow white magic and not black. This," he patted his pocket, "has a meaning. We must learn that meaning." "And so get into trouble." "Perhaps." Haskins shrugged his shoulders. "But trouble is the sole thing which urges us to rise." Todd groaned. He could not understand his friend's mystical way of looking at the seen world through the unseen. Keeping the conversation on an ordinary level, he inquired, "Why was the cylinder set afloat? Why does the sun shine? Why does the fire burn? You ask too many questions, Todd." "I am not likely to get an answer from you," snapped McAndrew, taking up the impedimenta which they had brought to the river bank. "You will see in this instance, my son. The record, when it talks through the Jekyll and Company machine, will tell us why the cylinder was sent downstream. Shipwrecked people throw bottles overboard, with documents to tell of their danger, as you well know." It's the first time I ever heard of a phonograph record being used to convey news," grunted Todd crossly. "The person who floated the cylinder is evidently up to date." "Perhaps it's a blessed joke." "Maybe. Anyhow, I'll take it to the inn, and learn as much as is possible. Don't chatter about it, though." "Why not?" Because Haskins hesitated, not being able to express himself with his usual decision. "I can't say. Anyhow, hold your tongue until we know what the record has to say." McAndrew nodded, and the two walked homeward. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Sealed Message by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2. The Message. The Devon Maid was a tumble-down inn, and the centre of Denley village, which lay more or less concealed among the folds of fertile hills. Down the valley prattled a shallow stream, and the comparatively few cottages, forming the secluded hamlet, were placed confusedly on either side, each having its own tiny garden. A broad stone bridge, of cyclopean build, spanned the brook in one low arch. Across this ran the highway which gave access to the interior world, for it dipped down one hill, and after passing over the bridge, ascended the other on its way inland to even more remote villages. Near the bridge in question stood the 2-story inn, built of rugged stone hewn into huge blocks, and roofed with curved red tiles, the whole overgrown with ivy and wisteria and many colored roses. With 3 narrow windows above, and 2 narrow windows with a moderately wide door below, the house looked sullen and secretive. One could have an adventure at such a hostel. It breathed the spirit of romance, and cutthroat, trap-door romance at that. Before the inn stood a horse trough, in front of the door, the 2 rude benches under the windows. But those who frequented the Devon Maid preferred to take their beer mugs and bovine conversation on to the bridge. It was their Rialto, whereon they met in the cool of the evening to discuss the doings of their small world, and such news as might filter into the isolated villages through carriers and tourists and newspapers. The population of Denley consisted almost wholly of agricultural laborers and their wives, a slow-thinking lot, with infinitely more muscle than brains. Both men and women were of great stature, and even their children looked bulky and overgrown for their age. It seemed as though the children of Anak had gathered to design a new Tower of Babel. The room in which Haskins and McAndrew sat at dinner was small, with a low ceiling, and one inefficient window smothered with curtains. It was crowded with early Victorian furniture of the most cumbersome and inelegant description. Table and chairs, sofa and sideboard, bookcase and desk were all of solid mahogany, deposited on a flowery Kidderminster carpet somewhat worn. Antimacassars adorned the horsehair chairs, wax fruit under a glass shade embellished the sideboard, and green glass ornaments with dangling prisms appeared on either side of the black marble clock which disfigured the mantelpiece. On the faded pattern of a Prussian blue wallpaper were steel engravings representing "The Death of Nelson" and the "Meeting of Wellington and Blucher after Waterloo," together with colored hunting scenes and illustrations from "The Book of Beauty" and "The Keepsake." There were also samplers, and a fender stool, and a canary in a gilt cage, and a cupboard of inferior china, and 2 screens of worsted work representing parrots and macaws. The apartment was stuffy and unwholesome, and more like a curiosity shop than a place to dine in. The young men had changed to easy smoking suits, and were doing full justice to an admirable meal consisting of roast beef and vegetables, superfine apple pie, Devonshire cream, and first-rate Stilton. They drank cider out of compliment to the county, and knew that when eating was at an end 2 fragrant cups of coffee would add to the enjoyment of their after-dinner pipes. And this satisfactory state of things was presided over by a stout and genial waiter, who was as black as the dress clothes he wore in honor of the guests. A bull in a china shop would not have seemed more out of keeping than was this negro in the heart of the Devon hills. How he had drifted into such a locality heaven only knows, but he appeared exotic and strange, like some tropical bird which had flown from equatorial regions to make a nest in cool, grey, misty England. Adonis Geary was the incongruous name of the man, and he was at once landlord and waiter. Save that he possessed but one eye, there was nothing unpleasant in his looks, and from his constant smiling and ready service he appeared to be of an amiable disposition. For over 15 years, so he told his guests, he had owned the inn, and also had married a 6-foot girl from Barnstaple, who was as meek as she was tall. This oddly matched pair had 5 or 6 coffee-colored children, who tumbled about the small house and made it lively. The ménage was unusual, to say least of it, and like the inn itself. The presence of the negro hinted at romance and mystery. As yet, Haskins had said nothing about the phonograph. Some instinct told him to be silent about the discovery of the cylinder before this suave son of Ham, although he had absolutely no reason to mistrust the man. All the same, he intended to use Geary's wits to obtain a Jekyll and Company phonograph in such a way as would not arouse suspicion concerning the particular use he intended to put it to. Yet why suspicions should be aroused by frankness Gerald could not say, for on the face of it there was nothing to point out that the cylinder was dangerous. Nevertheless, Haskins' sixth sense made him hold his tongue and impose secrecy upon Todd. Consequently, McAndrew held his peace while Gerald cautiously approached his aim of getting the machine. It seemed incredible that a phonograph of the special make required should be found in that unpretentious inn, or even in the village itself, seeing how buried both were. Still, Haskins argued from the discovery of the roller so marked that a Jekyll and Company phonograph was to be had in the district. Being a novelist, Gerald had already spun a web of romance round the adventure, and was conducting the same to a close with constructive skill. Todd watched the progress of this real and tangible romance with careless interest. He thought that it was all moonshine and would end in smoke. "The story of a mare's nest," Todd called it with fine irony, and giggled when Haskins stalked Mr. Adonis Geary. "There is very little to do in the evening here," began Gerald, finishing the last of his cheese, and addressing the landlord waiter. "Very little, sah," replied Mr. Geary, who spoke moderately good Anglo-Saxon, yet betrayed his negro origin in an occasional word and by a guttural intonation, "but you can walk to Silbury with the other gemplum for howlin' fun, sah." "Howlin' fun in a country town? My eyes!" muttered Todd, still eating. "Dere's walking, and de bicycle, and fishin', and—" Yes, broke in Gerald, artfully. "But I mean evening amusement, indoor doings, what you call—" "Parlor tricks," interpolated McAndrew. "Exactly. Well, Mr. Geary, have you a piano? Or a harmonium?" "Dere's a harmonium in de chapel where I preach," explained Adonis, doubtfully, "but de instrument of de Lawd no good for debbil singing." "I have no intention of going to the devil for my amusement," said Gerald, tartly, while Todd choked over his cider. "Have you any cards?" "Dem's de debil's pictures, sah." "Then pass along a concertina," remarked Todd, pushing back his chair with a sigh of repletion. "Or even a Jew's harp, or a—" "Why not say a phonograph while you're about it, McAndrew?" said Haskins, with feigned crossness. "We're as likely to find the one as the other in this place of the back of beyond." "With great respect, Mr. Haskins, sah," said Geary, falling into the trap promptly, "dere's my wife's phonograph. My wife Hannah let you hab dat phonograph to hear de godly hymns." "Just what I want to hear," said Gerald, untruthfully. "But what on earth made you get a phonograph?" Geary smiled expansively, displaying magnificent teeth. "Dere was a traveler who came dis way wid phonographs, and he stop here. He so pleased wid my wife Hannah's cooking dat he gave her de phonograph, and den sell many all around, and the landlord stretched his arms to embrace the globe. "What kind of a phonograph is it?" asked Gerald, with a triumphant look at Todd to bid him watch how romance was working golden threads into the gray fabric of the commonplace. "I don't want to hear a bad one." Before Geary could reply there sounded through the window an up-to-date note from the outer world. The toot 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 of a motor horn brought the young men to their feet and to the window, which looked out on the bridge. A motor car draws the attention of the grown-up as much as a military band attracts the notice of a child. Mr. Geary departed with dignified haste to see what new and aristocratic visitor was coming, and, since Todd's bulky form filled in the whole small window, Gerald followed at his leisure. The coming of the motor car stirred up the same bustle in this lonely inn as did the mail coach in the days of old. Even Mrs. Geary emerged from the back kitchen to view the spectacle with 3 small children clinging to her lengthy skirts, like the Lilliputians to Gulliver's coat-tails. "Toot, toot, toot!" The horn sounded cheerfully and close at hand. A magnificent Hadrian, scarlet as the sunset, swung down the long descent, and hummed across the bridge with a powerful drone. There were 2 men in front, disguised in the orthodox goggles and caps and shapeless coats, but the body of the car was empty, save for a large portmanteau and some small parcels done up in brown paper. The rustics crowded round the car to comment thereon, and to misname it a steam engine, while the foremost man, who was handling the steering gear, slipped from his seat to stretch himself and to salute Geary. "Hello, Adonis, is that you?" he said, nodding brusquely. "I want a wash and a glass of brandy. Then I'm off again. I must reach Leagarth before sundown." "Come this way, Major," said the landlord obsequiously. He seemed to know the traveller extremely well, and from his concluding remark Gerald was positive that he did. "Dere's a little glass of your own particular brandy, Major. Dis way, sah. Glad to see you, Major." Major. From the title and the tone of the arrival's voice, Haskins had an idea that he also knew the owner of the motor car. When the goggles were shoved up over the cap and the high collar of the coat was loosened, suspicion became certainty. "Major Rebb," said Haskins, advancing a step. "I guessed it was you." "Oh, Haskins," drawled the newcomer, and Gerald could have sworn that not only did he start, but that he darted an inquiring look at the negro landlord. It was Geary who replied. "Dis gemplum and his friend, they stop wid me for 1-2 week, Major." The major recovered himself. "Yes, of course. What am I thinking about, Haskins? Mrs. Crosby told me that you and McAndrew were on a walking tour in Devonshire. Why are you stationary here of all places?" "Why not here as well as anywhere else?" replied Gerald carelessly. "We struck this inn, Todd and I, that is, and intended only to stop a night or so, but the food is so good, and the fishing so capital, and the expenses so small that we decided to remain. We're off in a couple of days. Todd goes back to London, and I make for St. Ives to write a new book. But you, Major, what are you doing in this galley?" "I have come down to see a relative at Leagarth, an elderly aunt." Todd sniggered at the window. From what he knew of Major Rebb, and he knew a great deal from club gossip, that retired officer was not the man to waste his time in looking after elderly relatives, unless "How much money has she got?" asked Todd impudently. Rebb laughed, for Todd was a licensed jester, and said things without reproof for which other men would have been kicked. "Enough to make it worth my while to come down here," said Rebb coolly, "but I won't give the business into your hands, Todd, so there will be no pickings." "I'm jolly well sure of that, when you're about," retorted McAndrew in a soft voice. "Dis way, sah," cried Geary like a parrot. "Dis way, Major." "You know Adonis, then?" said Rebb, entering the inn followed by Haskins. "He's a decent sort, isn't he? I have put up here sometimes for a night. Where's the brandy, Adonis? Hurry up, and give my man a glass of beer." Gerald had unconsciously led the way to the sitting room occupied by himself and Todd. Here Rebb sat down, drawing off his gloves, while the brandy was brought. He was a tall, thin, upright man, eminently well bred and somewhat stiff. His closely clipped hair and well trimmed moustache were so dark, and his complexion was of such a deep olive color, that people declared that he had in him a touch of the tar brush. And the scandal was emphasized by the significant fact that Major Rebb had commanded a West Indian regiment in Jamaica, before retiring from the army. But whether tainted by the African or not, he certainly was a handsome man, and wonderfully well preserved for his 50 years. Mrs. Crosby, to whom Rebb had alluded when first addressing Haskins, was a wealthy widow who greatly admired the fascinating major. Report hinted at a match between them, and a report said that Mrs. Crosby might do worse, for Rebb was well off and much respected by the outside world. Those, of whom Todd was one, who knew more than the major approved of, declared that Rebb's character was not without blemish, and that he gambled both on the turf and on the green table. But no one could positively say that the man was a rascal. He had the vices of his generation, that was all. While Rebb drank his brandy he told Haskins and McAndrew the latest club gossip, and stated, not without a roguish glance at Todd, that Mrs. Pelham Oden wanted Charity to marry a titled fool who had lately come into much money. Todd was very indignant at this, and said many things which Rebb had heard before, since the little man's infatuation was an open secret. In the middle of his eloquence the major went off to wash his hands and face, and Haskins dragged his friend out to see the start of the car. In 5 minutes Rebb was in his place, and his chauffeur swung up alongside. "Good night, you fellows," cried the major amiably. "I'll see you in London. Night, Adonis." And then the car spun round the curve to mount the hill on its way to Leagarth, wherever that might be. Todd yawned and sauntered back into the inn, hinting that he would go to bed soon. "Funny thing that we should meet Rebb here," said Gerald. Todd raised his thick red eyebrows. "Upon my soul, I don't see it," he remarked. "You don't want the whole country to yourself." He seemed to be startled when he saw me, and he knows Geary well. He admitted that he knew Geary, and as to being startled, he well might be, dropping across a pal in these wilds. "I am not a pal of Reb's," said Gerald, stiffly. "I don't like him, and I'm very sorry that such a jolly little woman as Mrs. Crosby should think of marrying him. There's something queer about him." "Bosh!" said Todd, lightly whiffing away his friend's suspicions, which indeed had little foundation. "Reb is no worse, nor no better than any other man. We all have turned down pages in our life's book, which we should like no one to read." "That's quite a high flight of oratory for you," said Haskins, dryly. "Oh, I can gas as well as most when necessary," retorted the other. "But you are asinine, seeing a bird in every bush." "Hum," murmured Gerald, unconvinced. "All the same, I shall keep my eye on Major Reb." "And so take a lot of trouble for nothing. So long as he does not cross your path, I don't see why you should worry. Hello!" Todd had entered the sitting room by this time. "Here's the phonograph." He examined it narrowly in the failing light. "And Jekyll and Company at that. By gum!" "What do you say now?" cried Haskins, pleased that his surmise had proved correct. "I'll bet that we are on the verge of discovering a mystery. Wait until we hear a few hymns, and then we can experiment with our river record." "But why bother about the hymns?" grumbled McAndrew, who by this time was quite as curious as Haskins himself. Gerald glanced at the door and closed it. "I don't want the nigger to think that anything unusual has happened." "More suspicion," said Todd, and glanced in his turn, but at the window. "You needn't fash yourself, as we say in Scotland. There's Geary walking down to the village." It was indeed the negro strolling with a crony along the brookside, and when he had sauntered out of earshot, Haskins did not worry about the hymn tunes. He slipped the cylinder record onto the machine and set the thing going. Then, for the next minute, he and Todd listened in amazement to a message from fairyland. "This to the wide world," babbled the machine in the sweetest and most melodious of voices. "This to the fairy prince who will come and waken me from dreams. Come, dear prince, to the pixie's house, and watch that the jealous ogress, who guards me, does not see you. I cannot read, I cannot write, but I talk my message to you, dear prince. To the stream I commit the message on this first day of April in this year 5. May the river bear the message to you, dear prince. Come to me, come to me, come to me, and awaken your princess to life with a kiss." The machine still continued to work, but the voice became abruptly silent. There was no more of the message, so when the point of the phonograph reached the end of the inscribed wax, Gerald removed it. When it was again in his pocket he turned toward the amazed Todd. "What do you think of that?" he demanded triumphantly. "I think that the date explains the whole thing," said Todd grimly. "See? The 1st of April, 5. That means 1905, which is this very year. Someone's having a joke." "I don't believe it," said Haskins, and began to scribble in his pocketbook what the machine had said. He had a good memory, and he reproduced the message from the fairy princess very correctly. Later he determined to verify the same, but meanwhile kept the precious roller in his pocket and asserted his determination to search for the pixie's house. "What bosh!" grumbled Todd disdainfully. "Maybe there's no such place. But if you will be a lunatic, ask Geary about the matter." "No," said Gerald decidedly. "I shall not say a word to Geary, and I must ask you to say nothing either. This is the first piece of romance which has come my way, and I don't want it spoiled by sharing it with other people." "My way," echoed McAndrew, staring. "I like that. You forget that I found the cylinder, my son. I am the person who is supposed to have received the letter. Toddy, you are not a Turk or a Mormon, so this delicious princess who speaks like a silver bell is not for you. Keep to Charity Bird, and allow me a chance of finding a wife." "Oh, Lord, Jerry, you ain't serious." "Yes and no. After all, I am young, and, as the cook said, of that 'appy disposition that I can love anyone. Why shouldn't I seek in some fairy woods for the Sleeping Beauty?" "Sleeping!" sniggered Todd, lighting his pipe. "Then she must have written that silly message in her sleep. Or perhaps she talks in it," he added, recollecting that the message was a spoken one. "A nice wife to have, upon my word. You won't get a wink of sleep. Toddy, you are of the earth, earthy, and an unimaginative beast. Romance doesn't appeal to you. I shall search for the Pixie's house." "In what direction?" jeered McAndrew. "Up the stream. This princess is apparently imprisoned in the house, and must have flung the cylinder therefrom into the water. Ergo, the Pixie's house must be near the water. I shall go to Exeter and bring back a canoe. Then I shall explore and find a mare's nest. Don't be an ass. It's all bosh. It's romance, romance, romance. But not a word, Toddy, either to anyone here or to anyone in London. Promise." "Oh, I promise. But silence. You profane the mysteries of fairyland. I shall explore and learn the end of this adventure. And you, Todd McAndrew?" "I'll see what's the best lunatic asylum for you to occupy," said Todd caustically. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Sealed Message by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3. Fairyland. Notwithstanding his fantastical babble to McAndrew, Gerald was a shrewd young man. He prosecuted his search for the unknown sender of the message less to find a wife than to see the end of the adventure. At the enjoyable age of 30, he was not particularly keen on getting married, although his friends persistently advised him to do so. But, as Haskins pertinently observed, it was absurd to marry merely for marrying's sake. "When I meet the woman," said Gerald wisely, "I shall ask her to be my wife. Otherwise—" and a shrug would complete the unfinished sentence. Todd was quite ready to leave the conclusion of the fishing adventure to his friend. Being in love with a particular girl, he thought of her only, and had no wish to search for another girl, even though she were an illiterate princess who fluted like a nightingale. What with earning his living, and fighting Lady Euphemia, and wooing Charity Bird, and tricking Mrs. Pelham Oden, who was strongly opposed to that wooing, McAndrew's hands were quite full. Within 2 days he betook himself to London, keen upon seeing the Moon Fay ballet, in which Charity was dancing. But before his departure he unwittingly did Gerald a service by learning something about the Pixie's house, and that same something was less romantic than unpleasant. According to Todd, the thing came about by accident; but Haskins, who believed that everything was designed, even to the winking of an eye, insisted that McAndrew had been purposely lured into conversation with the labourer who had mentioned Leagarth and the Pixie's house. At a 9 o'clock breakfast, on the very day of his departure, Todd mentioned to his friend that he had been taking a morning walk. "I had a beastly wakeful night last night," grumbled Todd, while Geary brought in a dish of trout and some hot rolls. "It made me sick tumbling and tossing, so I dressed and strolled out at 6 o'clock. "Why didn't you waken me?" asked Haskins. "I would have come also." "Not you. I'd have been cursed for an hour. Everyone knows what an infernal sleepy-head you are, Jerry. However, I walked up the hill on to the moors, and had a glorious view of the surrounding country. I saw the stream where we fished, in the hollow, 2 miles away. Trees, and occasional glimpses of the water, you know. And ever so far away there was a square-towered church with a cluster of red-roofed houses." "Quite poetical, my Toddy," murmured Gerald, helping himself to eggs and ham, and rather bored by this geographical description. "The morning made me poetical," said McAndrew simply. "It was uncommonly ripping, you know. There was a labouring Johnny coming along, and I asked him the name of the church. He said it was Leagarth Church and Leagarth Village." "Hum! That's where Reb's wealthy relative lives?" Todd nodded. "As it was early, I had a mind to walk over and look about, but I first asked the man if there was anything of interest to see. He grinned, and told me that I might call at the Pixie's house." Gerald looked up and was about to speak eagerly when Geary appeared again with a fresh supply of rolls. "Oh, the Pixie's house," said Haskins carelessly. "What's that?" "Why, you know," began Todd foolishly, when he caught sight of a warning scowl on Haskins' face, and a look of interest on that of Geary's. "You know," went on Todd artfully, "that I can't talk if you interrupt." "But it's all so dull," objected Haskins, with a shrug. "Not what I am about to tell. This laborer said that a lunatic lived in the Pixies' house, looked after by another lunatic." "The blind leading the blind. Go on." "The first lunatic is a girl, and the second an old woman. The girl never comes out, and no one has ever seen her, but the old woman does shopping and all the rest of it. That's all." "What infernal rubbish!" said Haskins, crossly. He did not like his unknown princess to dwindle to a commonplace lunatic. And yet, when he remembered the spoken message, it did seem a trifle mad. "Well, and did you call at the Pixies' house?" "Not me. I walked in another direction, and came back to breakfast. I have no use for crazy people." "Wid all respect, gemplum," remarked Mr. Geary, unexpectedly, "the story ob dat man is all twisty-turny." "Oh," said Haskins, apparently careless, but really with anxiety. "So you know of this queer business, Geary?" "Berry li'l. Oh, berry li'l, sah. Dat Pixie house ver' ole and ver' tumble down in heaps. Only one mad pusson there, gemplum." "Which one, the old woman or the young one?" asked Todd abruptly. "Oh, dey bof dere, gemplum, but de young lady is the mad pusson. She been dere afore I come. Years and years and years, oh, eber so long ago. Dis poor lady, she want to kill people wid knives, and de old womans, she watch her dat she not get out to kill. De old woman's not a mad pusson, gemplum. Oh, no, dat all wrong. She watch the udder. You no go near dat Pixie house, gemplum," ended the landlord earnestly, "or dat young lady she kill you bof, dead as coffin lids." Haskins felt disgusted. He desired to find Fairyland, and it seemed as though his search would end in discovering a lunatic asylum. "What is the lunatic's name?" he asked. "Mavis Durham, I tink, and de ole woman's she called Bellaria." "Funny names," mused Todd, "and rather pretty. Mavis means a thrush, I fancy. But Bellaria—" Gerald recalled a charming book of Italian folklore which he had read some months before. "Bellaria was the Etruscan dawn goddess, or the goddess of flowers, I forget which," he remarked. "Strange that anyone in a secluded Devonshire village should be called so." Is this old woman an Italian, Geary?" "I do not know, sah," replied the man, promptly. "I no go to dat Leagarth, no never, never. And you no go too, gemplum. Dat Mavis lady hab de knife in you if you go dere." "Homicidal mania," said Todd, learnedly and cheerfully. Haskins shuddered. It seemed terrible to think that the owner of that silvery voice, who had sent so delightfully quaint a message, should be a dangerous lunatic not responsible for her actions. When the landlord took his departure he made an observation rather to himself than to his friend. "The message was sane enough," he said, thereby contradicting his first impression, when Geary spoke of the lunacy. "Well, I don't know," answered McAndrew, doubtfully. "All that fairy business and talk of not being able to read or write seems queer. I suppose you'll chuck the adventure, now that you know this?" "Probably," said Haskins, evasively, so that Todd should not worry him. But in his heart he had a longing to probe the matter deeper. Later in the day Gerald escorted Todd to Selbury, and saw him off to London. McAndrew left with the impression that Gerald would carry out his prearranged program and travel to St. Ives on the ensuing day. But when Haskins walked back to Denley he was far from having made up his mind to such a course. It seemed incredible that the sender of the message should have homicidal tendencies. All the same, if she had not, the law would certainly have prevented her incarceration in the old Leagarth mansion known as the Pixies' house. That she could not read or write was quite possible, since she had used the phonograph, and yet in this age of education it appeared improbable that anyone could be so ignorant. The wording of the message was that of an imaginative but not of a weak brain; and the spirit of poetry it breathed appealed to the young man, himself a poet of no mean order. "On the whole," decided Gerald, "I shall go to Exeter to morrow and get that canoe." On that same evening, when Geary went for his usual walk, Haskins again slipped the record into the machine, and again drank in the music of that perfect voice. Then, for the sake of hiding his secret since the landlord unexpectedly returned, he set the phonograph to grind out the godly hymns which were Geary's delight. These were dismal enough in words and tunes, but all through them sounded in Gerald's charmed ears the silvery lilt of the fairy princess's tones. The owner of such a voice could not possibly be crazy. Haskins rather regretted that he had not asked Major Reb about the Pixie's house and its occupant. Reb doubtless knew the village of Leagarth excellently well, since he came down occasionally to see his elderly relative. For the moment Haskins was tempted to write and ask questions, but on second thoughts he made up his mind to explore for himself. He was even glad that Todd had departed, for now the secret was entirely his own, and he wished to share it with no one. He therefore abstained from talking to Geary on the subject, for he had learned all that was possible from that source. And what he had learned was so decidedly unpleasant that he did not wish to hear any more. As it afterward turned out, his reticence was wise. The next day Haskins informed Geary of his intention to remain in Denley for another week, and the negro expressed his delight at the decision. Adonis was a cheerful soul who had traveled widely in the humble capacity of a steward on board various liners. He therefore approached more intellectual society than he could obtain in lethargic Denley. Haskins, with an eye to copy, after the fashion of the literary man, found Geary's experiences both entertaining and useful. As for the landlady, she was a nonentity, who worked like a horse, and was as dumb as one. She seemed to be somewhat afraid of her ever-smiling husband, and Gerald thought that there might be some cause for such dread. With all his suave manners, Geary's one eye hinted at sinister doings. But as yet, Haskins, knowing him only on the surface, had no fault to find with his personality. There was some difficulty in finding a precisely suitable canoe in Exeter; but having made up his mind, a singularly obstinate one, Gerald never rested until he had attained his object. In a couple of days he returned to the Devon Maid with a light birchwood affair, which he had purchased from a returned Canadian immigrant. This the young man temporarily bestowed in an outside shed, and informed his landlord, casually, that he intended to explore the waters of the Ruddle, as the stream was called. The name evidently came from the streaky red banks between which it flowed. Geary advised his guest to travel downstream towards Silbury, as the canoe would there be impeded by fewer stones. Needless to say, as Leagarth was in precisely the opposite direction, Haskins had no intention of taking this well-meant advice. And indeed, because of the very difficulty in navigating the upper reaches of the Ruddle, he had purchased the canoe, for he could carry so light a craft along the banks when stones and weeds blocked up the waterway. When Gerald took his Indian coracle down to the river next afternoon, he saw how wise he had been in not buying a heavier boat. As the little stream wound its devious way through the dense woods it grew yet more narrow, and on the whole somewhat shallow. Here and there deep pools were to be found, inshore, but as a rule the current flowed lightly over a shingly bed, foaming round gigantic stones, or bubbling over the trunks of fallen trees. The distance to Leagarth, as the crow flies, could not have been more than 3 miles. But the stream twisted so oddly, and the difficulties of navigation were so great, that Gerald sometimes doubted if he would reach his journey's end. Several times he was forced to climb the steep banks and drag his canoe through thickly growing saplings; but on the whole the tiny shallop behaved with the dexterity of an eel in slipping through dangerous places. Nevertheless, his travelling was more like the exploration of unknown lands than like a civilized river trip in mapped-out England. Late in the day, about 6 o'clock, and when the western sky was beginning to glow with the hues of a soap bubble, the adventurer found himself in a less toilsome position. After the choked stream where the trees met overhead, it was a relief to float into an immense pool, fenced in by precipitous red cliffs draped with vividly green vegetation. Gerald emerged into this haven with a feeling of thankfulness, and laid down his paddle, both to rest his weary muscles and to examine his romantic surroundings. The pool was nearly circular, and as the narrow Ruddle flowed in at one end and out at the other, the whole resembled a bead on a string. On the placid waters, brimming like those of a mill dam, the canoe floated idly until it touched the left bank. Haskins therefore saw, on the right hand, a tall cliff of ruddy earth, overgrown with bushes, and surmounted by a fringe of trees. Between these he espied a ruinous grey stone wall, clothed thickly with ivy. As there were 2 or 3 small windows in this wall, Gerald guessed that it formed the side of a dwelling place; and guessed, moreover, that from one of those same windows the sealed message had been thrown into the pool. It was, of course, merely a surmise that the Pixie's house was built on the top of this inland cliff; but, bearing in mind the cylinder with its attached bladder, Haskins felt certain that he was correct. The imprisoned Mavis Durham could only have launched her message from the cliff top. Gerald had now practically arrived at his journey's end, as he had discovered the palace of the Sleeping Beauty, shut in by enchanted woods. He therefore paddled swiftly under the cliff itself to see how he could storm the castle. Todd would have called it a lunatic asylum in his coarse way, but Gerald the poet preferred the more romantic appellation. Also, after hearing that wonderful voice, he made up his rash mind that he would not believe in the alleged insanity of Mavis Durham until he had seen her and had spoken with her. If she were really a homicidal maniac he could return with some regrets to the workaday world. But if she was all that he hoped she would be, well— Gerald drew a long breath as he thought thus. If she were as beautiful as her voice, as poetic as her message, he did not know what would happen. Yet, as a young man dizzy with the wine of life, he should have known. But such things, for good or for evil, were yet on the knees of the most high gods. At the upper end of the pool the adventurer found a stone landing stage with an iron ring, to which he fastened the canoe. He leaped lightly on to the rugged platform, and climbed up a rude stair to find himself facing an arched opening hewn in the face of the cliff. It was masked more or less by neglected bushes, and evidently had not been made use of many years. Still, it undoubtedly led upward to the battlements of the enchanted castle. So Haskins pushed his way through the trees, and clambered up a ruinous and twisting stair in complete darkness. Here, indeed, was an adventure not often to be met with in this unromantic age, and the young man's body thrilled as he experienced hitherto unknown emotions. He was Sir Galahad searching for the Grail; Columbus staring at a newly discovered world; a calender from the Arabian Nights stumbling upon the magical beauty of the world, a Jinn's daughter, lovely and unapproachable. Up and up went the stair, twisting and turning like an eel, until Haskins, losing count of time, thought he was mounting to the North Star. Finally the steps ceased to wind, and the explorer clambered up a straight flight which terminated in a small opening, out of which he emerged onto the top of the cliff, and immediately below the ivy-draped wall. The house stood about 20 yards from the verge of the cliff, and the space between was filled with long grass, with stunted bushes, and with tolerably tall trees, all in full summer foliage. On looking up, Gerald saw pointed roofs of weather-worn red tiles, twisted stacks of chimneys, and grey stone turrets, the whole so overgrown with greenery that it looked as though the mansion were a portion of the earth itself. There was no door in the wall visible. If there had been one, as was probable, to reach the landing stage, it had been blocked up, or was hidden by the darkly green ivy. Faint heart never won fair lady, thought Gerald unoriginally, and began to swarm up the natural ladder afforded by the tough roots of the creeper. Out of breath he gained the top of the wall, and flinging his leg over, sat astride to view this Jack and the Beanstalk country. Then he beheld Charity Bird. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Sealed Message by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4. The Fairy Princess. Seated on the wall like Humpty Dumpty, Gerald gasped for 2 excellent reasons. Firstly, he was a trifle breathed with the arduous climb, and secondly, the sight of the girl whom he believed to be Miss Bird amazed him out of all common sense. She stood under the wall, arrayed in a plain white dress without frills or trimmings or ornaments, and looked more like a Vestal of Rome than a young lady of the 20th century. And to add to Haskins' astonishment, she did not appear to be the least startled, or even surprised. "So you have come at last," she said softly, and the voice had in it the same melody that Gerald had noted when the phonograph delivered its fantastical message. "Charity? Miss Bird?" He could hardly get his tongue to move. The girl looked puzzled. "My name is Mavis Durham," she said simply. Haskins knew that he was awake, for he had grazed his knee while climbing, and the pain assured him of material existence. Otherwise, he would certainly have believed that the whole thing was a delicious dream. But on looking downward more intently he saw that, although the image of Charity in physical appearance, this girl who declared herself to be Mavis Durham had a more spiritual look on her face. Her eyes were turquoise blue like the dancer's. She possessed the same wonderful hair, the colour of ripe corn, about which Miss Bird's admirers raved, and her features were cast in the same classic mould, but she had a mystical, ethereal, evanescent look about her, which hinted at more spirituality than was apparent in Charity's pronouncedly material charms. It might have been the dying light of the evening, or the exalted state of mind consequent on emotion, that raised Gerald to a high plane, but the girl looked as though she would vanish like a wreath of mist under the influence of the newly risen sun. The resemblance between Mavis and Charity was certainly marvellous, and Haskins could not account for the similarity, but after a long and searching look he became certain that the girls were two different flesh and blood human beings, and not one, as he had momentarily supposed. On acquiring this assurance in his innermost being the young man drew a breath of relief, since Charity was more or less engaged to Todd, and he did not wish to poach on Todd's preserves. The question of the resemblance he determined swiftly to leave to a later date for answer, and meanwhile surrendered himself entirely to the incredible romance of the adventure. Surely no more poetic happening had taken place since King Cophetua had gone a-wooing his beggar maid. But by the time his reflections had reached this point the Princess of Fairyland, for that she certainly was, betrayed excitement and uneasiness, waving her hands to intimate that he should hide behind the ruddy leaves of a copper beech, which overtopped the wall and leaned against it. "Bellaria will catch you," called up Mavis softly, "and then I'll never see you again. Get behind the beech. I'll return soon." She sped lightly away while Haskins, still trying to assure himself that he was not dreaming, shuffled along the wall until he gained the covert of the spreading branches. Here he was safe from any espial, and while Mavis was absent he gently parted the leaves to view her enchanted palace, whither she had called him. A phonograph and fairyland. It was an odd mixture of poetry and science. A page with a silken-bound parchment, a dragon chariot to waft a mortal prince to a spell-bound queen, these were natural in the circumstances. But to be summoned by a phonograph? Why, it linked the age of motor cars with that of King Arthur. Haskins saw below him a moderately sized quadrangle, smoothly turfed in the center and bordered with beds of flowers stretching to mouldering walls. To the right, and straight in front, somewhat after the shape of the letter L, were two ranges of a grey stone mansion clothed, as was the wall, with thickly growing ivy. There were 2 stories, and the architecture was Tudor, picturesque and graceful. Along the lower story of the front wing were elaborate oriel windows filled in with lattice work, and, as Gerald shrewdly suspected, with stained glass. An archway pierced this wing, and apparently led to another part of the grounds. The range of buildings on the right was less elaborate, as the windows above and below were square and modern in their looks. To the left were ruinous stables and outhouses more or less tumble down, and, of course, the fourth side of the quadrangle was closed in by the wall upon which the young man was seated. What with the grey wall, the beautifully shaped oriels, the peaked roofs of mellow red tiles, and the mantle of greenery which overspread all, the place looked like a picture from the Christmas number of the Graphic. Yet if the house was neglected, the garden and lawn certainly were not. The turf was as smooth as a billiard table, and the beds of flowers were carefully tended, as he could see from the absence of weeds and the efflorescence of blossoms. These were chiefly those of humble cottage flowers. Tall hollyhocks, golden snapdragon, sweet william, pansies, marigolds, ragged robin, and musk carnations. All these grew in artistic profusion and confusion, making the quadrangle a world of beauty and colour and perfume. In the centre of the lawn rose an antique sundial, supported by 3 battered female figures, and over all this dreamy old-world haven of rest arched the shadowy sky, blending night and day in vapoury blue and rosy flushings. Haskins felt that a new planet had "swam into his ken." All that he had dreamed of as too fair for earth was here transmuted from the ideal into the real. "I must certainly be in dreamland," thought the young man, "or in paradise, or in Prospero's enchanted island. or in the vale of Avilion, where it doth neither rain nor snow." But his poetic musings were cut short by a rustle among the coppery leaves of the beech. He looked down from his wall and saw a vision of loveliness rising from the foliage like Undine from the well. "I went to see what Bellaria was doing," explained Mavis breathlessly, and perched on a sloping bough so near to the wall that the young man could have embraced her without difficulty. He felt very much inclined to do so, for he was rapidly falling fathoms deep in love. But a feeling of respect for the unprotected girl restrained him, and he listened spellbound to the music of her voice. "Bellaria was cooking the supper, you know," went on the girl prosaically, "so there is no chance of her coming to call me for half an hour." "And what then?" asked Gerald soberly. "You must go away. Bellaria would be very angry if she knew that my fairy prince had come." "Am I the fairy prince?" asked Haskins softly. Mavis raised her brows with a trill of heavenly laughter. "Of course you are, since you came over the wall. I have been watching here for months to see you arrive. You would not have come had you not got my message." "No," acknowledged Haskins sensibly, "that is very certain. No one would look for a fairy princess in this tangle of woods. But," he hesitated and smiled, "you are not sleeping." "Yes, I am. Not with my eyes closed, of course, but I am sleeping through life. All my days I have lived in this dull old place, and my guardian will not let me go out and see the world." "Who is your guardian?" asked Gerald, and received a shock. "Major Reb." "Good Lord! Major Reb! Huh!" So this was the elderly relative whom the man had come to see. Haskins congratulated himself that he had not questioned the Major. Had he done so there would have been a speedy end to romance. The word elderly had apparently been used by Reb to conceal the existence of this lovely girl from too inquiring youth. No young man would search for anything elderly. Haskins felt like Saul, as though he had gone to seek his father's asses and had found a kingdom. "Do you know my guardian?" asked Mavis, quickly noting his surprise. "Well, yes, I have met him in London." "Oh, London, London!" The girl clapped her hands in a childish way. "How I wish to see London! My guardian says that he will take me there some day, and then oh, and then "What then?"
I shall live. Just fancy," she continued, swinging on the bough. "I am 20 years of age, and I have lived shut up here with Bellaria ever since I can remember. My guardian comes and sees me sometimes, and gives me all kinds of presents. He is always very kind, but he will not let me leave the Pixies' house. I'm not shut up, of course," she added, contradicting herself. "The grounds are very large. There's a big garden of fruit and flowers beyond that archway, and a park of trees with undergrowth just like a fairy wood. I have heaps and heaps to do, looking after my flowers, and embroidering, and cooking, and playing games, and listening to Bellaria's stories. I am quite happy. And now," she leaned forward until her face nearly touched that of Gerald, "I am happier than ever, because you are here."
"Are you?" inquired Haskins, stupidly and thickly. He did not dare to move or to follow his impulse lest he should alarm her. She was as trusting as a tame bird, but a chance word or a too eloquent look might teach her that fear existed.
"Yes, of course I am. How silly you are. In Bellaria's stories the prince always comes to the princess in the end. Mine would not come, so I sent that message. And now," she stretched a hand to caress his face, "oh, my prince, my prince!"
"I may not be your prince after all," said Gerald weakly. He certainly felt unworthy of being so.
"But you are, you are," cried Mavis with conviction. "You would not have found my message otherwise. I flung it from one of the windows into the pool below. And you picked it up, so I know that you are my prince. And then," she added naively, "you are so very handsome."
Haskins was pretty well hardened to admiration, since he knew more about women than was good for him. All the same, the outspoken speech made him blush. "Who is Bellaria?" he asked abruptly, changing a too embarrassing subject.
My nurse, who has looked after me all my life. I call her the ogress, and my guardian the ogre. Not but what they are both very kind. I have all I want, save liberty.
And why cannot you get that?
It is not the custom of the country.
Haskins looked puzzled. What do you mean, Mavis? She raised her clear, truthful eyes.
Why, you know, don't you? Major Reb told me that all girls were brought up in seclusion until they reached the age of 21, and then they were taken out to see the world. I wish 10 months were past, sighed the imprisoned beauty, for then I shall be 21 and able to leave the Pixie's house. Bellaria says I won't like the world, but I shall.
It was both cunning and clever of Major Reb to suggest such a reason for her seclusion to the girl herself, as it prevented her feeling that she was being detained against her will. But she was apparently unaware that he ascribed a more terrible reason to the world beyond the gates, and that she was looked upon as a homicidal maniac. Of course, this was wholly and entirely absurd. No one with such steady eyes and who spoke so artlessly could be tainted in that way. She was limited from sheer ignorance and innocent beyond belief of evil, a child of nature, as unsophisticated as Undine herself. Gerald doubted if she would know the meaning of the word murder. "What is Bellaria's other name?" he asked after a pause.
Dondi, Bellaria Dondi, who came from Florence in Italy, said Miss Durham easily. She is ugly and old and very cross, but I love her all the same, for she loves me and means well. And oh, she tells such lovely, lovely stories, and can repeat poetry by Dante and Ariosto and Leopardi for ever so long. I can repeat poetry also," she added hastily, with the complacency of a child. "I know lots of Homer, and of Shakespeare, and of Keats, and—"
"Stop, stop!" interrupted Gerald hastily. "How can you when, according to your message, you are unable to read?"
"Oh, Shaibar taught me."
"Shaibar?"
Mavis nodded with bright eyes. "You know, the Peri Banu's brother in the Arabian Nights. His real name is Arnold, Mr. Arnold. But I call him Shaibar because he is a dwarf with a long beard and a short temper. He used to recite poetry, and I learned to recite also. But Shaibar has gone away," she said, with a falling cadence. "Months ago he went to Australia, and promised to write, but he did not."
"You could not read what he wrote, Mavis?"
"I could hear it. Shaibar should send me a record, in the same way as I sent you my message. But he has not done so, and yet he was so fond of me, I cannot understand it."
And Mavis sighed. "From your mention of Australia, it seems that you know geography also."
"Oh, yes, of course I do. Shaibar drew the maps, and told me where cities and mountains and lakes and rivers were. I carry it all in my head."
"And you cannot read or write?" asked Gerald, with a passing recollection of "The Golden Butterfly Heroine."
"No. The ogre said that my brain was not strong enough to learn."
"The ogre?" said Haskins, forgetting.
"My guardian, Major Reb. He says that lots and lots of girls never learn to read or write."
"Liar!" thought Haskins; but he suppressed the opprobrious name, and merely remarked anxiously, "But you don't feel your brain weak?"
"Oh, no. Oh, no. I could learn anything, I think. I have never had a day's illness in my life."
"Do you ever feel dizzy?"
"No. Why should I?"
"Do you ever get into a rage and want to strike Bellaria?" Mavis laughed wonderingly.
"I should be foolish to do that. Poor Bellaria doesn't mean to be cross, and if she cannot keep her temper I must. I wouldn't strike her or anyone, even if I were in a rage. Do you strike people when you are angry?"
Gerald coughed. He had a vivid recollection of school fights, and of horsewhipping a scandalmonger much later in life. "It is necessary sometimes, Mavis," he remarked. "The world is not inhabited entirely by agreeable people."
"Oh, I know that," she said quickly. "The old gardener, Matthew, who came to help me from Leagarth, is very disagreeable, and he seems to be a little afraid of me. I don't know why, and I am very sorry. I want everyone to love me."
"Doesn't Major Reb?"
Yes, in a way, but he is cold. He never kisses me. If you like a person, don't you kiss her?"
"If she's a very nice person, I do," said Haskins, bubbling over with laughter. "Now you—" His eyes completed the sentence.
"You love me?"
"Yes, Mavis," he answered, unhesitatingly. Gerald scorned a lie.
"Then of course—"
She bent forward, and in spite of Gerald's virtuous resolutions, their lips would have met, but that a deep contralto voice boomed from the quadrangle, calling on Mavis angrily.
"Oh!" The girl flung back her head. "There is Valeria calling me to supper. I must go or she may find you. But come again, and I'll kiss you. Oh, what is your name?"
"Gerald," he replied softly.
"Prince Gerald," she said, smiling, and slipped down the tree rapidly as Valeria called again.
Haskins, parting the leaves, saw her cross the lawn and enter the house in the company of a tall, lean woman. But it was too dark to see Valeria's looks at that distance. The adventurer slipped from the wall and descended to Mother Carey's Peace Pool, as he named the place. Paddling to the opposite side, he found a sloping bank and dragged his canoe into the undergrowth. Then, in the rosy twilight, he scrambled through the bushes to find some path or road leading to Denley. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Sealed Message by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5. Golden Hours. How Haskins reached the Devon Maid that evening he could not tell, for his memory was occupied in recalling every word of that delightful conversation. But in some way he managed to strike a narrow path which led on to the high moors, and thence gained the highway, descending into Denley Valley. It was rather late when he entered his sitting room, and the rosy hues of the sunset had given place to the shadowy stillness of a summer night. Supper was waiting for him, and almost immediately the negro appeared with a hot dish. "I thought you were lost, sir," said Geary, looking closely at Gerald's flannels, which were somewhat torn by brambles, and smeared with mud. "Oh, no," answered the young man, ready with an explanation, since he wished to satisfy the negro's curiosity without enlightening him. "I have been down the river and up the river in my canoe. But I got mixed up with stones and cross currents and blundered in the darkness. I therefore hid my canoe in the bushes and came back." "And you liked the river, sir?" asked Geary, lingering. Haskins supped his soup and nodded. "A most charming river," he said in a careless voice. "Very quiet, very lonely. I shall explore it again to-morrow afternoon." The negro withdrew quietly, and Haskins reflected on the persistent way in which the man questioned him. More than ever did he mistrust Adonis, and now with stronger reason, for he felt certain that the negro was connected in some way with Major Rebb, who in his turn was assuredly connected with the Pixie's house and its inmates. If Geary discovered that Gerald had met with the enchanted princess, he might officiously inform Rebb, when there would be trouble. Without doubt the Major was behaving illegally in shutting up a perfectly sane girl, and therefore would not create a public scandal. Nevertheless, if he knew that Haskins had penetrated his secret, he might remove Mavis to another hiding place. Gerald could not risk that until he knew more, and again had met the girl. He looked upon himself as the knight errant of distressed beauty, and it behooved him to be wary in his dealings with a very difficult and somewhat dangerous matter. After supper Haskins lighted his pipe and seated himself by the open window to think over matters. Mrs. Geary entered and removed the remnants of the meal in her dumb way. After placing a cup of coffee on a small table at her guest's elbow she withdrew, and he was left to his reflections. These began with a consideration of Mavis's beauty of person and charm of conversation. It can thus be guessed that Haskins was in love, genuinely in love, and for the first time in his life. As Bulwer Lytton says, "There are many counterfeits, but only one Eros." This was Haskins' experience. He had loved in an earthly way many times in his life, and several times had mistaken the false for the true. A fastidious mind had saved him from the commercial passion of the ordinary man, and he had usually approached women in the belief that they were goddesses. This was hard on the sex, as the attitude exacts too much perfection in a world of temptation. Consequently, Gerald had been deceived several times, and therefore had guarded himself carefully against the tender passion. Then he met with Charity Bird, and, in common with many another man, fell in love with her physical charms. But in spite of her beauty, which he grew to admire as he would that of a picture, Haskins failed to find in her the wife and helpmate his exacting nature demanded. Outwardly, Charity was all that he could desire, but inwardly she was less attractive, being matter of fact when she was not silly. She might suit Todd, but she did not match with Gerald, so he withdrew with little regret, and for some months he had been heart whole and fancy free. Now, in an unexpected and extraordinary way, the young man had met with another Charity Bird, more perfect than the original. Mavis was as beautiful in looks, and yet was higher in mind. From the strange upbringing to which she had subjected she looked at life, what little she knew of it, in a poetical way. Yet, judging by her remarks on cooking and embroidering and gardening, she had a fund of common knowledge directed by common sense. It was too early as yet to pronounce authoritatively on her capabilities and trend of thought, but the spiritual power manifested in her personality appealed strongly to the lover who had loved her counterfeit. Here indeed was the true Eros, a deity who could be worshipped without disappointment. Gerald, with less reflection than he usually gave to his decisions, determined to be a faithful attendant at the shrine of this divinity. Having thus settled his attitude towards the girl, with the impetuosity of a young man and a true lover, Haskins began to think over Miss Durham's position. In spite of the hideous rumor reported by Gary, he believed, from personal observation, that the girl was quite sane. Reb, who was her acknowledged guardian, had apparently set such gossip afloat so that no one might comment upon the seclusion of the girl. Guarded in this way by public fear, which had been erected by a lying tale. Mavis might continue to dwell for the rest of her life amidst the ruins of the Pixies' house, closely watched by the Florentine and spied upon, in a less degree, as Gerald shrewdly suspected, by Geary, who was probably a creature of Major Reb's. Now, the question was this: why did Reb shut up so pretty and unsophisticated a creature in conventual solitude? She had committed no crime, and from what little Haskins had seen of her, she had no instinct which would make her commit one. There must be some other reason, and a strong one, for the odd behavior of Reb. This reason Haskins determined to learn, howsoever much Geary and his employer might desire to conceal it. Also, there were other questions to which the young man desired answers. Why was Mavis so similar to Charity in looks? Why had she not been taught to read and write? Why was Geary, as Haskins verily believed, posted at the Devon maid to keep his one sinister eye on her? Gerald could not have sworn in a court of law that the negro was connected in any way with the Pixies' house secret, but he had an intuitive feeling, from the man's behavior towards Major Reb, and by his eager statement of a false rumor, that in some manner the landlord had to do with the matter. Haskins therefore placed himself on his guard, and by a careless demeanor and apparent frankness he succeeded in lulling Geary's suspicions as to his true reasons for postponing his journey to St. Ives. It was Geary who could answer at least some of the questions which vexed Gerald's soul, and he lingered to hear them. Unfortunately, he did not know how to inquire without betraying his secret visit to the Pixies' house. 2 or 3 days went by, and Haskins regularly took his way to the river to seek the Fairy Palace. After that first attempt to navigate so stubborn a stream as the Ruddle, he used the canoe very little. It was easier and more expeditious to take the highway to the moors, and then strike into the secret path which led to Mother Carey's Peace Pool. This Haskins did, and then would paddle across to the landing place, whence he would gain the summit of the cliff. Here he would climb the wall to hide behind the beech tree, and hither Mavis would come to chatter to her fairy prince, as she still continued to call him. But owing to the presence of Bellaria, the young man did not dare to descend into the grounds. Any moment might have brought about discovery had he risked so much, for according to Mavis, the Florentine was a keen and restless dragon. "She's afraid of something," said Mavis one day, when Gerald questioned her about the woman. "I don't know what it is, but she is afraid." "Why do you think that?" "Because she is always looking over her shoulder with a scared expression, and she never sleeps in the same bedroom." "Has she more than one, then, Mavis?" "Oh, yes. There are many, many bedrooms in the house, and Bellaria goes to a different one nightly.
She's afraid of the darkness, too, and remains always in the house after sundown. When she goes shopping in Leagarth, she returns quite pale and nervous. I am quite sure that she is afraid of something, but she always gets angry with me when I ask what is the matter."
"Curious," murmured Haskins. "Here is another mystery." Then he asked aloud, "How often does your guardian come to you?"
"Not very often. Sometimes he is away for months, and then will come twice in a week. He really is very kind, for he always brings me presents. I call him Santa Claus when he does that. But, oh, there is Valeria. Stay here, Gerald. I'll see what she wants."
As it was early in the afternoon, Haskins had an excellent view of the Florentine, who stalked across the lawn almost to the foot of the beech, drawn thither by her nursling's answering cry. "You are always sitting on the high branches of that tree," said the Italian crossly, and in most excellent English. "Why do you do that?"
"I can see the river and the pool," said Mavis quickly. "Oh, Bellaria, I wish I was a nymph, that I could plunge into the cool water."
"You can do that without being a nymph, cara mia. But not in the pool below. Not outside the grounds. Your guardian would be angry. No English young lady leaves her home until she is 21. Haskins smiled when he heard this frightful falsehood. Bellaria had been well trained by her master, and such was the simplicity of Mavis that she accepted the limitation of her liberty in all good faith.
"But I shall be so glad when I am 21," she complained with a sigh.
"See, see, see!" Bellaria placed her hands on her hips and nodded 3 times emphatically. "But you will not like the world. No. Ah, Dio mio! The world is a dangerous and evil place." And she looked in a scared manner over her shoulder, shivering in the warm air. The Florentine had been a handsome woman, tall and dark, and of a commanding appearance. She was still remarkably straight at the age of 56, and carried herself with a defiant air, when forgetful of the danger that threatened her, whatsoever that might be. Then she would cringe and wince, as Gerald had just seen her do. Her eyes were large and black, but the pupils were dilated, and she looked like a terrified rabbit. Apparently the woman had cause to fear some enemy or some punishment, for not only were her eyes scared looking, but her plentiful hair was absolutely snow white. This might have been age, but 56 is not a very great age, and the hair might easily have been an iron gray. There was certainly some shadow on her life that threatened disaster, and only when she forgot the danger in conversation with Mavis did Bellaria appear defiant and stately and tolerably young. But the very slightest reminder of that passed, and the past apparently contained the danger referred to, and her form dwindled, her body bent, her eyes grew timid, and she aged to 70 as though by enchantment. All this might have been fancy on Haskins' part, for he was extremely imaginative, but he believed that he had read the woman rightly. Whatever might be the reason, Bellaria Dundee had been frightened into this lonely house, there to hide from some appalling danger. It appeared that the fit of terror tormented her now, and that she had sought Mavis's company from sheer dread of solitude. Quite ignorant of the man up the tree, or rather the lover who was seated on the wall, Bellaria sat near the trunk, talking to Mavis. Both the lovers were afraid lest their secret should be discovered, but Bellaria kept up so loud a conversation, and it seemed as though she spoke loudly to reassure herself, that the occasional movements of Haskins passed unheeded. Mavis proved herself to be a capable actress, despite her simplicity, for nothing could have been more artless than her demeanor. "Geary is coming to see me to-night," said Bellaria after a pause, and the observation startled the listener. "He sent a message by Matthew." This was the aged cross gardener of whom Mavis had spoken. "Why is he coming?" questioned Mavis. "Major Reb told him to come, and see that the young man who is stopping at the Devon Maid has not been lurking about here." "What young man?" asked Mavis coolly. "I have told you. A friend of the Major's, who is stopping at the Geary's Inn. He has taken to rowing on the river, and might find this place." "I wish he would," said the girl truthfully. "I should like to see a really young man." "You will some day," Bellaria assured her. "And then you will be sorry, cara mia."
Young men are all liars and villains. Geary wrote to Major Ebb in London, telling about this Mr. Haskins. That is the name, I believe. So the Major says that Geary has to come over tonight, to look round the place and ask me questions. So absurd. Bellaria shrugged her thin shoulders. As if anyone could come here unless I knew. Why shouldn't this Mr. Haskins come, Bellaria? Because you may fall in love, and if you do you may want to marry this man. Major Ebb does not wish you to marry until you have seen the world, my dear. But I have to wait for another 10 months, pouted Mavis. What is that? Yes, I, who speak Bellaria Dondi, shall never see the world again. Here I am shut up for ever and ever. Why, Nanny? I have often asked, but you never will tell. I tell no one the reason why I stop here, said the woman somberly. I am dead to the world and to its people. For 20 years I have been dead, and it is as well that I should be thought to be dead. If they knew, if they guessed, oh! She looked round and shivered. If who knew? No matter, no matter. Bellaria leaped to her feet. All is done with and over. I was famous once, cara mia. Yes, behold in me a great singer. But you know. Often have I talked to you of my greatness. And it was blotted out in a night by... Hush! Hush! She cast a scared glance over her shoulder and darted into the middle of the lawn. Bellaria! Bellaria! Called out Mavis. I'll climb the beech again. But the woman did not reply. She burst out into the shadow song from Denora, and Haskins realized at once what a magnificent voice she must have had. Even now many of the notes were true, though occasionally a high one was cracked and wheezy. Spreading her black skirts, she bowed and becked and swept, and danced to her shadow in the strong sunlight, while her voice fluted high and bird-like through the air. Thus singing and dancing, she re-entered the house, her dark hour over for the time being. Haskins wondered what could be her secret. Here, indeed, was a woman with a past. But by this time Mavis had climbed the tree again, and was hurriedly persuading him to go. Bellaria suspects nothing, she said eagerly, and after Geary comes tonight he won't come again. But you must be careful. How can I be more careful than I am? Asked Gerald, taking her hand. Come at night, she urged. Come tomorrow night when the moon is high and the fairies come out to dance. I am often in the garden on these summer nights, for Bellaria will not come out, and I hate to be mewed up in stuffy rooms. She will not think that I am meeting anyone, and then we can talk without fear of discovery. I shall lead you into the other garden through the arch. But if Bellaria sees me from a window? Her bedroom is on the other side of the house, looking down onto the woods. She will not see us, and she will never suspect that anyone is with me. She knows that I love the moonlight, and besides, she will not dare to come out because of her fear. I wonder what that fear is, said Gerald meditatively. I do not know. But go now, dear prince, and come again tomorrow night at 10 o'clock. Tonight you must not come, lest Geary sees you. And if he did? Oh! Mavis shivered. I don't know what he would do. He is a terrible black man, and has a horrid knife with a yellow handle. A big knife. Oh, so dangerous. He brought it from Jamaica. He told Bellaria so. He would kill you if he found you. I quite believe that, said Gerald grimly, and resolved to arm himself with a revolver when he next came to the Pixies' house. He was resolved not to die without a fight. But don't worry, darling. I'll be all right. Goodbye. Tomorrow night, then. He dropped from the wall and departed, while Mavis wailed that he had not kissed her. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Sealed Message by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 6. The Past of Adonis Geary.
No, Gerald had not kissed her. He wished to very badly, but something in his heart, a strong sense of honor maybe, prevented his doing so until he had made his position clear to her. She was so simple, so innocent, so virginal that she knew nothing of passion or of life, or of that world wherein women marry and are given in marriage. With an almost absurd particularity the young man desired that, before being kissed, she should learn that he was her true lover, that he wished to marry her, that he greatly desired to enter into a lifelong companionship with her. To act otherwise was to bind her unknowingly to him. When she understood what love meant, and was ready to accept him as her husband, then he could seal this acceptance with a kiss. For he knew full well that such a kiss would awaken the woman in her, would reveal life to her soul. A caress meant so much, that it was little wonder he restrained himself from following too hurriedly the desire of his heart. And perhaps it was that he found her innocence and friendly acceptance of his presence too delightful to transmute with unconsidered haste friendship into love. Why spoil this idyll of lilies by presenting her with the red ripe roses of love? The romance was so charming, so dreamlike, that the poetic instinct of the poet forbade him to rouse her. Mavis was indeed the sleeping beauty, slumbering within her enchanted palace, and he the fated prince, as it would seem he was from his finding of the cylinder, would in time awaken her with a kiss. But the hour had not yet struck. When it did, many things would come to pass. In the first place, Mavis would no longer be contented to live in the Pixies' house, ignorant of life. She would wish to come out into the world, even before the age of 21, and would not wait longer for her guardian's permission. Such a desire would mean a meeting and an explanation with Reb, and Gerald as yet did not see how to bring this about. He guessed that when he spoke to the Major he would be told of the homicidal mania with which Mavis was said to be tainted. It would be vain for him to decline to believe in such a taint. If Reb insisted that it was so he could refuse to allow Haskins to marry his ward, particularly as she was under age. Then again, if Reb guessed that the young man wished to marry the girl, he might very easily remove her secretly to a new hiding place, and Gerald would lose her forever. Hasty action was not to be thought of, and it would be best to wait until he could learn why Reb secluded the girl in that ruinous house. Haskins duly returned to the Devon maid, and found Geary as cheerful and obsequious as usual. But now that Gerald was enlightened as to the connection of the negro with the Pixies' house, he found it difficult to tolerate these false smiles. Piercing the mask of Geary's good humor, he saw in him a dangerous man, gripping a yellow-handled knife which he was ready to use should it be necessary. Haskins no longer wondered at the negro's presence amongst these lonely hills. He knew that he had not drifted there, but had been made landlord of the inn to act as a dragon. And a very dangerous dragon he might prove to be, should he gain wind of Gerald's philanderings with Mavis. Geary, however, showed no signs that he suspected anything, but waited as usual on his guest. While at dinner Gerald seized the opportunity to tell his landlord that he contemplated stopping at Silbury on the ensuing night. "I have to run up to London on the day after tomorrow," said Haskins, with feigned carelessness, "and if I sleep at Silbury I can catch the 8 o'clock train." "I could drive you there, sir, for dat train," said Geary, beaming, and evidently pleased at Haskins' announcement. "No, my good fellow, that would mean my getting up at 5 in the morning. I prefer to sleep at Silbury, at the Prince's Head Hotel." "Will you come back here, sir?" "Oh, yes, in 2 or 3 days, but only for a time, Geary. I have to go on to St. Ives, you know." "I shall be sorry to lose you, sir." "Thank you. I shall be sorry to go. This inn is comfortable, and the country all around is picturesque. I have left my canoe down on the river, and when I return I shall send it back to Exeter. I am tired of exploring that river. It is so lonely." "Very lonely, sir," assented Geary promptly, and went towards the door with the tray in his hands. There he stopped. "Will you want me dis ebenin', sir? I go to see a friend in de lord at Leagarth, who wish to see me for de good ob his bressed soul." "No, I won't want you," rejoined Haskins, secretly disgusted at the fellow for using the cloak of religion to mask his Pixies' house visit. "I shall go to bed early." "Tank you, sir," and Geary departed. Later, while Jarred at the window sipped his coffee, he saw the big negro walking up the hill which led on to the moors. For the moment it flashed across the young man that Geary might go to Mother Carey's Peace Pool by taking the down path, and there might discover the canoe. But on second thoughts he dismissed his reflection. Geary, being quite ignorant of Haskins' knowledge, had no reason to seek the pool, and so the canoe would be left undisturbed in the undergrowth. Haskins had really intended to retire early, but unable to rest quietly, he strolled out of the inn and on to the bridge. No one lingered there now, as the early birds of Denley had gone to roost. He had the Rialto of the village all to himself, as he thought, until he became aware that Mrs. Geary, with a blue shawl over her head, was leaning against the parapet. Wondering if he could learn anything about Adonis from his usually silent wife, Gerald moved alongside. "A penny for your thoughts, Mrs. Geary," he said cheerfully. Mrs. Geary turned, and in the moonlight he saw that she was crying. "My thoughts have to do with funerals, sir," she said in a heavy voice, but with a much less use of the Devonshire dialect than he would have expected from a Barnstaple woman. "With funerals?" "I was thinking," said Mrs. Geary, looking at the water flowing under the bridge, "if it wouldn't be best for me to throw myself into yon stream." "Why on earth should you do that?" asked Haskins blankly. And it was then that he became conscious that she had been drinking, for she swayed against the stonework. Perhaps it was the drink which made her talk more than usual, added to the absence of her husband, but she certainly spoke very freely, and told him much that he wished to know. "Why should I wish to do that, sir?" she repeated scornfully. "Because I am the most miserable woman on God's green earth." "Oh, surely not, Mrs. Geary. You have a good home, healthy children, and a capital husband." Again she laughed scornfully. "A capital husband, when it suits him? Oh, you don't know what Geary is, Mr. Haskins. His soul is as black as his face, and that is saying a lot." "I wondered why you married a negro," commented Haskins, leaning over the bridge, and leading her to confide in him. "I married him because I was a greedy fool, sir. I was a housemaid, or at least a general servant, under Bellaria at the Pixie's house." Gerald caught his breath. "That is where the mad girl lives, according to your husband." "Mad? She's less mad than I am, sir. A poor, pretty, sweet young lady who is kept a fast prisoner by Major Rebb." "Why is she kept prisoner?" "I can't tell you that, sir. All I know is that, 16 long years ago, I was a servant there, and Miss Mavis liked me. I got on well with Bellaria, too, although she had her fits of terror at times. Why, I can't say, but she often seemed to be scared by her very shadow. Major Rebb was away then, with his regiment in Jamaica." "Oh, and Miss Mavis lived at the Pixie's house?" "She was, and is kept a prisoner there," said Mrs. Geary, whose tongue seemed to be very loose with the drink, else she would scarcely have talked so boldly. "Major Rebb came home with Geary, who had been his servant in Jamaica. Geary stopped at the Pixie's house while his master went to London. He fell in love with me and quarreled with Bellaria. They were like cat and dog, so when Major Rebb came down he said that if I would marry Geary he would keep my old mother out of the poorhouse. I didn't dislike Geary then, and I wanted my mother to be comfortable for the rest of her life. I agreed, and married Geary. Major Rebb settled us in the Devon Maid 15 years ago, and since then my life has been a hell with that villain. Geary will kill me some day," added the woman in a matter-of-fact tone, "unless I kill myself first." "But a big woman like you can manage him." "Not when he threatens with that yellow-handed knife he holds, sir. I fear that knife. Geary says that it was used in some African sacrifice in Jamaica, and the sight of it makes me sick. Because of Geary's treatment I took to drink, and he's always threatening to kill me, unless I leave it off." "How can I?" cried Mrs. Geary, throwing open her arms, "when it is the only thing that makes me able to stand the brute." "Does he strike you?" "He beats me and kicks me, and threatens me with the knife." "Don't tell him that I said so, sir," cried Mrs. Geary with sudden terror, for the drink was dying out of her. "If you do, he'll kill me. I am afraid of death," she added, looking into the silver water. "If I were not, I would end everything in yonder stream." "I won't say a word, Mrs. Geary," said Haskins soothingly. "Your husband will never hear anything from me. Why does he live here?"
"To watch the Pixies' house," said Mrs. Geary, "to see that Miss Mavis don't get away. If she did and learned what she should learn, the Major wouldn't be able to dash about in motor cars." "Is it money?" asked Gerald eagerly. Mrs. Geary drew her shawl tightly round her massive form. "I don't know rightly what it is," she said in her heavy voice. "Geary says very little, but what he does say shows that Major Rebb will never let Miss Mavis leave that house. And she's not mad, poor lamb. She's a poor innocent angel, the sport of villains. I'll go now, Mr. Haskins, and mind, I have your word to say nothing." "You have," said Gerald as she turned away. "But if you want to help Miss Mavis " "Only one man can help her," interrupted the woman gruffly, "and he must be her lover, who will stand against these devils on her behalf. But she never sees a man since Mr. Arnold went away, unless old Matthew counts, so what chance has she? There," she ended abruptly, "I have told you more than I ought to. The drink, the drink! Geary would kill me if he knew. Curse Geary and curse the drink." And she returned slowly to the inn, striking her forehead and repeating, "The drink, the drink, the drink." Haskins remained on the bridge for a few minutes, and then retired to bed, not to sleep, but to think deeply. He had enough to occupy his thoughts throughout that long summer night. Mrs. Geary, as the saying goes, had given the show away. From the remark about the motor car, Gerald felt certain that Mrs. Geary had meant a loss of money. Apparently, if Mavis escaped from the Pixies' house, Rebb would lose an income which rightfully belonged to the girl. But of this the young man could not be sure, and until he had more information he could do nothing. Still, his suspicions had certainly proved to be correct. The negro was Rebb's creature, and had been posted in Denley village to guard the Pixies' house and its occupants. Haskins felt that he was on the track of the mystery, but could not follow it up until he talked it over with another person. Two heads were better than one in this instance, and Todd McAndrew was very shrewd. Therefore Haskins fell asleep with a resolution to explain matters to the lawyer when he went to London. Meanwhile he had to meet Mavis in the moonlight on the ensuing night, and that thought alone was sufficient to fill his mind to the exclusion of less romantic matters. Next morning Geary was as suave and obedient as usual. Evidently he had neither found nor had he heard anything to awaken his suspicion while visiting the Pixies' house. Haskins watched him closely and weighed every look, every inflection of the voice; but in every case he was satisfied that the negro had not the slightest idea that his guest had stormed the enchanted castle. When the time came for Haskins to drive to Silbury, the negro himself appeared on the box of the trap. "Hello," said Gerald, climbing in, and seeing that his portmanteau was all right. "This is an honor, Geary." "Oh no, sah," said the negro, showing his splendid teeth. "You ver' good person, sah, to hab at the Devon maid. I wish you to come here again, and tell oder gemplum of dis place." "I'll tell everyone," said Gerald when the trap started, "and I'll be back soon." "To stay with me, sah?" "For a few days. I must then get on to St. Ives, as a friend is awaiting me there. What I miss about Denley, Geary," added the young man, in a careless tone, "is that there are no pretty girls." "No, sah, no. You hab to see Jamaica for de pretty girls, sah." "You come from Jamaica, then?" "Yes, sah. Me buckra nigger, sah, and servant to Major Rebb. Him was in command ob a fine black regiment, sah." Geary was communicative indeed, and simply told what Gerald had gathered from the wife. However, to shield her he expressed suitable surprise. "I wonder you don't go back to Jamaica, Geary. After the tropics this place must be chilly and extremely dull in winter." "Yes, sah, it berry dull," replied the negro unsuspiciously, "but I hab de inn and de wife and de family, so I getting on berry well. But some day I go back to Port Royal to lib wid money, and dem I a grand gemblum." In this way Adonis chattered all the long way to Silbury, and told Haskins quite a lot about his life with Major Rebb. The negro appeared to be quite devoted to his old master, alleging that Rebb had saved his life when it was in danger. "From what?" asked Gerald idly.
Voodoo, said Geary, scowling. I lose one eye in voodoo. And after this remark he became silent. Haskins had heard of voodoo, of the terrible African witchcraft, and having an initiate in his company would have liked, from literary curiosity, to learn more. But by this time the trap was entering Silbury and descending the steep High Street, so Geary refused to say anything more. The loss of his eye was evidently a sore subject with him. And small wonder that he loved Reb, if the sight of the other eye had been saved by that military gentleman. When Geary drove away, leaving Haskins at the Prince's Head, that individual thought deeply. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Sealed Message by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7. Love. Haskins, being genuinely Anglo-Saxon, had not the plotting instincts of a conspirator, and he was therefore somewhat rough and ready in arranging for a secret meeting with Mavis. However, love sharped his wits, and he excused himself to the landlady of the Prince's Head for being absent after midnight, on the plea that he had to ride out and see an old friend. In the ordinary course of things there was no reason why he should explain at all, but to make matters entirely safe, should Mr. Geary play the spy, which was just what the creature would do, Haskins thus arranged for an explanation. After dinner he called in Mrs. Jennings and ordered a horse, obtaining at the same time the key of a side door, so that he could admit himself when he returned, somewhere about 1 o'clock in the morning. Then he gave orders that he was to be called in time for the early morning train, and afterwards snatched 40 winks in order to prepare himself thoroughly for the fatigues of the night. Owing to the excessive heat of the weather, Haskins usually wore loose white flannels from morning until evening. But on this occasion, to escape the possible watchfulness of Bellaria, he donned a dark-hued riding dress, with brown gaiters and a tweed cap. In this guise, and when shielded by the semi-gloom of the summer night, he would certainly avoid observation. And of course the chances were that the woman, tormented by her fears, would not venture out of the house after dark. Still, it was best to be on the safe side, and dress as inconspicuously as possible. The animal supplied by the stables of the Prince's Head was not exactly a Derby winner. He proved to be a wary quadruped, remarkably old and extraordinarily slow, but having the great merit of knowing every inch of the surrounding country, no mean qualification considering the rider's comparative ignorance. However, Gerald had a fair idea of the 5 miles route to Leagarth, and in due time the horse got over the ground, although it must be admitted that he did not hurry himself. Haskins reached the village shortly after 10 o'clock, and skirted round the houses so that he should not be observed. An unknown stranger arriving in so secluded a hamlet would assuredly awaken the suspicions of the wary Geary, and news travels fast in country districts. So Gerald kept well out of the way, and after a somewhat circuitous route came to the banks of Mother Carey's Peace Pool. Here he fastened his horse to the trunk of an ancient oak, with permission to crop the lush grass, and launched his faithful canoe. Shortly he was perched for the 4th or 5th time on the top of the wall. The night was perfect. A Romeo and Juliet night, warm and still, with a cloudless sky radiant with ivory moonlight. Gerald looked down on the quaint peaceful quadrangle sleeping in the chill whiteness, at the range of buildings with their fantastic architecture, and at the dark solemn trees which girdled this enchanted palace. Then he became aware of a slight white-clothed figure flitting across the shaven lawns, like a ghost of dead and gone beauty. A musical whisper stole through the warm stillness, and the adventurer, with a fast-throbbing heart, flung himself onto the boughs of the copper beech, to use it as a stair for descent. In a few minutes he found himself standing in the shadow of the tree, clasping a cool, slender hand, and looking into 2 wonderful eyes which flashed like the stars overhead. "Oh, you are not in white, Prince," said Mavis, disappointed. Gerald explained. "I thought it best to wear dark clothes, since Bellaria might be on the watch." "There is no chance of that. She is fast asleep, and would not leave her bed unless the house went on fire." "Then again," went on Gerald, pressing her hand, "I had to ride here from Silbury. I could scarcely do that in flannels." "Well," Mavis dragged him into the radiant moonlight, and surveyed him critically, "it doesn't matter. I like you in this suit of clothes.
You look so tall and straight and slim, and—"
"Oh, my dear," Gerald laughed, "you will make me vain."
"But you are vain already," she said naively. "Bellaria says that all young men are vain."
"How can this particular young man be otherwise?" questioned the lover, "when the most charming girl in the world makes an appointment with him in the realms of romance?"
"Am I charming, Gerald? Am I?"
"Oh,"
Mavis clapped her hands, "how delightful to be told that. Say it again."
"You are charming, Mavis, and also rather reckless for laughing so loud."
"Pooh! Everything is safe, for the gates are locked and Bellaria is asleep. In all these wide gardens only you and I are awake, unless," added Mavis seriously, "you count the fairies."
"And the nightingales and the crickets," ended Gerald, smiling. Mavis smiled also, and they stood hand in hand like a couple of school children out on a frolic. Then,
"Come," she cried, loosening her grip. "You must catch me, my prince."
And like an arrow from the bow she shot across the turf towards the archway, followed rapidly by her lover. Haskins was swift of foot, but Mavis ran like an Atalanta and was flitting about the gardens on the other side of the archway before he could range alongside. "You are the fairy queen," panted Gerald when he reached her. "I saw you spread your large white wings."
"Oh, no," said Mavis seriously and prosaically. "I used my legs."
"The Queen of Spain has no legs," quoted Haskins, laughing.
"Oh, how dreadful! How very, very dreadful!"
And he laughed again to see that she took him seriously. The gardens were very lovely, and much less orderly than the quadrangle. Following Disraeli's dictum, they had been cultivated to excess, and then nature had been allowed to discivilize them. The result was charming, and wonderfully artistic. There were beds of brilliant flowers, wherein slim saplings grew at will; statues of god and goddess wreathed in greenery; ponds of placid water rimmed with stone, wherein white lilies slept on broad leaves, floating amidst slender reeds. The façade of the house, with its Tudor battlements and long ranges of latticed windows, rose picturesquely in the still, calm light of the moon, which rendered all things ethereal and fairy-like. Before the mansion stretched a shallow terrace of grey stone, diapered with lichens and emerald moss. A wide flight of steps descended from this to meet a broad path, which melted imperceptibly into a jungle of tall bushes and wiry grasses. And all around the trees sprang like sentinels to guard this magic domain from the prose of the outside world. Everything was bathed in a luminous white radiance; and in this colourless world Mavis flitted here and there like a moth of snow. "It is too lovely for mere words," murmured Gerald, gazing at all this beauty, with his poetical feelings uppermost.
"Are you speaking of me?"
asked Mavis joyfully. He laughed. "In spite of your seclusion, my dear, you are a true woman, for you will not allow even the landscape to be complimented when you are present."
"Human beings are so much nicer than landscape," she pouted.
"One is, at least. I wonder who she can be."
"Me," said Mavis triumphantly.
"How clever of you to guess that, my angel." Mavis flung up her arms with a silvery laugh.
"I am a fairy to-night, and no angel. They are stiff things with goose wings."
"Rhyme and reason both together," said Gerald, sitting down on a mossy stone fronting a smooth greensward. "Well, then, you are Titania, and I the rash mortal who has intruded on your privacy."
"Take care that I do not enchant you, poor mortal."
"You have done that already. Hark!" He raised a finger. "The wind is rising, your Majesty."
"To play for my dancing."
Then Gerald saw a wonderful thing. While the wind played with viewless fingers on the lyre of the surrounding woods, Mavis danced to the rhythm in exact unison with the gentle breaths which came and went. She bent her golden head to listen critically to the murmurings, and swung and swayed and floated to the melody of nature. Her feet and arms scarcely moved, her slender body was almost still, yet by subtle movements she contrived to interpret the meaning of the hour. A low, low note from the tree-tops would send her floating across the grass; a pause would bring her to a statue stillness, and a dying sigh, as the wind-lost heart stirred her limbs to gentle movements, like the tremblings of a flower on its stalk. Poised gracefully in the radiant light in her white garb, and with her mystical gestures timed to the nature sounds, she looked like the spirit of the woods. Jerrold faintly grasped for one fleeting moment the idea of the sacred dances of old, when every gesture and every pose was a sign of power to draw down the hierarchy of heaven to the physical plane. Then the wind died away, and the golden notes of the nightingale fluted through the trees. One bird trilled wild music, and another replied with a scattering of liquid notes like falling rain. All the marvelous enchantment of the night was in that speechless song, and the young man's heart beat in measure with the pulse of nature. He rose abruptly to his feet, and when Mavis floated within the circle of his arms, they went round her passionately. Like a tamed bird, she rested on his heaving breast, and looked up smilingly into his brown eyes. Mavis read therein all that the wind and the nightingale had been trying to tell her, and when the man's lips were pressed ardently to her own, she felt as though she had stepped from the twilight of unformed things into the glory of sunlight and song.
"Oh,"
she panted, nestling to his heart.
"what does this mean?"
"Love," he breathed. "Love, which changes man into God," and again his lips sought hers. With a thrill she yielded to the first caress she had ever known. And the nightingale sang triumphantly in the thicket. But now the song was no longer wordless. She knew all that the bird could tell. "Which is love, love, and love again," whispered the fairy prince. Then Mavis began to weep, with a natural fear of the unknown, and Jerrold consoled her, as a mother consoles a child. She clung to him in the shadow of the tree, silent and wondering, and with something of pain, the pain of the reborn, when the fire of love purifies the soul. A veil had fallen from her eyes, and, beholding the secret shrine of the god, she trembled, and wept, and joyed, all in a breath.
"It is wonderful, wonderful, terrible," she murmured. "Oh, Jerrold, if you leave me I shall die. You are part of me. Your soul is blended with mine. You love me. Oh, say that you love me."
"As I love truth and beauty and wisdom, and all things that make up our conception of God." There was silence for a few minutes, and the two human beings, who were really one, felt that they were alone in this wonderful white world. Alone with God.
"And this is love,"
murmured Mavis dreamily. "Part of love," said Jerrold softly.
"What do you mean?"
"Dearest, the veil of love is beauty."
"Yes."
"We must remove that veil. We must look behind it to see what love really means in the innermost."
"Can we?"
"We are about to." He drew her closer to his breast. "The inner meaning of love is sacrifice."
"Sacrifice?"
said Mavis, puzzled. "And that sacrifice we must make, if we would know the real and true meaning of love."
"Do you mean that we must part?"
she gasped, withdrawing herself. "For a time," he assured her. "Only for a time. Say a week."
"Oh."
Mavis stretched out her arms languorously.
"How can I live through 7 days without you?"
"By knowing that sacrifice is the soul of love."
"But why must you go?" she entreated. "Oh, do not go, darling. Let us be always together in this garden."
"I fear Bellaria will object," said Haskins, smiling.
"She will never know."
"Oh, yes. We cannot always meet by stealth. Bellaria is a woman, and will sooner or later discover our secret. Then there is Geary and your guardian." Mavis shivered.
"I am afraid of Geary with his big knife, but not of Bellaria or my guardian. She will be a little angry, but when I tell her how happy I am she will be glad. And my guardian is always kind. Oh, Jerrold, tell him that you love me, and wish me to be your wife. Then he will stop Geary from coming here, and we can be happy."
Haskins hugged her to his breast and smiled grimly in the darkness. He was very certain that, if he told Major Reb, there would be no end of trouble. In order to arrive at some conclusion, it was necessary to make inquiries as to why Reb kept the girl in the Pixies' house. When that was known, steps might be taken to release her, and when she was released she could be presented to the world as Mrs. Gerald Haskins. But to make inquiries, it was necessary that he should go to London and consult Todd, who was sharp enough in professional matters, and a visit to London meant a 7 days' separation from Mavis. "I don't think that the Major will be overpleased at my wooing you by stealth," said Gerald, choosing his words so as not to alarm her. "You see, I should have come openly, and with his permission." "He would not have given it until I was 21," cried Mavis. "He said that I was to see no one for the next 10 months." "Precisely. And that is why I have made love to you secretly," explained Haskins, cheerily. "Now, darling heart, I wish you to be brave, and to help me." "Only tell me what you wish me to do, and I'll do it," said Mavis, with a little shudder. "Only I don't like pain." "To love truly, we must suffer pain, my sweetheart. Pain and sacrifice are the demands of love. Had we an eternity of pleasure, without any disagreeables, even you and I should grow weary." "Oh, no, no!" She clung to him. "Ah, my sweet," he said sadly, "we are but flesh and blood, and so may grow weary of too perfect bliss. The flower that is always in the sun wilts and dies. And after all, the delights of life lie in contrast." "What do you mean by that, Gerald?" Haskins saw that he was speaking too highly for her comprehension, so talked on a lower plane, for the night was passing and he had to ride back to Silbury. "My dear," he said slowly, "I should like to stay here forever with you, and then we would be as gods. But if we wish to know the true meaning of love, as I explained, we must sacrifice ourselves to the necessities of life. We must part for 7 days. I have to go to London, Mavis, and search out matters." "What matters?" But Haskins wisely declined to explain in detail, lest he should alarm her, for she must never know the true character of Major Reb. Gerald did not know it himself at the moment, but he suspected that when the past of Reb was searched into there would be some things found which would not bear the light of day. "I have to go on private business," he said evasively. "When I return you shall know what is necessary. In the meantime, my own brave girl, you must hold fast our secret, and not allow Bellaria to guess that we have even met, much less that we are engaged." Mavis stood up, slim and strong, with a brave light in her wonderful eyes. "I promise," she said simply. "I promise." "Sweetheart." He rose also and kissed her, and then they walked slowly up the path, through the archway, and stopped again under the beech. "I shall return in 7 days," said Gerald, anxious to go, yet loath to depart. "Only be silent. Live as you have hitherto lived, and—" "I can never do that, my dearest," she said, flushing. "The world is all changed. You are my world. You are my—oh!" She broke down. Haskins folded her in his arms, and their lips met in one last long kiss. Then he left her, silently. That was true wisdom, for a single word might have detained him forever in that enchanted garden. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Sealed Message by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 8. Legal Advice. "It's nutty, but not what I call top-hole straight. Mr. McAndrew, I am consulting you professionally, so I must ask you to use the King's English. It can't explain my feelings, Jerry. It can't, indeed. What am I to say when you tell me that you have fallen in love in 5 minutes? You loved Charity when you first set eyes on her, Todd." "That's different," snapped the solicitor. "She's an angel. It's only right to love an angel, like winking when you spot her. I quite agree with you, and so I loved Mavis. Is this girl pretty?" Haskins smiled to himself, as he had not yet informed Todd of the marvelous resemblance between the dancer and the recluse. "Yes, she is pretty," he said calmly. "Huh!" from Todd. "That doesn't sound enthusiastic. If you wish me to give details—" "No, no!" McAndrew looked alarmed. None of your beastly blank verse. I understand that you wish to consult me professionally." "Well," replied Haskins, leisurely, "I have been trying to ram that into your thick head for the last 10 minutes." "Clients," retorted Todd, with dignity, "do not call their legal advisers silly cuckoo names." He arranged his blotting paper, flattened out a sheet of paper, and seized a pencil. "You have my best attention." Gerald grinned. Todd's professional airs were too absurd. All the same, he knew that he could not come to a better man for advice. Also, Todd, being in love himself, was likely to be more sympathetic than a regular dry-as-dust lawyer. "One moment, Toddy," said Haskins, taking out a silver case. "I want to light a cigarette first. Have one?" "These," said the outraged Todd, significantly, "are business hours." "So I should think from your ridiculously serious face. Nature intended you for a chubby Bacchus without any clothes, Toddy. But circumstance has stuffed you into a stupid little office to mislead people on points of law." "The office is capital," said Todd, heatedly. "I pay a very high rent." "You are being cheated, then." I'll have a cigarette," ended Todd, weakly. It was too hot to argue. Haskins had come up on the previous day, and having slept on his business, had repaired to the grimy office in Chancery Lane to consult his solicitor. Mr. James Ian Robert Roy McAndrew, which was the lawyer's gorgeous name, usually shortened to Todd by his friends because of his ruddy hair, possessed 2 rooms sparsely furnished. The outer room contained 2 lean clerks and an office boy, who labored to increase a gradually growing business, while the inner room was sacred to the master brain that was building up that same business. There was a green painted safe, an important looking escritoire with a sliding lid, 3 or 4 chairs, a battered bookcase containing Todd's somewhat limited library, and piles of Japan deed boxes in iron frames. Everything looked very legal and very dry and very dusty, with the exception of Todd himself, spick and span and far too fashionably dressed for Chancery Lane. Todd should have been strolling in the Row; and if dead and gone McAndrews had not squandered their money, he probably would have been beside Charity Bird, if possible. As it was, Todd, looking fresh and well fed and well groomed and alert, dwelt for many hours daily in a dull room which his ancestors would have scorned. But Todd had been compelled to lay down the ancestral claymore and take up the pen, which was hard on Todd, who much preferred a kilt to a lawyer's wig. However, it was useless to be dignified with Jerry Haskins, as Todd decided, so after a glance at the door to see that it was closed, he unbent. He lighted a cigarette and produced a bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses and a siphon. Not wishing that his clerk should see him unbend to this bacchanalian extent, Mr. McAndrew cast a second look at the door, and advised Gerald, in scarcely legal language, to "fire away." "You've been playing the high kick hoopla since I left you," said Todd, with a jolly grin. "I've been doing nothing of the sort," cried Haskins, indignantly. "This is very serious." "Is it now?" bantered the lawyer. "Well, when a man decides to marry a girl whom he has only seen for 5 minutes, I rather think it is infernally serious. How did she manage to hook you?" "What a beastly low mind you have, Todd." Shut up, and hold yourself tight. I am going to startle you." "Startle away." Todd gripped the arms of his sedate chair. "Well, then, this Mavis Durham is the living image of Charity Bird." McAndrew stared and glared. "You're rotting, boy. There can only be one angel in the world, and—" "There are 2 of this especial make," insisted Gerald, leaning back. "I say, Toddy, do be serious." "But are you serious?" "I am, confound you. Don't I look it?" McAndrew stared, and glared again. "There is a change in you," he admitted. "Love, I suppose. It's the same with myself." "Todd, you don't know what love is." "Oh, don't I? Hang your beastly conceit. Well, then, I just do. I love my heavenly Charity no end. So there. But aren't you pulling my leg when you say that Charity is the image of this Mavis girl?" "Don't call her a Mavis girl. Miss Durham to you, Todd." "Very well, then. Miss Bird to you." Haskins sighed resignedly. "We'll never get on at this rate. I am really and truly in trouble, McAndrew. Do listen." Todd nodded, and his face grew serious. Haskins seized the fortunate moment and detailed everything from the finding of the sealed message, which was scarcely necessary since Todd had hooked the cylinder, to the parting with Mavis on that enchanted night. "What do you think of it, Toddy?" questioned Haskins anxiously. "It's very rum," murmured Todd, making pencil marks on his blotting paper. "Why does Reb keep this girl shut up? That is what I wish to learn. You must help me." "I'm only too glad. But how?" "Don't you remember how Mrs. Geary said that if Mavis left the Pixies' house the Major would not be able to dash about in his motor car?" "Yes. What of that?" "It hints at money belonging to Mavis which the Major is using." "Oh, I say." Todd fell back in his chair. "You go too far. I don't hold a brief for Reb, but he wouldn't be such a blackguard as that. Besides, he has $6,000 a year. I know that for a fact." "Who told you?" "Mrs. Birch." "What? Mrs. Crosby's mother?" "Yes. A grim old lady, ain't she? Rather like my grandmother. She is not very fond of Reb, as he is not very polite to her. Still, she wants Mrs. Crosby to marry him because of the money. How she found out I can't say. But she certainly stated that Reb had the income I mentioned. But I thought that both Mrs. Birch and her daughter were well off." "They assume to be," answered Todd, with a shrug and a wink. "That is, they have a slap-up flat and go everywhere, and Mrs. Crosby wears expensive frocks, although the old woman looks like a rag shop at times." "That may not be lack of money, but indifference to dress." "Humph! As if any woman, old or young, could be indifferent to frocks. Anyhow, Mrs. Crosby is supposed to be a wealthy widow in the market, but if she wants to marry Major Reb, who is not a nice man, and if Mrs. Birch wants to be Reb's mother-in-law, it strikes me that the two may not be so rich as they pretend." "Well, well, well!" cried Gerald impatiently. "We are wandering from the subject. Reb, you say, has $6,000 a year?" "On the authority of Mrs. Crosby's mother, yes." "Well then, Todd, I want you to know how Reb comes to be possessed of that $6,000 a year. Can you find out?" "Well, no. You might ask the income tax people." "I can't help thinking," said Haskins, staring at the dusty carpet, "that the money belongs to Mavis." "If you think that on the few words let slip by Mrs. Geary," said Todd scornfully, "you haven't got a leg to stand on. I go by my intuitions also, Toddy. They rarely deceive me. Witness my distrust of Geary. I was right in thinking that he had to do with Reb and the Pixies' house." McAndrew nodded. "Yes, you were right so far, but you assume too much in accusing Major Reb of taking Miss Durham's money." "It is only a guess," said Gerald impatiently. "I may be wrong, of course, Todd. Still, you must see that there is something queer in Reb keeping Mavis shut up, and in putting about this rumor of her being affected with a homicidal mania." "You are sure that isn't true?" ventured McAndrew cautiously. Haskins grew wrathful. "Good heavens, Toddy, do you take me for an ass, you silly blighter? I tell you the girl is as sane as I am, and a deal more sane than you are." "Then why does Reb shut her up?" "I want to find that out, I tell you," snapped the other savagely. Todd reflected. "Perhaps this girl is Reb's daughter," he guessed. Haskins started, as well he might. "I can't believe that," he declared violently. "She hasn't a drop of Reb's blood in her body. And even if she were his daughter," he went on in a contradictory fashion, "that is no reason that he should shut her up in that jail, and set a beastly nigger to keep his eye on her." "No," drawled McAndrew, his eye on the blotting paper. "You say that this girl is like Charity." "The very image of her. That is partly why I fell in love so rapidly, Todd. Before you came along I did love Charity in a way. Admired her beauty and all that. But somehow she never made my heart beat. Now Mavis is just as lovely as Charity, and more so." "No, no, no," growled Todd, striking his desk. "Yes, yes, yes," insisted Haskins. "Besides, there is something in her personality which Charity lacks. I feel my heart beat and my pulses thrill and my whole being raised to heaven when Mavis looks at me." "So do I when I look at Charity," retorted the lawyer. "But for heaven's sake, Jerry, don't let us pit the girls against one another. Mavis suits you and Charity suits me. There's no more to be said. Save that the girls might be twins." "I never heard that Charity had a twin." "Nor did I. But then, we don't know Charity's history." "I do in part," said Todd quickly. "When Mrs. Pelham Oden was traveling with her own comedy company in India, 15 or 16 years ago, she found Charity at Calcutta. The child was then 5 years of age, and belonged to a native woman of the juggler caste." "Native? Do you mean to say that Charity has nigger blood?" "No," snapped Todd sharply, "I don't. You have only to look at her to see that she is purely European. The native woman confessed to Mrs. Pelham Oden that she had picked up the child from an ayah at Simla for a few rupees. The ayah had perhaps stolen the child from some English people, or perhaps the mother was dead. At any rate, the native woman bought the child and taught her to dance in the show she and her husband went round with. Mrs. Pelham Oden took a fancy to the child's beauty, and bought her from this native woman, and adopted her as a daughter in a way. She called her Charity because of the way she was found. And Bird because of her silvery voice." "Ha!" Gerald started. "Another point of resemblance. Mavis has a voice like a nightingale. Todd, I must learn Mavis's past life. These two girls must be connected in some way. The resemblance is too wonderful." "There are chance likenesses," hinted Todd slowly. "I dare say. But nature doesn't turn out two girls line for line the same unless she sends them into the world as twins. Mavis was brought to the Pixie house when she was 5 years of age, but she doesn't remember where she lived before that. She is 21 in 10 months. By Jupiter!" Todd hoisted himself up with a curious look. "That's odd, for Charity told me that she would be 21 next year, and then could run away with me. Perhaps there is something in what you say, Jerry, after all. What's to be done?" Haskins pinched his chin. "Let us leave the question of the resemblance alone for the moment, Todd. What I want you to do is to go to Somerset House and look up the wills." "The wills? Whose will? What will?" "Look up any will made by any one called Durham. Go back 15 or 20 years." "Of course," said Gerald apologetically, "it is only my fancy based upon the few words let drop by Mrs. Geary, but I feel somehow in my bones, as the old women say that Mavis is being kept a prisoner on account of money." Todd fidgeted. "It's such a wild idea," he protested. "Wild or not, it is 6 and 8 pence in your greedy legal pocket. Reb might not like my prying into his private affairs." "I don't see that Reb need know anything about it," said Gerald impatiently. "In fact, I want to keep my doings dark in the Reb direction, for if there is anything in my belief the Major will do his best to queer my pitch. If you look up the will of a man or of a woman called Durham, Reb cannot say anything, as neither you nor I are supposed to know anything about the Pixie's house business. Well?" Todd nodded and made a note. "I'll search," he assented. "Any will by someone called Durham, man or woman, and dated some 15 or 20 years ago. Suppose I find nothing." "And suppose you do?" retorted his friend, rising. "We are searching for a needle in a haystack, remember, Toddy, and must poke about in every direction. We'll look into the money business first, and then we can question Mrs. Pelham Oden and Valeria as to the possibility of there being any relationship between these two girls." "See here," remarked McAndrew slowly, "all this talk is first rate if you were writing a story and knew the end. But it seems to me that, as we have to deal with real life, you are making circumstances to fit in with your theories." "Perhaps I am," replied Haskins with a shrug, "but I am so much in love with Mavis that I shall move heaven and earth to get her. Why not be bold and ask Reb straight out? Then he could tell you the story of the girl's birth, and perhaps may explain why she is so like Charity. If Reb dislikes this Mavis so much that he shuts her up, he won't mind your taking her off his hands." "Oh, yes, he will, if money goes with her," said Gerald grimly. I don't want to make Reb think that I am in love. The whole business is shady." "Do you mean your love making?" asked Todd slyly. "No, you rotter. My love making is as straight as Reb's ways are crooked. Do what I say, and when we learn if there is a will—" "Well?" "We'll know how to move next. Meanwhile, I intend to tell the story that I have told you to Mrs. Crosby. But I say, she'll go straight and tell Reb." "No," said Haskins decisively. "I have known Mrs. Crosby for years, and she is as honest and good a little woman as ever lived. Mrs. Birch is also a ripping sort, if somewhat funereal. If Major Reb is a villain, and I really believe that he is, I don't want Mrs. Crosby's life to be made miserable by marrying him. Or Mrs. Birch's either. You know how she adores her daughter." "All the same, Mrs. Crosby may tell Reb," insisted Todd McAndrew. "I don't think so. I shall enlist her sympathies on my behalf. Every woman loves a love affair. Then my story will put her on her guard against Major Reb, and she'll probably contrive to find out the truth of the business without his knowing. Good day, Toddy boy." Haskins shot out of the office rapidly, but McAndrew sat soberly at the desk, shaking his red poll. It appeared to him that Gerald was about to climb the hill Difficulty, and might not reach the top. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Sealed Message by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 9. Mrs. Crosby. That same afternoon, when Mr. Haskins was arraying himself in a Bond Street kit to call on the fascinating widow, he was seized with a sudden qualm as to the wisdom of his intention. After all, as Todd very truly observed, Mrs. Crosby was supposed to be engaged to Major Reb, although no official announcement had appeared in the Morning Post. If then he related the secret which was connected with the Pixies' house and with a pretty girl, Mrs. Crosby, inspired by jealousy, might forthwith demand an explanation from Reb. In that case, vulgarly speaking, the fat would be on the fire and there would be a fine blaze. On the other hand, Gerald wished to enlist Mrs. Crosby on his side for two reasons. Firstly, she had been the close friend of his mother, to whom he had been tenderly attached, and as a boy he had flirted with her in the calf love stage. They now were what Todd would call pals, and Gerald usually took all his troubles to her, for she was a wise little woman. Of course there were nasty people who called Mrs. Crosby an adventuress, and who said that she nagged her late husband to death; but these were in the minority. So far as Haskins could read character, and he prided himself thereon, Mrs. Crosby was a good woman who certainly ought not to marry a rascal like Reb. And that the Major was a rascal Gerald believed, perhaps on insufficient premises. For after all there might be an honest explanation of the Pixies' house mystery. In the second place, Haskins wished to remove Mavis from her prison, and as some time would necessarily have to elapse before he could marry her, he desired to place her under the wing of Mrs. Crosby. Since the widow was connected with Reb, this seemed rather like putting Mavis into the lion's cage. But Mrs. Crosby was the sole woman of Haskins' acquaintance of whom he could ask the favor of chaperoning a young girl. Also, once Mavis was at the flat and practically beyond Reb's reach, since he then could not hide her again, there would be no necessity for further concealment, and the Major would have to account to Mrs. Crosby for the detention of his ward in Devonshire. The explanation, which would have to precede the marriage of Mrs. Crosby to Reb, could then be detailed to Haskins, and all things would be made straight. Of course, there was always a chance that they might be too crooked to be straightened. If so, it was the more necessary that Mavis should be placed in Mrs. Crosby's guardianship, and that the little woman's eyes should be opened. Bearing these things in mind, Haskins descended into the street to call a hansom, and proceeded to visit Mrs. Crosby. She dwelt along with her mother in a palatial block of mansions known as Ladysmith Court, and which had been erected by a financier of South African fame. The mansions were situated near Marylebone Road, and although the address was not ultra-fashionable, the rents were high. When Gerald paid his cab at the foot of the marble steps and surveyed the huge pile of red brick buildings, he reflected that Todd must be wrong about the widow's financial position. Only a rich woman could afford to live here, and there could be no money-grubbing idea in connection with the Reb marriage, even though the Major had $6,000 a year. Nevertheless, it was strange that Mrs. Crosby should marry Reb when he was so much disliked by Mrs. Birch, of whom her daughter was extraordinarily fond. Mrs. Crosby's flat was on the second floor, and Gerald was shown into a small but smart drawing room by a neat maid servant. It was a true woman's room, luxuriously furnished, prettily decorated, and filled with all manner of useless knickknacks and fancy china, and silver-framed photographs and Japanese draperies, and finally with masses of flowers in many-hued vases. The scent of the blossoms and the perfume of a burning pastille made the atmosphere fragrant, but somewhat heavy, in spite of the rose-curtained French windows which opened on to a tiny balcony. Near one of the windows Mrs. Crosby was seated, looking somewhat pale and disturbed, and facing her was an overdressed man with white hair and mustache who looked like a foreigner. "How are you, Gerald?" asked Mrs. Crosby when Haskins was announced, and addressing him by his Christian name, according to custom. "I have not seen you for ages." She shook hands and looked at him. "How brown you are, my dear boy." "Allow me to introduce you two men. Signor Venosta, Mr. Haskins. Mr. Haskins, Signor Venosta, who has been amusing me. Do sit down. Tea will be in presently." "I have been with you 1 hour. Alas, madam, but I must depart," said Signor Venosta, who was a stout, oily-looking Italian of the tenor type, dressed in too gaudy a style to satisfy Gerald's fastidious taste. "I have been with you 1 hour." "You should add that it has seemed like 1 minute," said Mrs. Crosby, with a pretty little laugh, and waving a fan, for the heat was stifling. "Well, if you must go, you must." She rose and walked with her visitor to the door, glancing over her shoulder meanwhile. "Excuse me, Gerald, I shall return soon." And she left the room with the Italian. This marked courtesy was not usual with Mrs. Crosby, as she was a spoiled beauty who preferred that others should wait on her, rather than that she should trouble herself about others. Haskins wondered at her self-denial, and especially in the face of such heat; wondered also that she should look so pale and worried. Apparently something was wrong with Mrs. Crosby, and he began to conjecture whether Todd was correct as to money matters. Gerald was not over-rich himself, but he determined to question his mother's friend, and learn if possible what bothered her, so that he could proffer help. His hostess returned after some minutes, and looked quite herself, but the renewed color might have been due to the reflection of the rose-hued curtains. She tripped across the olive-green carpet like a fairy, and resembled one, being delicate and tiny and beautifully formed. People said that Mrs. Crosby's blonde hair and pink and white complexion were due to art, since a woman of 40 could not possibly look so young without artificial aids. Be this as it may, she certainly appeared wonderfully pretty in her white silk tea-gown, which was draped with expensive lace. Haskins complimented her on her looks when she sank again into her chair and took up the cigarette case lying on the table at her elbow. "And yet, you know," added Gerald thoughtfully, "I fancied that you looked worried and pale when I came in." Mrs. Crosby lighted her cigarette and shot a clean glance at him. "We all have our worries, my dear boy," she said, blowing a wreath of smoke. "You should not have any, Mrs. Crosby, and if there is anything that I can put right, you know that I—" "Yes, yes, I know," she interrupted hurriedly, "but you can't. It really is nothing, oh, nothing at all. It is the heat that makes me look pale and washed out. Mother is lying down quite exhausted, but will be in to tea. I hope no one else will come, Gerald, and then we can have a nice long talk." "That is what I have come to have," he said soberly, and produced his own cigarette case, which he laid on the table. "Give me a match, please." "Thank you." He lighted up. "I am in trouble." "And you have come to me, as usual." "Yes. I hope that I don't carry coals to Newcastle." Mrs. Crosby shrugged. "My troubles are only minor ones, such as come to every woman when she gets past her youth." "You are in the flower of it." "And you have known me for years. Gerald, you certainly must have Irish blood in you, to pay such extravagant compliments. Don't think too well of me, my dear boy. I have my faults." "Why not? Look at the upbringing that I have had," she ended bitterly. "Why, your mother is—" All that a mother can and should be," interrupted the little woman. "I know that, Gerald. But her husband, my father, was a brute. My husband, whom he made me marry in my teens, was a brute. Both my mother and I have suffered poverty and nearly open shame." "Poverty?" Gerald glanced round the luxurious room, crowded with such splendid things. Mrs. Crosby shrugged again. "These are only necessities," she said contemptuously. "Fancy a woman of my tastes having to live in a flat, and being bothered by tradespeople. I want a town house, a country house, a yacht, a chance of traveling all over Europe, like other rich people. In fact, I want thousands a year, and I have not got them." Gerald looked down meditatively. So Todd was right after all, and Mrs. Crosby was hard up, even to the extent of being dunned by tradespeople. He wondered if he could help her. "You have known me long enough to accept a check," he stammered. She whipped away the offer contemptuously. "Although I thank you very much for offering the money," she said graciously. "You always were a dear boy. But the amount of money I want would ruin you, since I am aware that you have but the $500 a year left by your dear mother. There, there," she tapped him with her closed fan. "We won't talk further of these disagreeable things. All will be well." "When you marry Major Reb?" asked Haskins, pointedly. "Why not? The Major is not bad looking, and has a good position, and at least $5,000 a year." "6, I believe," corrected Gerald. "Who told you that?" "Todd McAndrew. He heard it from your mother." Mrs. Crosby nodded. "Yes, I believe that my mother asked Mr. McAndrew some questions regarding settlements on the chance that I should marry Major Reb. But Mr. McAndrew should not have spoken about this." "He did not," said Gerald hastily. "You can still trust McAndrew as your legal adviser. He has not betrayed your confidence regarding settlements. He merely mentioned Major Reb's income." "How did you come to be talking of Major Reb?" Gerald flung the fag end of his cigarette into a silver ashtray and rose to pace the room. He could always talk better when in motion. "I want you to help me, Madge," he remarked. "You mustn't call me Madge," said Mrs. Crosby, with a look at the door. "Major Reb would not like it." "Then you are engaged?" "Well, yes. I want money, and—" "Are you quite sure that Reb has money?" Mrs. Crosby started to her feet, and crossing the room gripped the young man by his arm. Her face was perfectly pale, and her voice sounded uncommonly hoarse. "What do you mean?" "I don't mean anything," said Gerald, astonished by her emotion. "Reb is no doubt as wealthy as King Solomon. I only meant that you should make sure of the settlement. As your friend, I could say nothing else." But Mrs. Crosby was not satisfied. "You have heard no rumor to the effect that Major Reb is poor, or is likely to lose his money?" "No, no, no," said Haskins, in perfect good faith. "Do sit down and compose yourself. If anything were wrong in that way I should speak out." He could say nothing else, as of course his idea regarding the possible will, and money having been taken from Mavis, was mere theory. Mrs. Crosby looked at him piercingly, after which scrutiny she returned to her seat. Apparently she counted upon this marriage releasing her from terrible trouble, and dreaded lest it should fall through. "I wish you would not frighten me," she said querulously. "My nerves are not strong. Mother and I are going to Bognor next week for the change. We both need one very badly. Well," she selected another cigarette, and became more her bright self, which he knew so well. "So you wish me to help you?" "Yes. And I wish you to keep what I say to yourself. Promise." She looked at him hard. "You are very mysterious." "I am very much in earnest," he rejoined dryly. Mrs. Crosby shuffled. "I can't promise until I know what you are going to say," she observed irritably. Her nerves, as she had said, were certainly very bad. "There is something in that," replied Haskins, and felt inclined to withdraw without telling his story. But after some reflection he compromised. "At all events you must hold your tongue about my secret for at least a month," and by naming this time he hoped to deliver Mavis from her imprisonment within 3 weeks. "I promise," said Mrs. Crosby curiously,
But I know your secret. You are in love?"
Gerald was startled. "How could you tell that?" he demanded, astonished. She laughed.
"I am a woman, and observant as well as intuitive. Look at your eyes in yonder mirror, at the expression of your face, at your whole bearing."
Said Haskins, but half satisfied. "Everyone is not so clever as you are, Madge."
"Don't call me Madge, I tell you."
"Yes, I shall when we are alone. Hang it, I have known you for years, and besides I wish you to do me a service. I have your promise to hold your tongue for a month."
Yes, yes, yes. Go on, go on. I am all ears."
"My story concerns Major Rebb."
"What? Then you did mean something when you mentioned him last."
"I meant nothing that will stop your marriage," said Gerald crossly, "although I don't know why a nice woman like you, Madge, should marry him."
Mrs. Crosby stared. "Major Rebb is supposed to be a delightful man."
"He may be, to those who don't know him."
"I believe that you are jealous," she said, with a nervous laugh. "Well, and how does your secret affect the Major?"
"See here, Madge, you may think me mean, speaking about Rebb to you and behind his back. But I am doing so at that risk, because I wish you to help someone in whom I am interested. Otherwise I am quite ready to see Rebb personally and have it out with him. Later on, say in 3 weeks more or less, I shall. For then I hope that Mavis will be with you here, and quite safe."
"Mavis? Ah, the girl you are in love with. What is she to Major Rebb, may I ask?" Mrs. Crosby's voice rose when she put this question, and her eyes grew as hard as jade, while her face colored a deep red.
"Ah," said Haskins, surprised. "Then you love Rebb?"
"No, but he is rich, and I don't see what right you have to ask me such questions. Go on. What have you to say?"
"If you love Rebb, I can't speak."
"I don't love Rebb. Go on. I'll keep my promise."
Gerald hesitated no longer. Rising to his feet, he again began to pace the room, and related the same story as he had told Todd. Only in this especial instance he suppressed his theory regarding the will and the money. Mrs. Crosby listened quietly, and with an expression of dismay, but she made no remark until he had finished.
"You are telling me a fairy tale," she said quietly.
"Yes, isn't it?" cried Gerald, delighted with her quietness.
"I mean that it is untrue."
"I swear it isn't. Mavis is kept in that Pixie's house, and I found her by means of the sealed message, as I have described. Now I want you to get her up here and look after her until I can marry."
"Who will bring her here?"
"I shall, and within 3 or 4 weeks."
"Ah," said Mrs. Crosby quietly. "Now I see why you asked me to hold my tongue for a month. Gerald, you are wrong to act in this way. As I have made a promise, I shall keep it, but it will be better for you to release me from that promise. Then I could ask Major Rebb about his ward, and persuade him to let me have her up here. In any case, when I marry Major Rebb I shall have to do with this girl you love."
"What you suggest, Madge, would certainly be better, and I may say more straightforward. I hate acting in this way behind Rebb's back, and I intend later to speak plainly to his face. But you forget how Rebb has put it about that Mavis is a homicidal maniac. That is untrue."
"You can't be sure of that, Gerald. You have not seen sufficient of her to judge. To take a girl, reputed mad, from her seclusion would be very wicked. Any crime which she might commit would be laid at your door."
"But surely, Madge, the action of Major Rebb is not that—"
"He may have, and probably has, good grounds for shutting up the girl."
Gerald bit his lip, beginning to see that, with all his caution, he had made a dire mistake. "Then you won't help me?"
"No," said Mrs. Crosby, firmly. "How can you expect me to help you against Major Rebb when we are engaged to be married? And how can you ask me to take charge of a girl who is mad?"
"She is not mad, I tell you."
"And I tell you that she is mad. Otherwise Major Rebb certainly would not shut her up. What reason could he have to shut up a sane girl?"
It was on the point of Haskins' tongue to explain his theory, but having made one mistake, as he plainly saw from Mrs. Crosby's attitude, he did not wish to make another. "You will keep your promise of silence?" he urged earnestly.
Yes, on condition that you make no attempt to run away with the girl from that madhouse. I speak in your own interest. You will get into trouble if you take an insane woman from her lawful guardian."
"You seem to be quite certain that Mavis is mad," said Gerald bitterly. "However, as you know my secret, and I am at your mercy, I promise."
"I think that you are very ungrateful," cried Mrs. Crosby. "Many another woman would have declined to keep what you call the secret at all."
"I have made a mistake," confessed Gerald, and he could have kicked himself that he, a man of the world, should be such a fool.
"Well," said Mrs. Crosby, as the door opened to admit the servant with afternoon tea, "let us say no more about it. I promise to hold my tongue for a month, and you promise to leave the girl alone meanwhile." Gerald waited until the tea tray was arranged and the girl had departed. "No," he said decisively. "I have been wrong, and you have shown me my duty. I shall call on Major Rebb to morrow, and explain." "You cannot," replied Mrs. Crosby. "The Major is in Devonshire."
This announcement complicated matters. "Then I follow Rebb to Devonshire," said Gerald doggedly. "My mistake must be put right." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Sealed Message by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 10. The Amulet. It is admitted that man as a whole is not infallible, but each individual man has a secret belief that he is. Haskins was no more complacent than other mortals, in fact, less so. Yet he had an idea that his caution and common sense invariably prevented his making mistakes. Assuredly, as a rule, he was rarely in error, but to every rule there is an exception, and Haskins' ill-judged frankness to Mrs. Crosby was the exception in this case. It said much for Gerald's sane view of life that he recognized his mistake at once, and at the cost of some unpleasantness hastened to correct it. This entailed an interview with Major Rebb, which was likely to be a stormy one. At the outset, Gerald believed that he had read Mrs. Crosby's character all wrong, and that even after years of close companionship, since she had been so intimate with his mother, he knew very little about her. Had she really been that which he believed her to be, she would, he thought immediately on leaving Ladysmith Court, have readily helped him in his somewhat eccentric wooing. But on calmer reflection he arrived at the conclusion that he himself was in error. His first mistake lay in overlooking the relationship existing between Rebb and the widow. Being engaged to him, as she had admitted, she certainly could not be expected to act against what she believed to be his interests. And his second mistake consisted in hoping that Mrs. Crosby, who in many ways was particularly conventional, would take charge of a girl believed to be insane. It was only natural that Mrs. Crosby should believe Mavis to be mad, as, being willing to accept the Major as her second husband, she could scarcely credit him with conspiracy. And if Mavis was not insane, her detention in the Pixies' house was certainly a conspiracy against her rights as a human being. Gerald took this view from personal observation, and because he mistrusted Rebb. But Mrs. Crosby, as engaged to marry the Major, could not be expected to endorse a theory which would render Rebb unworthy of her hand, or indeed of her acquaintance. It may be here mentioned that Haskins had not mentioned the wonderful likeness which existed between Charity and Mavis, since the thought had flashed across him while speaking that such a statement might implicate Todd in the mysterious business, which was not to be thought of. All Mrs. Crosby practically knew was, that Gerald loved a reputedly insane ward of her promised husband, and desired her to side against that promised husband so that he might marry the girl. It was impossible to expect that any woman would act in this way, and Gerald acknowledged to himself that Mrs. Crosby had behaved in a perfectly reasonable manner in refusing to help him. In fact, she had behaved extremely well in holding to her promise of 1 month's secrecy, for many a woman would have told Rebb then and there what had been said about him. Therefore Mrs. Crosby was not only right, but Gerald felt that he was entirely in the wrong; felt, indeed, that he had acted somewhat shabbily. The sole way in which he could right matters, and recover his self-respect, was to see Rebb as soon as possible, and explain himself. Then, as man to man, they could thresh the matter out. With this idea Haskins drove back to his rooms in Frederick Street, Mayfair, intending to change and pack, and catch the midnight train from Paddington to Exeter. But while dressing, he reflected that it would be better to first assure himself that Mrs. Crosby was correct in stating the Major's whereabouts. Reb's rooms were also in Frederick Street, and only a few doors away, so it would be just as well to run in and make inquiries. Reb might return on the morrow, in which case it would hardly be worth while to journey to Denley so hurriedly. Also, Mrs. Crosby having promised to hold her tongue for 1 month, there was no necessity to act at once, since 2 or 3 or even more days would make very little difference. Finally, Gerald was unwilling to return to the Pixies' house and to Mavis until he knew if his theory regarding a possible will was correct. Otherwise he would have nothing to tell her. While meditating on the desirability of calling at Reb's rooms, Gerald desired to smoke, to aid his thoughts after the manner of men. He mechanically took his cigarette case, but found some difficulty in opening it. As his case was usually easy to open, he looked down with awakened attention to see what was the matter, and found that he had brought away Mrs. Crosby's cigarette case by mistake. Probably he had laid his own case on the small table alongside hers, and in fact he remembered doing so, and when departing had unconsciously taken the one which did not belong to him. He resolved to return it at once by post, but meanwhile took a cigarette therefrom to smoke, since there were no others in his rooms. This entailed opening the case, and when it was open, a small object, which had been placed within, fell out. This proved to be a tiny coral hand, clenched and holding a dagger, something like those amulets which are sold in Naples to avert the evil eye. A little gold ring was screwed into the coral, so that the trinket could be attached to a watch chain or to a bracelet. After a careless glance and a passing thought as to why Mrs. Crosby should use her cigarette case as a jewel box, Haskins placed the coral hand on top of the cigarette case, which he laid on the mantelpiece. Then he lighted up and walked out to seek the Major's rooms. These, as had been said, were only a few doors distant, and Haskins speedily arrived on the first floor of the somewhat dingy house wherein they were situated. He found the door open, and a mild-looking valet talking to a veiled woman with a graceful figure. While waiting to address the man himself, Gerald heard him state to the lady that his master had gone to Devonshire on the previous day, and would be back within 24 hours. The lady appeared annoyed, but declined to leave a card or to give any message. However, she stepped aside, fuming, as Haskins guessed from the way in which she stamped her foot and clenched her hands, and permitted him to speak. Gerald asked the same question as to the Major's whereabouts, and received the same answer, upon which he produced his card. "Tell Major Reb, when he returns, that Mr. Haskins wishes to see him on a private matter. Mr. Gerald Haskins," added the young man, handing the card. Then he turned away, wondering why the veiled woman should utter a muffled exclamation of surprise when she heard the Christian name. But his wonder was still further increased when, on descending the stairs, he felt his arm grasped, and found that the strange lady was at his elbow. "You are Mr. Gerald?" she said in deep contralto tones. "May I call you Prince Gerald?" Haskins started. It was in this way that Mavis addressed him. But this woman could not be Mavis, for she was too thin and too tall, and her voice was too worn. Could she be "Bellaria?" he said tentatively. "Bellaria," assented the woman softly. They were standing on the pavement by this time. "Take me somewhere safe. I wish to speak to you." "My rooms are close at hand," said Haskins promptly, and wondering at this unexpected encounter with one whom he had believed to be miles away. "We can go there at once, Bell—" "Hush!" She clutched his arm again, and looked over her shoulder, as she had looked when in the quadrangle. "Don't say that name here. They may hear. They may hear." "Who may hear?" "Never mind, never mind. Come inside. Come inside. Oh, Dio, no mention of my name." And she hurried away into the doorway indicated by Gerald. In a few minutes they were in Haskins' sitting room, and again Bellaria's nervousness betrayed itself. "There is no one can hear us?" she asked, her veil up, and her eyes roving round the room. "No, no," replied the young man soothingly. "The man and his wife who attend to me in these chambers are below. You can talk freely. By the way," he asked abruptly, "how did you know my name?" Bellaria, looking more aged and haggard than ever, flung herself into an armchair and laughed uncomfortably. "Prince Gerald! Who calls you Prince Gerald, Mr. Haskins? Mavis does, but— Then it is true what she confessed to me? That you love her, and she loves you? Quite true, rejoined Haskins quickly. We met by chance, and— By a chance? Repeated Valeria scornfully. When you deliberately came where you had no business to come? I know all. How did you find out? Gerald was perfectly calm when he asked this question, as she did not seem to be hostile. I saw that Mavis was not herself, that she was disturbed, and guessed that she was keeping something a secret from me. I watched, and saw her lead a man across the quadrangle. When she came in that night I told her what I had seen, and so— She confessed about the sealed message, and about her secret meetings with you. Also that you desired to marry her. Fool! Cried Valeria, pointing a scornful finger at her host. Would you marry a mad woman? Not in making Mavis Durham my wife, said Haskins coolly. She is perfectly sane. And I, Valeria Dundee, say that she is not. Are you sane yourself? Asked Haskins, turning the tables on her. The woman reared herself in her chair, gripping the arms, and directed a fierce gaze at him. What do you mean? She demanded. Why did you not come out and face me when Mavis talked with me in the garden? He remarked, meeting her gaze firmly and fairly. Because— Oh, there is no explanation. I think there is. You dare not venture out after dark, so you waited until Mavis entered the house to question her. How do you know that I dare not venture out after dark? She asked, and her figure seemed to dwindle and shrink. Mavis told me. Mavis knows nothing. Nothing. Do you hear? God forbid that she should ever know anything. But my business is my own business, and has nothing to do with you, Prince Gerald. Mavis is crazy. She would kill you as soon as a look at you, at certain times. I don't believe that for one moment. You must. You shall. If Mavis is not mad, why should her guardian shut her up in a lonely house? That, said Gerald very dryly, is what I went to Major Rebb's room to ask when I met you. Valeria arose, much astonished. You will dare to face the Major? Haskins laughed. Do you take me for a schoolgirl? Of course I shall face the Major, and a dozen like him if necessary. You are a brave man. And Major Rebb, what is he? The kindest and best friend that a miserable woman ever had, retorted the woman fiercely. Not a word against the Major. I won't hear a word, I tell you. What he does is right. Not in shutting up Mavis. She is mad, I tell you. Mad and dangerous. Valeria came close to where Gerald was sitting and looked down into his face with a determined expression. On learning what I did learn from Mavis, I came up at once to tell Major Rebb, so that he might stop it. I fear Major Rebb will find it somewhat difficult to stop it. He is not the ruler of the earth, so far as I know. He is my ruler, cried Valeria grandiloquently. So I should think, when the mere wish to give him information makes you risk— Risk what? Risk what? She demanded, quivering. Haskins shrugged his square shoulders. Your life, for all I know. She stood looking at him with clenched hands, the expression on her worn face hovering between terror and defiance. You talk of what you do not understand, she said, breathing hard. Quite right, but I should like to understand. Understand what? Why Valeria Dundee, who was a famous singer, should bury herself in a lonely Devonshire house to keep a sane girl prisoner. You have been listening, she cried out in terror. How do you know that I was a singer? I heard you sing the Shadow Song from Denora during one of my visits, and when hidden behind the beech tree near the wall, I heard you say that you had been a great singer. Valeria covered her face with two thin hands, and the tears fell through her fingers. I was great. I was famous, she sobbed.
I was happy until jealousy undid me. But," she let her hands drop and flung back her queenly head, "I only did what any Italian woman would have done. He betrayed me, why should I not betray him?" "Major Reb?" "No, Enrico Salviati, who swore that he loved me, yet left me for another. But I punished him. He died, and perhaps I shall die as he did, for all my care. They will find me, and then oh, what agonies I have suffered for many, many years. This face," she struck it, "was handsome. Enrico loved it. These lips, Enrico kissed them, with the kiss of a Judas. And what better am I? What better am I?" She rushed to the mirror over the mantelpiece to address herself. "Bellaria Dondi, you can hide in the depths of the sea, but they will find you. You can Ah!" Her eyes fell on the silver cigarette case of Mrs. Crosby, upon which lay delicately the clenched coral hand with the dagger. "Ah!" she repeated, and staggered back. "What is the matter?" Gerald rose and came forward. Bellaria repelled him with both hands shaking with dread. "Keep back, you English spy! You have brought me here. You are one of them. But if you use the knife I shall scream. Keep back! Keep back!" "I don't understand," gasped Haskins, amazed at this outburst. "The hand, the sign, the token of a death," she groaned, then, keeping her terrified eyes on Gerald, stole stealthily to the door. "Tana, Aitana, lasso mi, si davvero, Tana, Tana!" Uttering these words rapidly and almost in a scream, she made the sign of the cross on her breast and vanished. By the time that Haskins in pursuit had reached the top of the stairs she was at the foot. A moment later and she ran swiftly into the street, holding her veil closely over her pallid face. "What the deuce does it mean?" Gerald asked himself, as he returned to his sitting room and examined the coral hand. "This thing seems to have terrified her almost to death. Tana, Tana. I must learn what that means. It is an Italian word, I expect. Now what—" He went on musing on the strange behavior of Signora Dondi, much perplexed, and did not notice that a lady was standing in the doorway. Her cough made him look round, and so unnerved was Haskins by his late experience that he fairly jumped. "Mrs. Birch," he said, recognizing the lady at once. "I apologize for not seeing you." "I apologize also," said Mrs. Birch, in the stern voice habitual to her. "Apologize, that is, for entering unannounced. But the door was open, Gerald, so I took the privilege of old friendship and entered." "Delighted to see you, Mrs. Birch," said Haskins, wondering why she had come. "Won't you sit down?" "For 1 minute," and she took a chair. Mrs. Birch was a tall, thin woman, with a worn, white face, and hair as black as her eyes, notwithstanding her age, which was over 60. She was dressed in some lustreless, dark material without any trimming, and carried herself very erect. In fact, there was something of the Roman matron about her, so stern and proud did she appear. Gerald liked her, as she had always been kind to him. But Mrs. Birch was something of an enigma to him. He could not understand why so bold and determined a woman should have submitted to the brutality of her late husband. Yet Mrs. Crosby's father had behaved like a demon to his wife, as Gerald had learned from his mother. She adored her daughter, and, as the saying is, lived again in her child. "You wonder why I have called," said Mrs. Birch, in an unemotional voice, which always reminded Haskins of one talking in sleep, "especially when I was lying down with a headache when you came. But Madge asked me to bring you this," and she produced Gerald's cigarette case. "Thank you. I left it behind by mistake and took Madge's. Here it is." Mrs. Birch arose and received the dainty trifle. "That is all I called about, Gerald. I shall take it back to Madge at once. She was much disturbed at losing it." "I don't know why she should have been," said Haskins. "She must have guessed that I had taken it, and would send it back. Oh, by the way, you may as well put this into it. I opened the case for a cigarette and found this. It fell out," and he passed along the coral hand.
Mrs. Birch's dead white face flushed, and her black eyes glittered. "I am glad that is not lost," she said eagerly. "It was this that Madge was anxious about." "What is it?" "Some ornament to which Madge attaches some value, I fancy." "H'm! Is it the badge of any society?" Mrs. Birch's flushed face faded to a chalky white. "Why do you ask?" Gerald asked a question in his turn. "Did Madge tell you what I came to see her about?" "No, Madge never betrays anyone's confidence. But I heard your story." "You heard it?" Haskins stepped back a pace in his astonishment. "Yes," said Mrs. Birch coldly, and slipping the case along with the coral hand into her pocket. "I was asleep on the sofa in the other room, which is, as you know, divided from the drawing room by curtains. I woke to hear what you said about that girl and Major Rebb. In the interests of my daughter, I listened." "And you intend to tell Major Rebb?" "No. Madge asked me to hold my tongue. And indeed, Gerald, I would do so for your own sake. Major Rebb is an ill man to meddle with." Haskins threw back his head defiantly. "I am not afraid of Rebb," he said in a haughty tone. "I went to see him to day to explain myself, but he is in Devonshire gone to see his unfortunate ward, I expect. When he returns I shall demand an explanation." "He may not give it to you," said Mrs. Birch, pursing up her mouth. "He must. I love Mavis, and I intend to marry her." "But if she is mad?" "She is not mad, and well, Mrs. Birch, there is no use in my talking to you on the matter. I did wrong to speak to Madge about it, since she is to marry Major Rebb. Madge will hold her tongue as she promised, and so shall I, Gerald." "Thank you both," replied Gerald courteously, "but there will be no need after to morrow. I intend to see Rebb, as I said." "To learn what?" "To learn," said Haskins, "why he shuts up his ward, seeing that she is not, in my opinion, insane. Also to learn why Bellaria, who watches Mavis, buries herself in the Pixie's house." "I heard you talk of the woman," said Mrs. Birch in her chilliest manner. "And I presume that Bellaria stops in the Pixie's house because she is Major Rebb's servant. There is more in it than that. Bellaria came to see Major Rebb this very day, and came also here to me, since she knows that I visited Mavis. Bellaria is terrified out of her life because of some people who seek her life. When she saw that coral hand, which was lying by chance on the mantelpiece, she rushed away, accusing me of being in league with some society to kill her. At least, that was what I gathered from what she said, but it was sheer raving." "I think so, indeed," said Mrs. Birch quietly. "This coral hand is merely an ornament given by Signor Venosta, whom you met to day, to Madge. It means nothing, Gerald, so think no more about it." But when she departed Gerald did think, and it was little wonder that he did so. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Sealed Message by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11. The Other Girl. During the next 3 days Gerald found ample time to reflect upon the strange circumstances which environed him. Anxious to see the Major and place affairs on a proper basis, he called thrice at his rooms. On the first occasion he learned that Rebb had not returned to London. On the second, it appeared that he had come back, but was absent, visiting Mrs. Crosby; while on the final occasion Haskins was told by the mild-looking valet that his master had gone again to Devonshire, and would not return for at least a week. He had left no message, said the man. From this circumstance Gerald inferred that Rebb was afraid of the interview. It then struck him, and very naturally, that, as the Major during his hurried stay in town had called upon Mrs. Crosby, the widow had broken her promise. If this was the case, Rebb had been placed on his guard, and so not only avoided Haskins, but had gone back to the Pixie's house to make arrangements for thwarting the young man's curiosity. Gerald therefore paid a visit to Ladysmith Court, only to learn that the widow and her mother had departed for Bognor on a month's holiday. It was thus apparent that in these 2 quarters Gerald could do nothing for the moment. And indeed, the more Haskins thought about the matters, the more difficult did it appear to set them straight. If he saw Rebb, and the Major held to the story of his ward's madness, as he assuredly would, Gerald felt that for some time at all events he could do nothing, Of course, if his theory about the will proved to be correct, and if he could be certain that Reb was shutting up Mavis in order to enjoy an income which should rightfully be hers, then he could take steps to have the matter inquired into. To make any beginning at all, it was necessary to see Tod McAndrew, so Gerald determined to look him up. Just as he did so, the Morning Post brought a Sunday supper invitation from Mrs. Pallamodin. This was what Tod would have called a coincidence, but Gerald, believing that nothing happened by chance, saw in the incident a sign pointing to the path he should tread, directed by the unseen powers who were, he believed, about to unravel the mystery. He had not to see Reb or Mrs. Crosby immediately, nor had he to proceed at once to Denley. His duty was to visit Mrs. Pallamodin's flat, and learn what he could about Charity Bird. If she was related in any way to Mavis Durham, and the marvelous likeness between the two girls hinted as much, he might learn from the old actress sufficient of her adopted daughter's past to give him a clue to the intrigues of Major Reb. It will be seen that Gerald had not proceeded to inquire into the mystery of the coral hand, or Belaria's fear of the same. He could have learned somewhat about the matter of the trinket by seeing Signor Venosta, who according to Mrs. Birch had given the amulet to the widow. But Gerald did not know where Venosta lived, and could not make inquiries for Mrs. Crosby without her wanting to know his reasons. Moreover, he desired to solve the mystery of Mavis and of her detention before searching into Belaria's past. Certainly he had a shrewd idea that Mavis's detention, and Belaria's dread, and Major Reb's behavior, and Mrs. Crosby's possession of the coral hand were all of a piece, but these were like the separate parts of a puzzle, and he could not fit them together. There was nothing for it but to see if he could find a clue into the labyrinth when visiting Mrs. Pallamodin. He therefore dressed himself with great care, and proceeded in a hansom to Bloomsbury, where the old actress dwelt. Her abode was scarcely a flat in the accepted sense of the word, but rather a collection of rooms on the first floor of a fine old Georgian mansion on Caroline Street. A retired butler and his wife, who had been a cook, owned the house, and attended to the various people who dwelt therein. Mrs. Pallamodin was thus spared the trouble of domestic details, for which, as she said herself, she had no head, and was very comfortably placed at a moderate charge. With the obstinacy of old age, she called her abode "my flat," and no argument could persuade her that the name was wrongly applied. Haskins entered the large square room with a painted ceiling, which was Mrs. Pallamodin's drawing room. Adjoining was the dining room, equally spacious, while the two bedrooms occupied by the old lady and her adopted daughter were across the landing. The room looked pretty and picturesque, as Mrs. Pallamodin had great taste, and did not cram her apartments with furniture, or indulge in a multiplicity of patterns on carpet or walls, or on the upholstery of the chairs. A great quantity of flowers adorned her room, deftly arranged by Charity, and it was lighted with rose-shaded lamps on tall wrought-iron pedestals. On entering the door from the staircase 3 narrow windows could be seen opposite, opening on to a small balcony, but as the night was a trifle cold, these were closed, and the yellow curtains were drawn. The room looked comfortable, and Mrs. Pallamodin was the most comfortable person in it. She fitted the apartment as a hermit crab fits its shell. The actress, with a great sense of the fitness of things, had grown old gracefully; that is, she had not resorted to dye and paint to improve her waning looks. She was a small woman, and very stout, but her dignity was tremendous. In a black velvet gown trimmed with lace that might or might not have been priceless, with her silvery hair worn in the regal style of Marie Antoinette, with a somewhat massive set of features irradiated by a gracious smile, Mrs. Pallamodin received her guest as a queen might have done. From a long experience in playing aristocratic old dames in comedy, and imperious heroines in tragedy, dignity had become a second nature to the clever old actress. It is said that Gibbon was so long in writing "The Decline and Fall" that he ended in believing himself to be the Roman Empire. In a like manner Mrs. Pallamodin believed herself to be the Marchioness in caste, or Helen Macgregor, or Volumnia, perhaps a mixture of the three. She certainly was tremendously dignified, and no stage manager ever dared to take a liberty with her. She still appeared on the boards when she found a part worthy of her grandiose style. "I am glad to see you, Mr. Haskins," said Mrs. Pallamodin, apparently suppressing an inclination to use the royal "we," and preferred her hand to be shaken or kissed, as the visitor preferred. Gerald, having something to gain from a little timely flattery, kissed the jeweled fingers. He knew that this old-world attention appealed to Mrs. Pallamodin as nothing else did. "You are looking like yourself," he said politely. "I can pay you no higher compliment." Mrs. Pallamodin laughed her celebrated silvery laugh, which critics always mentioned, and took the stage, that is, she walked the length of the drawing-room. "Ever a courtier, Mr. Haskins? Where did you, living in this present generation of hurry, learn such Versailles manners?" "From the queen of the English stage, madam." "From me?" Mrs. Pelham Oden fell into her famous startled fawn attitude, also much noticed by critics. "Oh, no, no. I am but a humble survivor of the past." "And you have survived to show us what grace and dignity once existed." The old actress fluttered her fan with a gracious smile, and bowed her head to the compliment. "Neither grace nor dignity are necessary in this age of motor cars," she said, sighing. "However, we must take things as they are, and be cheerful. You don't ask for charity." "I am much taken up with you at present, madam." "Ah, you Irishmen with your blarney. Well, Charity is in the dining-room with Mr. McAndrew. She is showing him some new photographs of herself, so will not be here for a few minutes, which is just as well." "Why?" asked Gerald, taking the seat she indicated. Mrs. Pallamodin throned herself queen-like on a sofa. "What do you think of Mr. McAndrew?" she asked abruptly. "He is the best fellow in the world," replied Haskins promptly, for he guessed why she asked the question, and was willing to act as Todd's trumpeter. "Also, he is very clever, and some day will be wealthy." "Charity wants to marry him?" "And he wants to marry Charity. My dear lady, I knew that years ago." Mrs. Pelham Oden nodded. "Of course, it is stale news. All the same, I asked you here to chat over the matter. Hitherto I have set my face against such a marriage, as the match is not a good one for my girl." Gerald dissented. "If Miss Bird marries McAndrew she is a lucky young lady, to my mind. He is of good family, he is clever. He has a good profession, and he is an honest man. Certainly he has no money, but—" "That's just it," interrupted the other. "He has come in lately for a legacy of £2,000. That is something, but not much. Still, Charity is so bent upon this marriage that, if you can really swear to all you say about Mr. McAndrew, I am willing to consent." "I certainly should do so. Come, Mrs. Pallamodin, don't part two hearts in this cruel way. Let your daughter marry McAndrew." The actress sighed. "I think I shall have to," she said after a pause. "Circumstances and Charity's will are too strong for me. It shall be as you say." And she held out her hand. Haskins kissed it again. "I am sure that you will have no cause to regret having taken my advice." "I hope not, Mr. Haskins, and after all this may be one of those marriages which are said to be made in heaven. But Mr. McAndrew wants to marry Charity at once, and she has yet to fulfill 1 month's engagement at the Belver Theatre." "McAndrew can wait for 1 month, surely?" "He must. Charity cannot break her engagement without paying forfeit, and the managers will be sorry to lose her. Certainly she has only 1 dance in the Moon Fay, but she is a great favorite with the public, and when she retires from the stage she will be greatly missed. I assure you, Mr. Haskins, that Charity is giving up a very brilliant career to become the wife of an obscure solicitor. McAndrew will not always be obscure. He will rise high in his profession, and will make plenty of money." "Of course, Lady Euphemia is against the marriage." "What of that? McAndrew is the chief person to be considered." Mrs. Pelham Oden did not pay very strict attention to this speech. Her eyes were on the polished floor, and she was thinking deeply. "I can guess why Lady Euphemia McAndrew disapproves," she said hesitatingly. "My girl is a dancer, for one thing. And she is also a waif." Haskins looked up suddenly. Mrs. Pelham Oden was touching on the very point which he wished to discuss. "You told McAndrew something about that?" he remarked eagerly. "Yes. Because I wished Mr. McAndrew to know exactly what he was doing, And to tell you the truth, Mr. Haskins, as I did not wish the marriage to take place, I thought that the discovery of Charity's birth might put him off, since he is well born himself." "Love laughs at rank," said Gerald. "I thought you knew nothing of Miss Bird's birth." "Nor do I, save that I bought her from a native woman in Calcutta for a small sum. It sounds quite like Uncle Tom's Cabin, doesn't it?" And Mrs. Pallamodin laughed again in her silvery manner. "Didn't the woman tell you where she got the child?" "No, that is, she explained that she had taken over the child from an ayah at Simla. Charity was pretty, and I was sorry to see a European child with a juggler and his wife, so I took her with me, and have brought her up as my own daughter, although I did not give her my name." "Do you ever hope to learn about her parents?" "No. That is impossible, I fear. It is quite 15 or 16 years since I took possession of her. The native woman and the ayah may be dead. Quite a romance, isn't it?" "I can tell you something even more romantic," said Gerald, "if you will promise to hold your tongue." "How delightfully mysterious you are!" cried Mrs. Pallamodin in her lively comedy manner. "I promise, of course. Well?" Haskins thereupon, and without further preamble, detailed the history of his love affair, and commented strongly on the wonderful likeness which existed between the two girls. Mrs. Pallamodin interrupted him with little cries of astonishment, but gave no opinion until he finished his recital. "What do you think of it?" asked Haskins. "It is like a play, like a melodrama. But of course there are casual resemblances, such as you describe." "This is more than a casual resemblance," interrupted Gerald quickly. "The two girls might be twins." "Oh, what a pity that Charity is leaving the stage," said Mrs. Pallamodin, her theatrical instinct uppermost. "A comedy with twin girls in it would draw all the town. And that gives me an idea. I can assist you if you can swear," she laid her hand on his arm, "that this Mavis Durham is not crazy." "I can swear, certainly. Would I wish to marry her if she were?" "Love may laugh at lunatic asylums as well as at rank," said the actress merrily. "But if you are certain that the girl is sane, why not let her take Charity's place in the Moon Fay?" Haskins started to his feet. "Are you serious?" "Of course I am. You want to run away with this girl. If you do, Major Reb, I know him, and a nasty man he is, will follow you and make himself unpleasant. What you want to do is to conceal the girl somewhere until you can prove that her guardian is shutting her up illegally. Well, then, Major Reb must know of the wonderful resemblance of Charity to Mavis. If Charity marries Mr. McAndrew quietly, she can go with him to Switzerland for a month's honeymoon, and even longer. I can teach Mavis the one dance which Charity performs in the ballet at the Belver Theatre, and she can take my girl's place." "But the theatre people will guess." "Oh, dear me, no," rejoined Mrs. Pallamodin promptly. "I always go to the Belver myself to look after Charity. She scarcely speaks to a soul, my dear Mr. Haskins. I can take your Mavis there and back without any one being the wiser, if the resemblance is as you say." Gerald caressed his chin. "It certainly is an excellent idea," he murmured. "Major Reb, not knowing of Miss Bird's marriage, would not suspect the substitution." "Thank you, Mrs. Pallamodin. I shall think over the matter. I go down to Devonshire next week, or rather this week." "I know," the actress nodded. "One always does get mixed up about Sunday being the first day of the week. Well, then, go down and make what arrangements you like. If you run away with the girl, and I quite think you should, if only to spite Major Reb, whom I detest, you cannot conceal her better than in the way I suggest. It is quite a variation of Poe's Purloined Letter. The scheme is so daring that it must succeed. But hush!" She made a dramatic pause, and raised her finger. "Here comes Romeo and Juliet. Not a word." Before Haskins could reply, Charity entered from the dining room with Todd at her heels, and Gerald could not help starting when he saw how wonderfully she resembled the girl shut up in the Pixies' house. She had the same figure, the same coloring, the same graceful way of walking. Only in the manner of speaking and in the personality was there a difference, and that would not be noticed by a casual spectator. Charity was more worldly, more material, and, as Gerald thought, less lovable. But then he was prejudiced in favor of the young lady whom he wished to marry. Todd's opinion would have been quite the reverse. "How are you, Mr. Haskins?" said Charity, offering her hand calmly. "You have not been to see us for years and years." "All the same, I have been hearing about you," replied Gerald, glancing at Todd, who nodded gaily. "I have to offer my congratulations." "Well," said Charity slowly, and looking at Mrs. Pallamodin, "I am not so sure of that. My mother doesn't—" "Yes, she does," interposed the actress quickly, and took the girl's hand in her own. "Mr. McAndrew, I bestow upon you a priceless treasure." And joining the hands of the two lovers, she sank back on the sofa with a tiny lace handkerchief to her eyes. It was very neatly done, and only needed limelight and applause to form an effective curtain. "Oh," cried Todd, clasping Charity's hand convulsively, "do you mean to say that we can marry?" "Now that you have enough to keep the wolf from the door, I do, my dear Mr. McAndrew, or shall I say James, since you are to be my adopted son-in-law?" "Not James. Call me Todd." "That is the Scottish for fox, and you are not foxy." "Never mind, mother," cried Charity, whose eyes were dancing with delight. "The name of Todd suits him, and toddy is the name of a Scottish drink." Come now," protested Todd, "when I am so sober." "You ought to be drunk with happiness," said Haskins, laughing. "Perhaps the poor dear needs food," said Mrs. Pallamodin, leading the way to the dining room. "Let us see what the cook has done in the way of supper." "My marriage feast," giggled Todd, taking his seat. "You'll be best man, of course, Jerry." "We can talk of these things later," said Mrs. Pallamodin hurriedly. "In consequence of my age, I think the marriage will have to be a very quiet one." "Yes," nodded Charity. "I don't want Lady Euphemia to forbid the banns." "As if she could!" cried McAndrew, in the highest spirits. It was a very merry supper, and Mrs. Pallamodin drank the health of the future bride and bridegroom in foaming champagne. Also, she winked in rather an undignified way at Gerald, to intimate that she included himself and Mavis in the toast. Then she related various stage experiences connected with her own marriage, and eulogized the late Mr. Pallamodin. "He is an angel now," said the widow, and wept, until Gerald made her laugh again. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Sealed Message by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12. A Wonderful Discovery. Todd McAndrew was the happiest of men when he and Gerald left Mrs. Pallamodin's flat on that night. It was all that Haskins could do to keep Todd from executing a war dance on the street. "Remember that you are a solicitor," warned Gerald. "Surely you don't want to appear in the police court, otherwise than in a professional capacity." "I am also a lover," cried Todd fervently, "and I care nothing for the opinion of other people, legal, magisterial, or otherwise." "Ass!" muttered his friend, and shook the arm he was holding. "Come out of your Midsummer Night Dream and help me." "In what way?" asked Todd, more soberly. "I wish to marry Mavis Durham." "Oh!" Todd became more sober than ever. "Haven't you forgotten her yet?" Gerald stopped in surprise. "Why in heaven's name should I forget her, you unsympathetic idiot? I love her." "And I love Charity," interpolated McAndrew enthusiastically. "Then show a trifle of it," retorted Haskins, punning on the name, "by helping me as I have helped you. If it had not been for me, Mr. Toddy, your future mother-in-law would not have consented to this marriage." Todd shook his friend's hand vigorously. "You're one of the best. Anything I can do. By the way, what am I to do?" "Forget Charity for 10 minutes in the first place, and get into this approaching hansom in the second. I intend to drive you to my rooms." "What?" Todd pulled out his watch to read the time by the light of the street lamp under which they were standing. "It's past 12." James Ian Robert Roy McAndrew, are you or are you not my legal adviser?" "Of course I am, and oh!" Todd broke off hastily. "I knew that I had something to tell you about that will, you know." "Will? Then there is a will," gasped Gerald, signaling to a hansom. "Yes. The will of Captain Julian Durham, who " "Get in," interrupted Haskins testily, as the cab drew up alongside. "We have much to say to one another." Todd jumped into the cab, and shortly Gerald slipped in beside him, after giving his address. When the hansom was spinning along, Gerald turned on Todd sharply. "Why didn't you communicate with me about this will, when you knew how anxious I was?" "I only learned the truth yesterday," said Todd quickly, "and wrote a letter asking you to call. You should have received it this morning." "Well, then, I didn't." "It's that infernal office boy. I'll sack him. Probably he has never posted it. Well, then, I searched for wills in the name of Durham, made about the time you mention. There are plenty of people of that name, and I had to read through a lot of documents. Finally, I found that Captain Julian Durham was your man." "How do you know?" "Because the property of Captain Julian Durham is left to his daughter Mavis." Gerald uttered so loud an ejaculation that the cabman looked down through the trap, thinking that he was receiving an order. No, cabby, it's all serene. Drive on to Frederick Street." When the trap was closed he addressed himself to McAndrew. "Then I was right?" "Quite right," assented Todd admiringly, "though how the deuce you knew." "I didn't know, but I had an intuitive feeling." Todd groaned. "Some more of your confounded occult stuff." "Very good," said Gerald dryly. "I accept the rebuke. But explain my intuition, if you please." "What is your intuition exactly?" "I believe," said Haskins seriously, and choosing his words carefully, "that Mavis has been shut up by Reb to keep her out of the way while he enjoys her income." This time Todd uttered an ejaculation. "I believe that there is something in your occult rubbish after all," he said in a wondering manner. "For the situation is exactly as you say." "Ah!" Gerald was triumphant, and would have uttered an exultant speech but that the cab stopped in Frederick Street. "Here we are, Todd. Get out. How much, cabby?" "2 shillings. There you are. Wait till I open the door, McAndrew. There. Run upstairs. I'll follow." Rattling on in this way, Haskins and his friend went up the dimly lighted stairs, for the gas was not full on, and soon found themselves in Gerald's comfortable sitting room. Haskins lighted the lamp. He detested electric and gas, and passed along a box of cigars to his visitor. Todd was also accommodated with a glass of whiskey and soda and a comfortable armchair. Gerald, being similarly provided, leaned forward eagerly. "Now, Toddy, tell me exactly what the will says." Todd's eyes strayed to an adjacent table. "Why, there's my letter, after all. That infernal boy did post it. I dare say your man didn't bring it up. You should row him, Jerry, and " "Oh, bother! Tell me about the will. I can read your letter later." "Well, then," said McAndrew deliberately, "Julian Durham made a will at Brighton more than 20 years ago, disposing of 6,000 a year." "Ha! Reb's exact income." "Yes. Only I think Reb has 500 or 600 a year of his own in addition. The income of Durham was left to his infant daughter Mavis, and Michael Reb was appointed her guardian." "And a pretty guardian he has been," muttered Gerald savagely. "You may well say that, Jerry. The will says that Reb is to enjoy the whole income on condition that he educates and brings up the child in a proper way. Which he has not done, since Mavis can neither read nor write. Couldn't the will be upset by that, Todd?" "We'll come to that later. But I would point out that the will provides for Reb only until Mavis marries. When she marries, the 6,000 a year passes to her at once, on her wedding day, in fact, only Reb is not forced to account for what he has used up to that date." Haskins jumped up and began to walk up and down, as he was accustomed to do when much excited. "Then I am to understand that if I marry Mavis, Major Reb loses 6,000 a year?" "Exactly. He reverts to his original 500 or 600, which apparently he possessed before getting his brother officer to make this preposterous will in his favor, as it practically is." Haskins stopped. "His brother officer?" "Yes. Durham was in a Gurkha regiment, and so was Reb. Later, I dare say, Reb exchanged to the West Indies. I always heard that he came from that place." "Yes, Jamaica," said Haskins mechanically, thinking of Geary. "So this is why Reb has shut up the girl and put about the rumor that she is crazy. The plotting beast!" "He's all that," nodded the solicitor emphatically. "In that way he prevents Mavis ever getting a husband, and so, while she remains unmarried, he can enjoy his income, or rather her income, in a legal way." "In a legal way!" echoed Gerald, disgusted. "Why, the man ought to be hanged and quartered." "You can punish him more by depriving him of his income." "Oh, I'll do that. So far as I am personally concerned, I don't care two straws for the income." "Oh, come now. Human nature " "I don't go by human nature," interrupted Haskins sharply. "I go by my own feelings. I would marry Mavis without one penny, since my 500 a year and what I make by writing is enough to keep things going. But Reb must be punished, and I shall do all I can to deprive him of this 6,000 a year." "There is no necessity to bother," said Todd soothingly. "The thing acts automatically, as you might say. When Mavis becomes your wife the money is paid over, or rather the income is transferred to her on the wedding day. The sole chance that Reb has of keeping his money is to prevent the marriage." "Oh, he'll do his best to do that," said Gerald with a frown. "I'll tell you what, Todd, that man won't stop short of murder." "Oh, you shouldn't." "Yes, I should. Mavis is under the impression that all girls are brought up in conventual seclusion, and are not allowed to see young men. Reb, for obvious reasons, told her so. But she understands that she is to be taken into the world when she is 21. Her 21st birthday is only 10 months distant, 9 months, in fact. When that time arrives she will want to come out. If Reb lets her out she will probably be asked in marriage, and then he would " "Murder her," finished McAndrew. "Not at all. Reb is too clever a man to place his precious neck in a noose. When her birthday came, and she turned restive, he would simply have called in a doctor to pronounce her insane and unfit for marriage." "No doctor would dare to say that. Mavis is quite sane." "Much can be done with money," said Todd dryly, "and Reb has 6,000 a year at his command. Besides, even if he could find no doctor to swear to her insanity, the mere rumor of such a thing would prevent any man from marrying her." "I am not so certain of that," said Gerald grimly. "As you said just now, much can be done with money. However, Reb won't have a chance of working out his rascally plot, whether he means murder or not. I shall go to Devonshire and interview him, and " "How do you know that he is there?" questioned Todd quickly. The question recalled Haskins to a sense of his folly in trusting the widow with his secret. "I have made a fool of myself, McAndrew," he remarked soberly, and resumed his seat. "It is my belief that Mrs. Crosby has put Reb on his guard, and that Reb has gone down to Denley to thwart my plans for carrying off Mavis." "Mrs. Crosby? Jerry, I warned you." "I know that, and I wish I had taken your warning. Listen." And Jerry related his interview with the widow, ending with an emphatic declaration that he did not believe she had kept her promise of secrecy. McAndrew nodded, as he quite agreed with him. "As Mrs. Crosby is engaged to Reb she will not wish him to lose his income, so " "Do you think she knows of Reb's position?" "Of course. She may not have known it before you confided in her, but she certainly would demand an explanation from the Major, in spite of her promise, when she heard that he was keeping a pretty girl shut up. Mrs. Crosby is a woman, and as a woman is jealous, Reb would be forced to tell the truth. That is how his income depends upon Mavis being imprisoned. When Mrs. Crosby knew that, she certainly would do all she could to prevent you marrying the girl." "But Madge has always been my friend," protested Haskins. "Friendship goes when money is in question," retorted Todd. "I told you that I suspected the widow of being hard up. If I am right, she is marrying Reb for the money, and both she and he will do all they can to keep that 6,000 a year. But," added Todd slowly, "I do not think there will be any murder needed. The insanity rumor is enough to prevent a possible marriage." "Not with me," raged Gerald, jumping up once more. "Quite so. Therefore Reb, on his guard, has gone to Devonshire to work against you. I'll follow by the first morning train. Take care, Haskins," warned the solicitor. "Reb is dangerous. A man who would act as he has done will not stick at a trifle. If there is to be murder, you will be the victim." Gerald held his head very high. "I am not so easily got rid of," he remarked quietly. "However, Mrs. Crosby and her mother are at Bognor, so they are out of the way. Now, I don't like doing underhand things, Todd, as you know, but in this case it seems necessary that these two women should be watched to see if Reb goes down to see them at Bognor." McAndrew nodded. "I can arrange that. I'll send a confidential clerk down. It is dirty work, but when dealing with a rascal like Reb one cannot be too careful. And you will take a revolver with you." "Yes. I may have to reckon with Geary, who is Reb's spy and bully. And then there is Bellaria, who Todd," broke off Haskins, "have you been in Italy and know something of Italian, so—" "I know a great deal," corrected Todd indignantly. "I am excellent at languages. You know that." "All right, old boy, don't get your hair off. What is the meaning of the word Tana?" "Tana? It means a den. Caverna, Tana, antro, all mean a den." He paused reflectively, and Todd threw up his hand before Gerald could answer. "Where have I heard that word? It seems familiar." "No doubt when people speak in Italy." "I don't mean that. I have heard the word used in a peculiar way." Haskins reflected, with his eyes on McAndrew. "Do you know anything in connection with the word about a red coral hand grasping a—" "A dagger!" cried Todd, rising quickly. "Yes, of course. When I was in Naples there was some talk of a society—" "I thought so. I thought so." "It is called the Tana Society, the Den Society in English. I believe that it is a collection of cutthroats who terrorize people with the symbol of the coral hand. The name comes from the idea of the society hiding in a den, and emerging to do justice. It is something like the Sicilian Mafia." "Quite so." Haskins nodded. "I now understand Bellaria's fear. She ran out of this room as though she were crazy, and indeed she was for the time being. She apparently thought that I was an emissary of the Tana, appointed to kill her." "Was Bellaria in town?" cried Todd, astonished. "Yes. She found out about myself and Mavis, and came up to tell Reb. I called to see Reb, and we met. She came back with me, and we had a long talk. She hinted about betraying a man called Salviati, with whom she was in love, and talked about hiding from the vengeance of certain people. When she saw the coral hand she ran out crying, 'Tana! Tana!'" "But how did you get the coral hand?" asked Todd, open mouthed. Haskins described how he had taken away Mrs. Crosby's cigarette case by accident, and how he had found the hand. In fact, he told McAndrew everything, including the whole conversation with Bellaria, and the subsequent visit of Mrs. Birch to recover the amulet. "And this Signor Venosta gave the coral hand to Mrs. Crosby," ended Gerald. "What do you think of it, Todd?" McAndrew sat down, gasping. "It's like a confounded penny dreadful," he remarked, ruffling his ruddy hair. "Girls shut up, income stolen, and secret societies. Oh, Lord, there is going to be trouble." "In what way?" "Don't ask me." Todd rose and began to put on his overcoat. "If I were you, Jerry, I should chuck the whole business." "What? Leave Mavis?" "Yes, if you don't want to get into a row. Reb may be connected with this Tana Society, and—" "No," interrupted Haskins decidedly. "On the contrary, he is protecting Bellaria from assassination by the Tana, and so is himself in danger of death. But why should Mrs. Crosby possess this coral hand? You had better ask Signor Venosta, who gave it to her. He is probably a Count Fosco of modern days. But if you insist on marrying this girl you will involve yourself in heaps of trouble." "I intend to go down to Denley to morrow and face Reb," said Gerald determinedly. "Mavis shall be my wife. Meanwhile you must have Mrs. Crosby watched. Gerald winced. "I don't like it, but I must save the girl." "I'll do all I can. But I tell you what, Jerry, if you don't return to London in a week I'll set the police on your track." "Very good. It's a case of marriage or death." Haskins was gay, but Todd departed filled with forebodings. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Sealed Message by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 13. The Tables Turned. Haskins departed from Devonshire by the 11:50 morning train from Paddington with a great sense of exaltation. The necessity of immediate action appealed to his active brain and to his craving for romance. That there was more than a spice of danger in the adventure to which he was committed added to his enjoyment. Notwithstanding his repudiation of Todd's suggestion that murder might be the end of these things, he took the precaution of carrying a revolver. After all, Major Rebb was being driven into a highly unpleasant corner, and, from what Gerald knew of him, he was not the kind of man to submit tamely to being beaten. Nor would he readily surrender $6,000 a year. He had enjoyed the luxuries of life too long to be content with the mere necessities. And that was only human nature. However, Haskins determined to beard the lion in his den, which for the moment was Geary's village inn. Gerald himself decided to remain at the Prince's Head, Silbury, since the negro, by Rebb's orders, might make himself highly disagreeable should the young man live under the sinister roof of the Devon maid. But Haskins was not easily intimidated, and even though the Major and his underling joined forces to thwart him, he felt quite equal to dealing with them, collectively or separately. Right was on his side, and Gerald had an implicit belief that good was stronger than evil. Those who fought in the cause for which Geary and Rebb were fighting could not possibly triumph. It was after 4:00 when Haskins arrived in Silbury, and he repaired at once to the Prince's Head. Mrs. Jennings was glad to see him, and gave him his old room. He learned that Rebb in his motor car had gone 2 days previously to Denley, and had not returned to the little town. He was visiting an elderly relative at Leagarth, said the landlady, and Gerald smiled when he noticed how persistently the Major kept up the fiction to account for his presence in the neighborhood. While he was having afternoon tea he asked questions, and learned to his surprise that Valeria was the elderly relative. "She is an Italian," said Haskins on hearing this. "One of them nasty foreigners," assented the plump hostess. "Of course she is, sir, for I've seen her myself. At times she comes to Silbury for marketing, and she went to London the other day, coming back in a broken-up condition, as you might say." Haskins smiled grimly. He knew well what had broken Valeria up. "But she can't be any relative of Major Rebb," he expostulated. "He is quite English, Mrs. Jennings." "Irish, begging your pardon, sir, but it's this way, as the Major told me himself when he stopped here for the night. This Miss Valeria's parents were Italian, and Major Rebb's were Irish. But his father died, and her mother. So her father married the Major's mother, which makes them a kind of sister and brother." Gerald shrugged his shoulders at this somewhat confused description, and shook his head. "It may please Rebb to call Valeria Dondi his elderly relative," he said quietly, "but in reality there is no relationship between them." Mrs. Jennings nodded in her turn. "And he ain't very kind to her," she went on disapprovingly, "for she do look miserable when she comes out of that lunatic asylum, as you might call it." Lunatic asylum? Haskins received a shock. He had no idea that the rumor of Mavis's insanity had spread so far as Silbury. But Mrs. Jennings seemed to know all about it. "Oh, yes, sir, don't you know?" she remarked earnestly. "Miss Valeria is set to watch that poor girl Mavis Durham, who is quite mad." "Who says that she is mad?" asked Gerald heatedly. "Everyone," replied the landlady vaguely. "Why, the Major himself told me she was always wanting to kill people. That is why she is shut up and watched by Miss Valeria. It would never do, sir, for a lunatic like that to come out. Why, we might all be murdered in our beds." It was on the tip of Haskins' tongue to deny the insanity of Mavis, for which Mrs. Jennings vouched so staunchly. But to do so would have led to an admission of his secret visits to the Pixies' house. Until he settled with Rebb he did not wish these to be known, therefore he contented himself with another question. "Have you ever seen Miss Durham?"
Lord, no, sir, nor has anyone else. Miss Valeria keeps her safely within the grounds of that tumble-down house, and a good thing too, say I." "Does the house belong to Major Rebb?" "No, sir, to that poor girl herself. You see, sir, the Durhams were a great family hereabouts for years. But they all died out save one, who went soldiering to India. He was shot in the lung some months after his marriage at Simla to an English lady, and came home to die. He lingered a year and died at Brighton." "And his wife?" "Oh, she died in Bombay when starting for England, long before Captain Durham was shot. That poor girl at the Pixies' house was born when her mother died, so Major Rebb, who was a brother officer of Captain Durham, took charge of her." "Has Miss Durham any money?" "I can't tell you that, sir. What I say is only what I have heard from time to time. I believe that she has the old house of the Durhams, and enough money to keep her. Major Rebb is a good, kind gentleman to take such trouble over the poor thing. Many another gentleman would have shut her up in a lunatic asylum." Haskins smiled once more, very significantly. He quite believed that if Rebb could have shut up Mavis as a lunatic he would have done so long ago. But in the first place, it would be difficult to get two doctors to certify to her insanity, and in the second, if the case became known, the use of the girl's money by Rebb might be questioned. The Major had just made sufficient of the story public to save himself from awkward questions, and Gerald foresaw that to extricate Mavis from her false position was a more difficult task than he had reckoned upon. However, notwithstanding that things looked thus black, he held to his determination of having an explanation with Major Rebb, and as the evening was pleasant he walked to Denley at his leisure. There was more chance of catching the Major at this hour, since it was probable that he would always return to the Devon maid for dinner. As he was starting, Mrs. Jennings came up to him at the door. "If you see Major Rebb, sir," she said in a low voice, "you might tell him that Mr. Arnold has come back." "Who is he?" asked Gerald, forgetting what Mavis had said. "A small, clever gentleman with a long beard, who looked after that poor girl for a time. He went away to some foreign port months ago, but returned to this neighbourhood during the last 2 or 3 days. I haven't seen Mr. Arnold myself," ended Mrs. Jennings, "but others have seen him, and I want the Major to know." "Why?" asked Haskins, looking at her keenly. "Mr. Arnold behaved very badly to Major Rebb," explained the landlady, "and went away without giving notice. Major Rebb wants to see him, and ask why he left him in the lurch, as you might say." "I'll tell him," said Haskins, nodding. "Where is this Mr. Arnold now?" "I can't say, sir, save that he is in the neighbourhood." Haskins walked away, pondering over what had been said. He then remembered how Mavis had called this dwarf Arnold by the name of Shybar, and said that he had gone to Australia. Apparently he had acted as a kind of companion to Mavis, and possibly as a tutor, although he had not been allowed by Rebb to teach his pupil reading or writing. It occurred to Gerald that the scholar was friendly to Mavis. In that case he certainly would be hostile to her guardian, as he could not fail to know from personal observation that the girl was perfectly sane, and was illegally detained. The young man felt very certain that Rebb wished to see this Mr. Arnold, not to ask him questions as to the reason for his sudden departure, some months back, but to bribe him into silence regarding the truth. "I shall hunt up Arnold," thought Gerald, as he mounted the rising road to Denley. "He may be able to help Mavis and myself. And heaven knows that we shall need all the help and friendship that we can obtain." The evening was warm, luminous, and intensely still. Haskins did not hurry himself, but sauntered through the lovely country, enjoying its beauty in spite of his anxious state of mind. In the depths of his heart he felt that everything would come right in the end, and that he would some day be able to make Mavis his dear wife. They would then live happily ever afterwards, just like a fairy tale. Still, in fairy tales the lovers always have to undergo much woe and sorrow and danger before the end is reached, and this fantasy of real life, as Gerald believed, was to proceed much on the same lines. Dragons had to be overcome, magicians thwarted, enchanted castles had to be stormed. But when these tasks laid upon the fated prince were accomplished, he would awaken the princess to everyday life with a kiss, and all the fairies would come to the nuptials. The young man thought allegorically, but there was a bitter truth enshrined in the symbols.
And fairy tales themselves are only fanciful pictures of life's mystery. Pain must be undergone before pleasure can be gained. Geary was absent when the traveler arrived at the Devon Maid, and Haskins was not sorry to hear this from Mrs. Geary, who received him. The negro, having learned from Reb and Valeria that the castle he had guarded was discovered, would not be in the best of humors, and would probably make himself disagreeable. Not that Gerald had any fear of the man, but he wished for an explanation with Reb before any open quarrel took place. The Major, as a civilized being, would certainly be more reasonable than the negro. "Is Major Reb in?" questioned Gerald when Mrs. Geary had told him of her husband's absence. She did not say where he was, as she apparently did not know, and Geary was not the man to permit questions. "Yes, sir. He is having dinner in your old room. I am sorry you can't have the room, Mr. Haskins, but the Major—" "Yes, yes, I understand," said Haskins impatiently. "Take my card to Major Reb, and say that I have come down from London to see him." Mrs. Geary did this in her stolid way, and shortly returned to usher Haskins into the well-remembered sitting-room. Here he was received somewhat stiffly by the man he had come to see, and the landlady retired, closing the door carefully after her. Reb looked thinner and more erect, and more reserved than ever. With a silent bow he pointed to a seat, and waited to hear what Gerald had to say. Considering the two men had already met frequently, this reception was frigid; but Reb apparently wished to make Haskins as uncomfortable as possible, so that he might get the better of him. If such was his object, he failed to attain it, for Gerald, anticipating this demeanor, was quite cheerful, and very observant. The Major, having finished his meal, lighted a cigar, but did not offer one to Haskins. This was a sign of war, and Gerald accepted it as such. "You are surprised to see me," he remarked, keeping his eyes on Reb's dark, high-bred face. "Not exactly," answered the other coolly. "My man told me that you wished to see me in London, and of course I found your card when I returned. I regret that I could not see you then, but I had to come back here on business." "To see your elderly relative, no doubt." "Bellaria Dundee. Precisely. Well?" "Why fence in this way, Reb?" asked the young man. "You have heard from Bellaria that I—" "Yes," interrupted the Major, leaning forward and gripping the arms of his chair with an angry expression on his face. "Bellaria has told me of your secret visits to the Pixie's house. I must say that you have behaved very badly, Haskins. This is not the kind of thing I expected from you." "Really?" Gerald raised his eyebrows. "We have not been intimate, that you should expect me to consider your feelings." "Since my future wife was your mother's friend, and is yours," said Reb with dignity, "I was quite willing to admit you to a certain degree of intimacy. Now the case is altered." "Because I love your ward?" "No. Because you went by stealth to see her. If you had come to me, I could have explained her unhappy condition." "I am quite certain that you could," retorted Gerald, looking straight at his enemy, as he was convinced the Major was. "But is there any need of an explanation? Everyone hereabouts declares that Miss Durham is insane, and not responsible for her actions." A flash of pleasure came and went in Reb's dark eyes for the moment, and then he looked hypocritically sad. "Poor girl! It is only too true." "I don't agree with you there," said Haskins quietly. "Indeed? On what grounds?" "I have had several interviews with Mavis, and I am quite certain that she is as sane as you or I." "If so, why should I shut her up?" "Ask your own conscience." Reb struck his hand fiercely on the table. "You go too far, Haskins, in saying that. I am not forced to account for my actions to you." "You may not think so," said Gerald, feeling that they were coming to close quarters, "but I do. I love Mavis, and wish to marry her." "It is out of the question." "Why?" "She is, as I declare, insane. If you married her she would probably murder you in your sleep." "I am willing to take the risk," said Haskins with a contemptuous smile. He saw that Reb was trying to make the best of his position. "I am not willing that you should," retorted the Major. "Ah, but the decision lies with me. Mrs. Crosby—" Reb looked furious. "What has Mrs. Crosby to do with this matter?" "Has she not told you?" "Told me what? I have heard nothing from Mrs. Crosby." Gerald privately apologized to himself for having doubted the little woman, but determined to have no further misunderstanding. He spoke out. "I saw Mrs. Crosby when I was in London, and asked her to help me to marry Mavis. Not even for Mrs. Crosby's sake can I consent to that. A marriage of that kind would be a sin. How dare you tell my private affairs to my future wife?" And Reb again struck the table. "Gently, Major, gently. I am not to be intimidated. I asked Mrs. Crosby to help me as she is my mother's old friend, and I have known her much longer than you have. She refused to help me." "Ah!" cried Reb, gratified. "I knew that she loved me." "But she agreed to keep what I had told her a secret from you for at least a month, on condition that I took no steps meanwhile to run away with Mavis. From what you say, I understand that she has kept her promise, and I have done her an injustice. I fancied, from your sudden departure to this place, that she had told you." "Mrs. Crosby has told me nothing," said Reb, coldly. "I came down here because I heard that Valeria had been up to see me. Also, I had a line from Geary saying that something was wrong. I came down at once, and was informed that you had been spying out my private affairs." "Don't call hard names, Major," said Gerald, coolly. "I admit that I was wrong to speak to Mrs. Crosby, seeing that she is engaged to you. But I am putting that right by coming here for an explanation, and I absolve Mrs. Crosby from her promise. But I was not wrong in obeying the invitation of the sealed message. Any young man in my position would have done the same." "Ah, the cylinder!" cried Reb, angrily. "Valeria told me of that, as Mavis confessed to her what she had done. Who would have thought that the girl would have communicated with the world in that way?" "Why should she not communicate with the world?" asked Gerald, sharply. Reb saw that in his hurry he had made a mistake, and tried to get out of it. "Why? Because she is crazy." "And for that reason she has not been taught to read or write?" "Exactly. The doctor said that if she were educated, or if her brain was subjected to any strain, her homicidal mania would be intensified. Out of sheer pity for the unfortunate girl, I have had her kept in ignorance." "I see," said Haskins, thinking that the excuse was extremely skillful. "Then Mr. Arnold taught her nothing?" Reb started. The cigar fell from his fingers, and he turned pale. The mention of the name evidently worried him not a little. "What do you know of Mr. Arnold?" he demanded. "Only that he is, or was, Mavis's tutor in some sort of odd way. And that reminds me. Mrs. Jennings of the Prince's Head gave me a message for you, Major. Mr. Arnold, she says, has returned from Australia, and is in the neighborhood." "Stale news, Haskins," said Reb, recovering his wits. "Geary found out at least a week ago that Arnold was traveling round the country in a kind of gypsy caravan, selling books. It was about Arnold that Geary wrote to me. I came down to see into the matter, as Arnold is a rascal. But I also learned on my arrival, from Valeria, that you had been taking an interest in my affairs." And he sneered. "In the affairs of the woman I hope to make my wife," said Gerald, imperturbably. Reb rose stiffly. "Mr. Haskins," he said, in a most ceremonious manner, "had you come to me in the first place, and without acting in this underhand manner, I should have told you that such a marriage is impossible. I tell you so now, and beg to end this interview." Gerald rose also. "As you please, Major Reb. After all," he paused at the door, "$6,000 a year is worth fighting for." Reb gasped, again turned pale, and fell back into his chair. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Sealed Message by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 14. The unexpected happens. "Do you still wish me to go?" inquired Gerald politely, and half opening the sitting room door. "No!" cried Reb, sharply. "Shut that door again, and explain yourself." Haskins returned to his seat. "Does what I say need explanation?" "Certainly. You insinuate that my income has to do with Mavis." "You place the matter in a nutshell, Major. It has." Reb rose again, with the look of a man at bay. "You dare to " "I dare anything in the cause of Mavis," interrupted Gerald, imperiously. Don't make any mistake about my attitude, Major Reb. If you act honestly, I am here as your friend. But if you declare war, I am willing to accept your challenge." If a look could have slain the bold speaker, Haskins would have dropped dead where he stood. But he bore Reb's fierce gaze without flinching, and waited for him to speak. The Major made a gigantic effort, and gained control of himself sufficiently to open his mouth for a quiet question. "Where did you learn this?" he demanded. "From the will of Captain Julian Durham at Somerset House." "Indeed! More spying!" sneered the other, but his lip quivered. Haskins shrugged his shoulders, and took scarcely any notice of the insult. "That is a weak speech to make," he remarked. Reb passed a handkerchief across his pale lips. "Who told you about the will?" he asked quietly. "It was more an intuition than anything else," said Haskins, anxious to shield Mrs. Geary, whose chance words had put him on the track. "I saw that Mavis was sane, and that you were shutting her up for some reason. Money was the reason that suggested itself." "And you searched in Somerset House?" "Not personally. McAndrew did that, as my lawyer." "Great heavens!" stormed Reb, growing darkly red. "Is McAndrew in this affair also? Will you tell me, Mr. Haskins, how many people you have succeeded in interesting in my private business?" "Only Todd and myself know about the matter so far. I refer to the will, of course. But others may come to know of it, unless—" "Ah!" said Reb, quickly. "Now we are coming to the gist of the matter, Mr. Haskins. Unless what?" "Unless you give Mavis her proper position in the world." "And consent to your marriage with her, I suppose?" Haskins bowed. "You save me the trouble of an explanation." "There is another explanation to be made," said Reb, trying to appear calm, "and one that in justice to myself I must make. The will—" "Pardon me," interrupted Jerrold coolly, "but Mrs. Jennings knows all about your ward's alleged insanity." "Her true insanity!" cried Reb, warmly. "Everyone in Denley and Silbury and Leagarth knows about the poor girl, and that she is washed by Bellaria Dundee." "Your useful elderly relative?" "Just so. And does all the neighborhood know about Julian Durham's will?" "Anyone who goes to Somerset House can learn what he wishes, as you have done," retorted the Major. "I am not bound to make my private affairs public down here. You apparently are trying to do your best to provide gossip for the neighborhood. Well, yes. I mean to get Mavis out of the Pixie's house." Reb jumped up and banged on the table furiously. "I defy you. Yes, I defy you," he almost shouted. "And you shall not get her out of that house. She is well treated, and—" "One moment. I never said that she was not well treated," said Jerrold, swiftly. "But badly as you are behaving, I presume your conscience does not allow you to ill treat Mavis, seeing that you are enjoying her fortune. Take care, take care. I may strike you." "By all means. It will give me the chance to take you into court for assault, and make the matter of Pixie's house public." "Ah!" Reb looked scathingly at the bold speaker. "You are afraid. Oh, no. If you strike me, I shall probably give you a good thrashing, which to my mind you richly deserve. In an ordinary case I would thrash you and let you go, but my desire is to force you into taking up a public position of defense." "I am quite willing to do so," said Reb, violently. "You can employ McAndrew or any lawyer you like. The will is in my favor, and I have carried out its provisions." "Pardon me, but that is just what you have not done. Mavis, by the will, was to be educated. She can neither read nor write." "The doctor said—" "Produce your doctor who said that her brain could not understand, or could not bear teaching. It is no use, Major. Whatever you may say about Mavis to suit your own ends, you are well aware that she is perfectly sane, and that you are keeping her shut up in the Pixie's house to enjoy her money." "You dare! You dare!" "I dare now, and I shall dare in open court," retorted the young man. "I wonder I don't kill you," muttered Reb, in impotent fury. "In the first place, you can't. In the second, if you did you would only be tried for murder instead of conspiracy." "Conspiracy? Conspiracy, damn you!" "Yes, against the liberty of a subject." Reb had proved himself to be a brave man in several South African engagements, so it was not fear that prevented him from falling upon the man who thus defied him and meddled with his most private affairs. But with all his fury, and he could scarcely articulate for rage, he was sufficiently master of himself to know that to strike Haskins would only force him into open court. Reb had no wish that the will of Durham and his guardianship of Mavis should be a topic of conversation with his friends, or appear in print for the delectation of the public. He therefore kept his hands down by his sides, and subdued his wrath as best he could. But the effort nearly choked him. "You have said all that you can say, Mr. Haskins," he growled, in a guttural voice filled with menace, "so you can go." "Certainly," rejoined Gerald again. "And your attitude?" "I stand by the will of my brother officer," said Reb, with suppressed fury. "I enjoy the Durham property until Mavis marries. She is not fit to marry, being insane, therefore " "You will enjoy the Durham property until the end of your life." "Yes," said Reb, determinedly. "I do hold to that. Mavis has all she wants, and is happy where she is." "Because you have filled her mind with lying tales of English girls all being brought up in seclusion as she is being brought up. But on Mavis's 21st birthday, Reb, when she hopes to come out into the world, what then? How will you restrain her? Will she be happy then?" "I am not bound to tell you of my plans regarding my ward," said the Major, stiffly. "On her 21st birthday I shall know how to act." "Good night," said Gerald abruptly, and made for the door. "Stop!" cried Reb, imperatively. "What about your attitude?" Haskins wheeled at the door. "I love Mavis, and I intend to make her my wife. That is my attitude." "I see," sneered the Major. "You are after her money." The insult was too contemptible to be noticed. "Think what you like, Major, only remember one thing. If you harm Mavis in any way, or transfer her to another hiding place, I shall hold you accountable." "In what way?" questioned the other, contemptuously. "I shall find some relative of Mavis and get him or her to contest the will. That will bring everything out." "Very probably, but Mavis has no relative. Julian Durham was the last of his race, and so, since his wife was dead, left his child for me to look after. Had he or she any relative, I should not have been appointed guardian. I stand by the will. Good night." Gerald hesitated, and wondered whether he would say anything more, but on second thoughts he decided to hold his peace, and abruptly left the room. After all, there was no more to be arranged. He knew the attitude which Reb had taken up, and Reb knew his attitude. It only remained to fight for possession of the girl. As Haskins walked back to Silbury in the rapidly gathering darkness, he admitted that Reb's position was a strong one. Mavis was perfectly happy, and had all she wanted. The loss of liberty did not trouble her, since she had the spacious grounds of the Pixies' house for a playground, and, moreover, thought that all English girls were brought up in the same way. Had she known that this was a lie, she might have fretted after her liberty, and then there would have been some ground to go upon. But were she taken into court she could not deny but that her guardian had been kind, and had given her all she required. This reasoning was all in favor of Reb. Then again, since Reb swore that Mavis was insane, he was quite justified in shutting her up, so long as she was treated kindly. Certainly, could she be proved to be sane, his position would then be a very awkward one, as it would force him to explain why he had used the girl's money all these years, while keeping her in durance vile. But, as Todd had said and Gerald had echoed, much could be done with money, and if things came to be made public, Reb might be able to bribe a couple of doctors to certify to Mavis's insanity. In that case she would be shut up in a public asylum, and Reb, after setting aside a certain sum for her maintenance, would enjoy the Durham income for the rest of his wicked life. The plot was very cunningly arranged, and in standing by the will Reb took up an almost unassailable position. Many another man would have been daunted by the difficulties thus presented by a survey of the position. But Gerald was in love, and to a lover nothing is impossible that stands in the way of his gaining his mistress. Haskins did not know for the moment exactly how to act, but in one way or another he determined to force Reb's strong hand. By warning Reb he had certainly put him on his guard against any possible elopement, but he had also forced him to behave in a more or less straightforward manner, Knowing that he was watched, the Major could not smuggle Mavis into another hiding place. During the conversation Gerald had intended to mention Belaria's dread of the Coral Hand, so that he might learn if it was really the Tana society that she feared. But the chances were that Reb would not have told him, and moreover the introduction of a new subject might have complicated matters. Haskins therefore congratulated himself that he had kept silence. Also, for the moment, it was unnecessary to draw Reb's attention to the wonderful likeness between Charity and Mavis. Doubtless Reb was well aware of it, and it was more than likely that Reb could explain it. Still, bearing in mind Mrs. Palamoden's offer to pass off Mavis as Charity, should it be necessary, Jerry resolved to hold his peace. At one moment he was inclined to storm the Pixies' house secretly and elope with Mavis, hiding her, as above, under the name of Charity, who would then be out of the way as Mrs. McAndrew. But Reb would know who had taken Mavis away, and, standing by the will which gave him the guardianship of Mavis until she was 21, would make dire trouble. Gerald did not wish to be arrested, as he could do little good for Mavis if imprisoned. It only remained, then, to return to London and to see Todd. In one way or another some start could be made towards extricating Mavis from the clutches of her guardian. And when the start was made the desired end would be reached sooner or later. Gerald therefore determined to leave Silbury next morning and to begin his campaign forthwith, assisted by Todd. He felt very reluctant to leave the neighborhood without seeing Mavis, but he was forced to. Belaria would now be on her guard if he attempted to climb the wall. And Gerald was very certain that Geary had been sent to watch the Pixies' house by his precious master. Haskins had a revolver, as opposed to the yellow-handled knife about which Mavis had talked, so he did not fear the encounter. But an open struggle would only damage the position of Mavis and impede any plans made for her rescue. Knowing that Reb had the will, and swore to the reported insanity of Mavis to strengthen his attitude, Gerald was extremely anxious to move cautiously. In sheer desperation Major Reb might call in the assistance of the law. Much as Haskins wished to force the man's hand, he did not want to do so by placing himself in the wrong. To take Mavis from the guardianship of a man appointed by her father's will would be a disobedience to the law of which Reb would take full advantage. As the night was warm, Gerald, having plenty of time, did not hurry himself. There was no moon, and the stars were covered with dun-hued clouds. Very little light, therefore, came from above. Nevertheless, the night was not entirely dark, as a faint luminous radiance was everywhere spread, and he could pick his way along the high road very easily. Although, following Todd's advice, he had his revolver in his hip pocket, he never thought that it would be necessary to use it. Major Reb, as a civilized being, had refrained from actual violence, much as he apparently desired to use it. But then he would only have taken to his fists. It was far otherwise with Geary. That semi-civilized savage would undoubtedly have taken to his yellow-handled knife. In the usual way in which intuitions came to Haskins, the thought of this knife unexpectedly flashed into his mind when he topped the last rise of the hills. Already he could see the glimmer of the Silbury lights, and paused a moment to watch them, shining like stars under the muggy canopy of the heavy sky. But the knife thought remained, and he turned his head uneasily from side to side, scenting danger by his sixth sense. The feeling passed, and then came again stronger than ever when he began to walk on once more. He glanced back, and then swerved to one side, just in time to avoid the rush of a big black form which hurled itself out of the shadows. It was Geary, who dashed towards him, missed, wheeled, and flung himself again on the young man. Haskins had walked to Denley in his flannels, as the evening was so close, so he was a sufficiently easy mark in the semi-darkness, showing whitely like a negative against the gloom. Geary clutched him in his powerful arms before he could swerve again, or draw his revolver, and then Gerald realized with a shock of surprise that, save for a pair of dungaree trousers, the man was naked. Not only that, but the upper part of his body had been rubbed with oil, and he slipped about like an eel. Geary made no remark, nor did Gerald speak, but the two men, the one big and burly, the other lithe and wiry, wrestled together for mastery. Haskins believed that Geary wished to get him down and stab him, but could not see if he held a knife. He certainly did not in his huge hands, but he might have had it strapped, sailor fashion, in the small of his back. Without a word, the two men swung and swayed, Geary wriggling and pressing Gerald downward with his great weight. But Haskins had lately taken lessons in jiu-jitsu, of which the negro was apparently ignorant, so he suddenly gave way with an unexpected relaxing of all the muscles. Geary uttered a guttural ejaculation of anger and surprise as he felt the looseness of the young man's body, and found a moment afterwards that his big arms were empty. By making himself small, so to speak, Gerald had slipped out of the negro's grip and darted back with lightning speed. When Geary swung round again to the assault, he found himself facing a revolver. Nothing daunted, his hand slipped round to the back of his dungaree trousers, and a moment later Gerald saw the steel glitter in the dim light, as Geary rushed forward with uplifted hand. Haskins did not wish to kill the man, as he was a necessary witness to save Mavis, so he winged him. The bullet struck the negro's right arm, and the knife dropped as he howled viciously. Apparently dreading another shot, he sprang aside and then backward, and vanished. For some minutes Gerald heard the pad, pad, pad of his bare feet on the highway, and became aware then, for the first time, that he had escaped a great danger. Picking up the knife, he replaced his revolver in his hip pocket and walked swiftly towards Silbury, wondering if Reb had sent the man to kill him. If so, Geary had failed, and as there was no chance of another attempt being made on that night, Gerald did not trouble himself on the way to the town. He swiftly resolved to say nothing of his adventure, especially as any publicity might lead to revelations being made at the moment while Mavis's fate swung in the balance. But later Gerald determined to bring Geary to justice. He had the evidence of the knife. At the first street lamp he stopped and looked at the weapon. It was a dangerous piece of steel, a bowie knife, but the handle was of black wood. What then had become of the yellow-handled knife which Mavis feared so greatly? Gerald was too weary and ached too much with his late struggle to think over this problem. He therefore postponed all consideration until next morning. On reaching the Prince's Head, he sat down to an excellent meal and held his peace about his adventures. After dinner he drank some coffee and smoked a couple of pipes. Then he went to bed about 10 o'clock, or a trifle later. Shortly, in spite of the late excitement, he fell asleep. When he awoke it was 9 o'clock in the morning. Feeling somewhat bruised and stiff, for Geary's grasp was like that of an octopus, he decided to remain in bed, instead of taking the morning train to London. The afternoon train would do, he decided, so he rang for his breakfast to be served, intending to rise at midday. The chambermaid took his orders for breakfast, and seemed to be flustered, but before he could make inquiries, she ran out of the room. Later, Mrs. Jennings herself arrived with the breakfast tray, and looked excited as she placed it on the bed. "Oh, Mr. Haskins," she cried with shining eyes, "such terrible news! That mad girl at the Pixies' house has murdered Miss Valeria, and has bolted." "It is impossible!" gasped Haskins, starting up in bed. "The milkman from Leagarth has just brought the news, sir." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Sealed Message by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 15. A Tragedy. Mrs. Jennings' news was so startling that Gerald could only fall back on his pillow and stare at her excited face. Pleased with the effect which she produced, like all gossips, she continued rapidly to explain breathlessly. "The milkman's master, Evans is his name, went at 7 this morning with the milk to the Pixies' house. Miss Valeria always came to the gate and opened it to take the milk in. He found the gate wide open, and Miss Valeria lying on the path within the grounds, stabbed to the heart and as dead as a stone. Evans gave the alarm in the village, and many people went into the grounds and up to examine the house. They found no one there. That poor lunatic was gone. Evans sent on his man to tell the police here, and he came in for a drink. I had the whole story out of him. Isn't it dreadful, sir? To think that we should have been talking of that crazy Meg only yesterday, and that she should commit so dreadful a crime." "Stop," said Gerald sharply, and somewhat recovering himself. "You cannot say if Miss Durham is guilty." Mrs. Jennings gaped. "Not say she is guilty? Why, sir, if she isn't, who can be? It's well known that Miss Durham, as you call her, sir, always wanted to kill people, and that was why she was shut up."
Not being able to get at another person, she has murdered poor Miss Valeria, who watched her, and then ran away, to murder again, I suppose. Oh, how very dreadful it all is! When I said yesterday that we might be murdered in our beds, I little thought that we should be." "Nonsense, nonsense!" "Begging your pardon, sir, but it's gospel truth that I am speaking," said the landlady, bristling. "With a lunatic at large one never knows what may happen. The police inspector, and a very nice man he is, has already sent to Denley asking Major Rebb to go to Leagarth. Everyone is talking about things with blood and slaughter in them. And I ask your pardon, sir, for having come into your bedroom, but I thought you would like to know. Oh, dear me, dear me!" Mrs. Jennings wrung her plump hands and retreated towards the door in a flurried condition. "I'll bolt and bar every window and door at sunset. No murders for me." Having babbled herself out of the room, she banged the door, and Haskins, sitting up in bed, placed his hands on either side of his head to think matters over. He found it difficult to believe the news, and yet he might have expected to hear something of this sort. Of course he was absolutely certain that Mavis was innocent. But he could not understand why she had run away, nor could he guess who had slain the unfortunate Italian. Quite unable to eat his breakfast because of the intelligence, he jumped out of bed, and into the hip bath which was in the center of the room. The sooner he went downstairs and learned all that could be learned, the better able would he be to see his way. If Mavis had been in danger from Major Rebb before, she was now in greater danger than ever, as he assuredly would use her assumed guilt to prevent her inheriting the money. "Nothing will make anyone believe that Mavis is other than guilty," was the young man's soliloquy. "Her crazy reputation is enough. If she is caught, they will shut her up in an asylum, notwithstanding the denial she is sure to make. Then Rebb will be able to keep the money, according to the strict letter of the will. And yet," he clenched his fist, "I believe that Rebb himself is guilty of the crime." He had really no reason to make such an accusation, but the happening of the crime was so opportune for the Major that it did not seem entirely impossible for him to have had a hand in it. Assuredly he might not have struck the blow himself, but the unscrupulous Geary could easily have been employed to remove Bellaria. Not that Rebb on the face of it would wish to lose so useful a servant, but if it was necessary that Mavis should be accused of murder to ensure her being placed in an asylum, Bellaria was the nearest and most natural victim. But these arguments were futile, as Gerald reflected while dressing, for he did not know exactly what had taken place. It was necessary to learn when the crime had been committed, where the body had been found, the precise spot, that is, and if possible to discover the weapon which had been used. If the yellow-handled knife was picked up anywhere near the corpse, the presumption would be that Geary had killed the woman, although Mrs. Jennings had made no report of this. But the thought recalled to Haskins' mind the attack made upon him by the negro on the previous night. A knife had been used then, and he had it in the pocket of the suit he had worn. On looking at it again he saw what had struck him before, that the handle of this particular weapon was black, and not yellow. What, then, had become of the famous sacrificial knife of which Mavis had spoken? Why should Geary not have used this when striving to murder Gerald? That question could only be answered when the yellow-handled knife was found. Haskins could not wear the flannels in which he had been attacked, as they were smeared all over with oil from Geary's body. He therefore flung this suit into his portmanteau, and as the day promised to be extremely hot, dressed himself in white drill. Thus clothed, although far from being in his right mind by reason of inward perturbation, he descended, to find the hotel seething with excitement. Every one was talking of the Leagarth tragedy, as such an event had never before startled the somnolent town. The bar was crowded with idlers, and Mr. Evans's messenger was being supplied with as much drink as he could swallow. However, he was yet sober enough to answer the questions which Haskins put to him. No weapon had been found. The police had gone to Leagarth. The guilt of Miss Durham was certain. She had vanished, and search was being made. Wires had been sent far and wide ordering her arrest. Policemen were scouring the countryside on bicycles. Sooner or later the murderess would be captured, and everyone would be relieved. So the man babbled on, and having learned all that was possible, Gerald went to hire a bicycle in order to proceed to Leagarth.
He did not feel the least hungry, for obvious reasons, but as he had a long and exhausting day before him, he was wise enough to force himself to eat and drink. Thus fortified, he rode up the steep Silbury High Street, and into the surrounding country. So rapid was his pace, and so eager was he to learn the best or the worst at once, that in a marvelously short time he found himself before the high wall which girdled the Pixies' house and its park. In this wall double gates of rough iron were set, but the grounds could not be seen from the lane, as boards had been placed across the bars to prevent anyone looking in. This had been done, as Jerrold learned from a chatty villager, many years before, when the crazy girl and her dead watcher had come to live there. Policemen guarded the gates and preserved order amongst the rapidly increasing crowd, which augmented every minute. The terrible news had traveled with lightning speed, and from far and wide came all who were possessed of morbid curiosity. The police were expected from Exeter, and in the meanwhile Inspector Morgan of Silbury was within the grounds, searching round. Major Rebb had not yet arrived. On learning this latter fact, Haskins at once demanded admission so that he might interview Morgan. When Rebb came, he knew well that it would not be possible to meddle with the case, as the Major would insist that he had nothing to do with it. But in order to discover any evidence that might be suppressed by Rebb, should he or Geary be guilty, Haskins made up his mind to examine as much into the matter on the spot as would be permitted to him. After sending in his request, he received a reply in a few minutes, and this led to his being conducted by a young constable through the jealously guarded gates, and into the presence of the inspector. Morgan was standing on the lawn, drawing a plan of the grounds, and several policemen were beating about the long grass, searching for something. "Have they found the knife?" asked Jerrold, coming up swiftly. Morgan looked at him keenly. He was a tall and burly man, with a red face and white hair, apparently easy-going and tolerant, who would not be difficult to manage if treated diplomatically. Nevertheless, he resented Haskins' abrupt question with stiff official dignity. "May I ask who you are, sir?" he demanded. Jerrold pointed to the card which the inspector held. "My name is there, Mr. Inspector. I came here because I am interested in the case." "On what grounds? For what reason?" questioned Morgan, still stiffly. Haskins did not hesitate. On the way hither he had resolved to be absolutely frank, if frankness were necessary. To deliver Mavis from her dangerous position he would have to give some reason for championing her; and, having regard to the searching examinations of the law, he deemed it best to tell the absolute truth. If he did not, Rebb might possibly make some use of his knowledge of the secret visits to get him into trouble. He therefore cast his bombshell boldly. "I am engaged to marry Miss Durham," he stated slowly. Morgan, in spite of official phlegm, dropped his pocketbook in sheer amazement, and two constables, who overheard, looked round with expressions of blank astonishment. "What do you mean, sir?" stuttered the inspector, growing redder than ever. "Are you making a fool of me? Miss Durham was mad. She could not be engaged to anyone." "Miss Durham was perfectly sane, as I am prepared to swear, and to prove my belief in her sanity I am willing to make her my wife." "A murderess!" "She is not a murderess. Whomsoever killed that unfortunate Valeria Dundee, the poor girl who was shut up here, is at least innocent." "Dear, dear, dear!" Morgan scratched his head and looked bewildered. "I never came across anything so extraordinary in my life. If Miss Durham was shut up here, and everyone knows that she was strictly guarded on account of her mania, how came you to see her?" "In a rather peculiar way, Mr. Inspector, but what I tell you can be substantiated by my friend and legal adviser, Mr. Ian Roy McAndrew." And after thus guarding himself from the tale being received with disbelief, Jerrold detailed the finding of the cylinder, and his subsequent dealings with the matter. Morgan gaped and stared, not knowing what to make of so extraordinary a story. "Then this young lady was not crazy?" "No," said Jerrold positively. "I am certain she was in complete possession of her senses." "Then why was she shut up?" "You had better ask Major Rebb that," said Haskins dryly. "He will be here soon. In proof of the truth of my story you can look for the canoe, which is hidden in the undergrowth on the other side of the pool below the river wall." Morgan nodded, with his pale blue eyes fixed on the speaker. "Do you know anything of this murder?" he asked pointedly. Jerrold laughed shortly. "Are you going to accuse me?" he demanded. "Certainly not, Mr. Haskins, certainly not. But seeing that your canoe is near the house, and you confess to having paid secret visits " "I understand," Gerald cut him short. "People will talk. Let them. I can prove an alibi with the help of Mrs. Jennings and 3 or 4 of her servants. I slept last night at the Prince's Head Silvery, and was in bed a few minutes after 10. By the way, can you tell me when this crime was committed?" "The doctor who examined the poor woman's body states that she was stabbed, so far as he can ascertain from the condition of the corpse, somewhere about 12 o'clock. Say at midnight." "Where?" Morgan indicated a spot stained with blood. It had soaked into the gravelled path some little distance away. "Yonder, Mr. Haskins. I judge from this that Miss Valeria, as she is called hereabouts, came to open the gate to someone, the assassin, no doubt, and then she was stabbed to the heart before she could make an outcry. The doctor declares that death must have taken place almost instantaneously." "Humph!" said Gerald, swiftly. "I see that you exonerate Miss Durham, seeing that you say Valeria was summoned to the gate by the assassin." "Yes and no, Mr. Haskins," said the inspector, stolidly. "According to what you say, this young lady was sane. That has yet to be proved. It is quite likely that for once she may have gone out." "No, no. She had no wish to go out." "You seem to know a great deal about the young lady's intentions," said Inspector Morgan, a trifle dryly. "Well, then, she may have followed Miss Valeria into the garden, and after stabbing her, may have opened the gates and got away." "Miss Valeria never came into the garden at night," said Gerald, quickly. "She told me herself that she was afraid of something." "What was she afraid of?" asked Morgan, sharply. "I can't exactly tell you," replied the young man, who did not wish to say too much about the Tana society, lest Mrs. Crosby, who owned the coral pin, might be implicated. "But Valeria hinted that she was afraid, and Miss Durham told me that her nurse would never venture out after dark. Why, then, should she have come to the gate?" Morgan reflected, and pulled his white mustache. "Probably Miss Durham was seized with a mania for killing, and chased her nurse through the house. Miss Valeria would then run into the garden to escape, and so she was struck down on the very threshold of yonder gate. I dare say she was trying to get out and summon assistance from the village." "You make out a very pretty case against Miss Durham, Mr. Inspector." Morgan would have replied, but at this moment one of the constables who had been hunting in the long grass on the left hand of the gate cried out triumphantly, and held up a knife. "Here it is, sir," he said. In another moment Morgan was holding in his hand a yellow handled knife of a very deadly description, which had bloodstains on the blade. "I see," said the officer, gravely. "This is undoubtedly the weapon used. It seems to me that the woman was stabbed, and then the assassin, Miss Durham, for 1,000, flung the knife aside into that long grass before running away. Very natural, very natural. She would not care to carry with her such evidence of her guilt." "Guilt which has yet to be proved," said Gerald, hotly. An argument ensued, in which Haskins decidedly got the worst. The inspector, and indeed every one else, scouted the idea of Mavis's innocence. She had pursued Valeria to the gates, and having killed her, had got rid of the knife by flinging it into the long grass. Then she had fled, not daring to face the consequences of her crime. "In which case," cried Gerald, furiously, "she must be sane. A mad woman would not be afraid to remain, being ignorant of the heinousness of the offence." Morgan shook his head, still unconvinced. And indeed Gerald saw that things looked very black indeed against the girl he loved. It was on the tip of his tongue to denounce Geary as the owner of the knife, but he could not prove this without the evidence of Mavis, and moreover he thought it wiser to keep silent as to his suspicions until he consulted McAndrew and could get legal advice. The situation was too dangerous to be dealt with hurriedly. Later in the day Major Ebb arrived, and heard from Inspector Morgan all about the crime. He viewed the body of the poor woman, and examined the knife, which he either failed to recognize, or if he did, decided to keep silence as to its ownership. He stated that he had seen his ward about 4 o'clock on the previous day, and that she was then in an excited condition. But not thinking she would venture to commit a crime, he had gone back to the Devon Maid at Denley, and there had retired to rest at 9 o'clock. Geary, the landlord of the inn, had also been with the Major nearly all the evening, and had likewise retired to bed early, as while handling a pistol he had managed to shoot himself in the right arm. The simple-minded inspector heard all this with an air of belief, and did not inquire, as he should have done, why Major Reb should take such trouble to explain the movements of his landlord, or why that landlord had managed to shoot himself so dexterously in the right arm. And, while speaking, Reb frequently glanced at Gerald, who was present, expecting contradiction, no doubt. When Morgan had taken notes of the Major's evidence, that military gentleman beckoned to Haskins, and together they went into the room which the missing girl had used. It was comfortably and even luxuriously furnished, and Gerald, casting swift glances around, never doubted but that the Major, either out of diplomacy, or because he was conscience-stricken, had treated his prisoner with every consideration. When the door was closed, Reb looked searchingly at his unwelcome visitor. "Well, Haskins?" he inquired. "And what do you mean to do now?" "I shall let you know that later," retorted Gerald quickly. "You must be certain now, at all events," pursued the Major calmly, "that Mavis is insane. No one but a madwoman would have stabbed Valeria." "How dare you say that, when you know perfectly well that Mavis is innocent?" "Indeed, Haskins? Then who is guilty?" "I should like you to tell me that," said Gerald significantly. Reb gave a short laugh. "Are you going to accuse me?" he remarked, much in the same manner as Haskins himself had spoken earlier to Morgan. "You know best." "Don't be a fool, Haskins," said Reb, flushing, and very roughly. "Considering the circumstances of the case, and what you, on false premises, are ready to do, would I be such an idiot as to kill Valeria?" "Yes," said Gerald dryly. "You knew that I would move heaven and earth to prove Mavis's sanity so that I could marry her. Therefore, in order that her homicidal mania could be proved beyond all doubt, you had Valeria killed and Mavis taken away. If she cannot prove her innocence, and I can guess how difficult it will be for her to do so, you will then have her put into an asylum and enjoy her money for the rest of your life. It's a very pretty plot, Major Reb." "I agree with you there, Haskins. It does credit to your imagination as a writer of fiction. But I am glad to see that you do not accuse me of murdering Valeria myself." "No, I do not. You are too cunning to risk your own neck," said Gerald decidedly. "You remained in the inn to prove an alibi. I believe that, but you sent Geary here to kill Valeria for the reasons that I have given you. Don't deny it, Reb. The yellow-handled knife which belongs to Geary is in Morgan's possession." "Does he know that it is Geary's?" asked Reb anxiously. "No, but I shall tell him so." "You can spare yourself the trouble. I shall tell him myself. The knife does belong to Geary, as both I and his wife and half a dozen other people can prove. He gave it to Valeria because she asked for a weapon to defend herself. Probably Mavis wrenched the knife from her at the gate, and then a very ingenious explanation, but I believe Geary to be guilty. He would stick at nothing, as I know from the way in which he tried to kill me last night, by your orders." "Pardon me," said Reb, not at all taken aback. "Geary attacked you because you were trying to injure me. He overheard our conversation as he returned from this place sooner than he expected. The foolish fellow who is devoted to me hoped to silence you by death. When he came back I rebuked him severely, and you can see that, as Geary's right arm is wounded by you, Haskins, he could not have murdered Valeria." "I am not so sure of that," said Gerald dryly, but felt all the same that the Major was wriggling like an eel out of a very difficult position. "And your story of the way in which he wounded himself won't hold water. If I tell the truth—" "I wonder you did not while I was speaking," said Reb, exasperatingly calm. "Why did you not?" "Because well, I have my reasons," said Gerald, nonplussed by the man's boldness. "But if I tell the story—" "Geary will be convicted of a falsehood," finished Reb, nodding. "It will not harm my reputation as a truth-teller in any way, if that is what you mean. I suggested the excuse of an accident to Geary, and if he is questioned, on the authority of your wild statement of assault, he will say that he told me the invention, so as to keep dark his wrongful attack on you, which I would never have countenanced," ended Reb with great emphasis. "I shall say nothing at present, as I have my reasons for keeping silent. What do you mean to do about this murder?" What can I do? I believe that Mavis is guilty." "It's a lie! A lie!" cried Haskins, vehemently. "No," insisted Reb. "I really believe that she killed Valeria. When she is captured, as she will be sooner or later, she will be tried for her life. Still, as I can swear to her insanity, she will be placed in a public asylum, with sufficient allowed out of the estate for her keep, and you will enjoy the rest of the money." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Sealed Message by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 16. The Dwarf Shaibar. After that interview Gerald saw that he would have to leave the Major in possession of the field. For the present, as he had observed, Reb held all the cards, and Haskins could only retire to consult with McAndrew as to some way of winning the game in the teeth of such bad luck. Moreover, Gerald was now in possession of all facts connected with the crime, and by lingering at the Pixie's house he would become possessed of no more important facts. Also, Reb, wishing to get rid of his too observant enemy, so worked on Morgan's feelings that the inspector hinted retirement to the lover. Having learned that the inquest would take place in the inn of Leagarth village next day, Haskins mounted his machine and returned to Silbury. But he felt that it was impossible to sit down and do nothing, for he was very anxious regarding the future of Mavis. Probably, on discovering the dead body of Valeria, she had fled panic-stricken from that blood-stained mansion; but distraught with terror, and not knowing the country, it was probable that she would soon be captured. Gerald would have gone in search of her forthwith, but that he did not know in which direction to look for her, and again, if he did find her, would be unable to smuggle her into safety while the countryside was all on the alert. He half made up his mind to return to London and enlist the services of Todd, but could not quite decide to do so, since his going to the metropolis meant his leaving the neighborhood in which the girl he loved was wandering. Mavis was a fugitive with, so to speak, a price on her head. He could not go away heartlessly and leave her, so innocent and unsophisticated, in the lurch. His hesitation was ended at 5:00 in the afternoon by a wire from Exeter, asking him to come there at once and meet the person who signed the telegram, Simon Arnold by name, in the coffee room of the Monmouth Hotel. It flashed across Gerald's mind at once that the former tutor of Mavis had sent the telegram, and probably wished to see him about the girl whom they both loved in their several ways. But he wondered how Arnold, whom Mavis playfully called Shaibar, had learned his address, and then, on examining the telegram again, saw that it had been directed to the Devon maid at Denley. Wondering if Geary had opened it, he sent for the boy, and found that Mrs. Geary, on receiving the wire at the door, had told the lad that Mr. Haskins was staying at Silbury. Gerald was relieved at this, as Geary would undoubtedly have read the telegram, in order to learn any possible plans Haskins might have formed. Nevertheless, on the face of it, the wire could convey little information to the conspirators likely to be of use, save that Arnold, whom Reb apparently dreaded, was enlisting himself on the side of the lovers. Haskins found that there was a train from Silbury to Exeter at 7:00 that same evening, so after dinner he packed his portmanteau and went to the station. Guessing that Reb would probably make inquiries as to his whereabouts, he left a message with Mrs. Jennings stating that he had gone to London, and hoped that the information would upset the Major, by making him think that steps were being taken to save Mavis from his snares. Strong as was Reb's hand, he yet had a difficult game to play. The fact of Durham's will would undoubtedly be made public should Mavis be arrested, and Reb certainly would not like his friends to think that he derived his income in the way he did. But then Reb had daring enough to face anything, especially when $6,000 a year was at stake. Somewhere about 9:00 Gerald reached Exeter, and leaving his portmanteau in the cloak-room, proceeded to the Monmouth Hotel, a small inn on the outskirts of the cathedral city. The place was little known, but Haskins was fortunate enough to pick up a cabman who came from the neighborhood where it was situated. In half an hour he found himself in the coffee room of the hotel, and recognized Arnold at once from the description given by Mavis. The ex-tutor and present hawker of books was reading a Latin author when Gerald entered, but flung it aside when the young man, conducted by a waiter, appeared on the threshold. He was about to greet the newcomer, but on seeing the waiter, turned aside to look out of the window. To make an excuse for entering, Gerald ordered a glass of whiskey and soda, which he truly needed, so wrought up was he by the strain and stress of the situation. The waiter disappeared and soon came back with the drink. While he was absent, Gerald eyed Arnold, who still did not speak, and sat down near the fireless grate. But a glance passed between the two men which showed mutual recognition. Arnold was a remarkably small man, quite worthy to be called a dwarf, but he was not deformed in any way. His body, his hands and feet, and his head were all perfectly proportioned, and the most noticeable thing about him was his long grey beard which fell below his waist. He had a noble forehead, crowned with long loose grey hair, and two vividly blue eyes, penetrating and unblinking. No one could have called the little man ugly, but owing to his small stature and noble beard he looked uncanny. Gerald, ever imaginative, thought at once of the Norwegian gnomes and kobolds, although Arnold was not so grotesquely ugly as those earth fairies of legend. When the waiter finally left the coffee room and the two men had it all to themselves, Arnold moved swiftly forward and gripped Gerald's hand, before the young man was aware of his intention. "You are the lover of my dear girl," he said in a singularly melodious voice. "I knew you at once, from her description of you." "I can return the compliment," said Gerald, responding to the warm clasp. "Mavis told me what you were like, and indeed I also have the description given in the Arabian Nights to go upon." "Schaibar," said Arnold, with a smile. "Yes, she always called me that." "I am glad that you have obeyed my summons so speedily, Mr. Haskins, as I am sure that you are a true friend to my unhappy pupil." "I am her lover," replied Gerald quietly, "and as her lover I am prepared to go to any lengths to save her from that rascal." "Meaning Major Rebb?" "Of course. He is trying to ruin Mavis in order to get her money." "I wonder how you found that out, Mr. Haskins." "It's a long story, and—" "And you can tell it to me and Mavis." "Mavis?" Gerald stared. "What do you mean? Have you any idea where she is, Mr. Arnold?" "Of course," answered the little man quietly. "It was for that reason that I wired to you. Mavis told me that you were stopping at Denley." "As a matter of fact I am, or rather I was, stopping at the Prince's Head Silbury," explained Gerald. "But your wire was sent on to me. I heard from Mrs. Jennings, and from Rebb also, that you were in the neighbourhood of Leagarth." "And it was very lucky for Mavis that I was," said Arnold, nodding. "Only by being on the spot was I enabled to save her from arrest." "You saved her? How? Tell me all." "Gently, Mr. Haskins. Do not talk so loud. Walls have ears, and keyholes have eyes." Arnold glanced round the room, and then drew nearer to the eager young man to speak in still lower tones. "Last night I went to see if I could enter the Pixie's house and try Mavis, but as the gate was shut and locked I could not get in. I would have climbed the wall, but that my age and rheumatism prevented my doing so. However, I thought that by going to the river wall I might obtain a foothold on the ivy. I made the attempt and fell. You see that I still limp." Arnold walked a pace or two, and Gerald saw that his leg dragged. "I lay insensible for some hours. Then I managed, when I revived, to drink some brandy which I had brought with me, and so deemed that I could get back to my caravan, which was on the other side of the village. I had got round to the lane wherein the gates are to be found, when I heard a scream of alarm." "Was it Belaria being killed?" asked Gerald quickly. "No. I staggered as fast as I was able toward the gates, and found them open. Belaria, stabbed to the heart, lay within, and over her bent Mavis. When she saw me she was terrified; but I called out, and she recognized my voice. Running forward, she stammered out that Belaria had gone to meet someone, and had been killed. I at once saw the danger to which Mavis was exposed, having read the will of Julian Durham, and so insisted that she should fly. She was surprised that I desired her to do this, as in her innocence she never dreamed that she would be accused. I rapidly convinced her, and she agreed. Leaning on her arm, I led her round the village, as I feared lest her scream should have attracted attention. We reached my caravan in safety, and I then put the horse in the shafts and drove to Exeter through the night. We reached this city this afternoon, and I took her on board a barge, which is owned by a man I can rely upon. Then I sent the wire to you. We must save the poor child, Mr. Haskins. She is safe now, but at any time she may be discovered. You will be suspected. I don't think so, Mr. Haskins. While she was in my caravan I had qualms that search might be made therein, but now that Mavis is safe on the barge with Sammy Lee looking after her, there is little danger. I have only to say that I know nothing of her whereabouts, and who can convict me of falsehood? But I want Lee to take his barge down to Exmouth, and then we can place Mavis on board some outward bound steamer. She will then be safe until we can prove her innocence." "Why do you believe that she will be accused?" asked Gerald. "I am perfectly sure," said Arnold dryly, "that Major Rebb will take advantage of Valeria's death to fasten the guilt on Mavis, so that he may shut her up in an asylum, and by thus preventing her marriage, will be enabled to keep her $6,000 a year." Gerald nodded. "That view does credit to your powers of penetration, Mr. Arnold. Rebb is moving precisely on those lines." "Quite so. I know Major Rebb." "But do you know that he—" "There is no time to be lost," said Arnold in a peremptory tone, "as Mavis will be in danger of arrest until she is safely bestowed out of England. She refuses to leave this city until she sees you, and that was why I wired. Come down at once to the Exe, and let us board the barge. Then we can decide what is to be done, and you can ask what questions you choose." Haskins consented, and after finishing his whiskey and soda he went out with the little man into the darkness. Arnold leaned on Haskins' arm, as his leg was still painful from the fall of the previous night, and guided him through many narrow and dingy streets down to the banks of the river. A lumbering barge was lying near a littered wharf, and as they approached this they were hailed by a rough voice, which Gerald rightly took to be that of Sammy Lee. The two men stepped on board the low-lying barge to find themselves welcomed by a gigantic Devonian with a hairy face who paid the utmost deference to the dwarf. As Arnold let Gerald down into the cabin of the barge, leaving Sammy Lee to keep watch, he whispered to Haskins, "I can absolutely trust this man, so you need have no fear. Last year I saved the life of his only child, by means of the herbal medicine, when the doctors had given her up, so he will never betray our poor girl." "But if he hears that she is accused of murder, it will be all over Exeter to morrow?" questioned Gerald. "He will decline to believe it, as he sees what Mavis is, and even if he did believe, he would never betray anyone whom I wish to shield." This was very satisfactory, and Haskins wondered at the marvelous ways of Providence, which had snatched Mavis from a dangerous position to place her in safety, until such time as her innocence could be made manifest. It seemed as though everything would come right in the end, despite Major Rebb's boast of his might. Haskins recalled his last words to the man, in which he left the matter for God to decide. And God was deciding, against Rebb and his wicked machinations. A rap at the cabin door brought Mavis to open it. She was still in her favorite white dress, in which she had fled from her prison on the previous night, but over this she wore a long black cloak with a hood, now closely pulled over her head for obvious reasons. When she saw Gerald, and the tender smile in his eyes, she flung back the hood, as though stifling, and fell into his arms, sobbing as if her heart would break. And no wonder. To learn all the cruelty of the outside world, and to be a hunted fugitive, accused of a terrible crime, was an extraordinary change from the seclusion and romance of the Pixies' house. "Oh, Prince Gerald," was her cry, as she wept on his breast, "how I have longed to see you!" "And I also have wished to hold you thus," he replied, kissing her, "but we were kept apart by wicked men, dearest. Now we are together, please God we shall never part again." "Amen to that," murmured Arnold, who sat down. "Shybar has told me everything," said Mavis, still crying. "Oh, what a wicked world it is outside the Pixies' house, Gerald." "There can be no wickedness where you are, darling. You will not find me like Major Reb."
"Oh, but Gerald, surely my guardian is kind."
"Has he proved himself kind, to accuse you of murdering Bellaria?"
Mavis drew back with a pale face and startled eyes. "There must be some mistake," she faltered. "Why should I kill Bellaria?"
"Oh, Reb knows quite well that you did not, but to suit his own ends he is willing that you should suffer."
"Is it for that horrid money Schaibar told me about?" she asked tearfully.
"Yes. Reb thinks that 6,000 a year is worth losing his own soul for. It is the world he gains and the price he pays. But he shall not succeed, my sweetheart. You shall have your own way, I swear."
"Gerald, Gerald, I would much rather fly away with you to the end of the world, and leave everything to my guardian."
"I dare say, dear. And in the South Seas no doubt we could find an Eden whither that serpent would not come. But your good name has to be considered, Mavis. Reb has put it about that you are insane, and that such insanity made you kill Bellaria."
Mavis sat down on the locker, looking utterly miserable. "I know, she cried, rocking with the terror of her thoughts. "Schaibar has told me what my guardian said to people outside to account for my being locked up in the Pixies' house. And to think that he should have said to me that all English girls were brought up as I was. Why did you not tell me before that my guardian was deceiving me?" she asked her former tutor.
"My dear," he said gently, "it is only lately that I have learned the truth about your father's will. Bellaria let drop a word or so, and I began to ask questions. Reb came to know of my curiosity, and so gave me a sum of money, and insisted that I should go to Australia and hold no communication with you. I took the money to save you, and I had no compunction in doing so, as the money belonged to you, my dear. To deceive Reb, I pretended to go to Australia. But in reality I remained in England to search out your past. Bellaria had hinted that Reb enjoyed a large income for keeping you shut up in the Pixies' house, and that your father had been wealthy. I searched for the copy of the will at Somerset House, and there learned how Reb was to enjoy the 6,000 a year to which you were entitled until your marriage. I then saw why he made out that you were insane, and resolved to effect your escape. I therefore bought a caravan to sell books, thinking, and my design was successful, that I could get you out of the house and smuggle you away in my caravan. I have done so, as no one ever thought of searching for you in my company. Now you will go down to Exmouth with Sammy Lee, and I shall again go round the country. If my caravan is searched by Reb and the officers of the law, nothing will be found, and you will be safe."
"For how long? For how long?" cried Mavis, clasping her hands.
"Until God sees fit to enable us to punish Reb and save you," was the tutor's reply, "and everything will come right in the end, I am sure." The eyes of the girl wandered to Gerald. He sat down beside her and gathered her in his arms. "I am sure also," he whispered. "See how wonderfully things have worked for your benefit as it is. I was brought into your life by means of the cylinder to marry and cherish you, in spite of Reb's cruel device of keeping you ignorant so that you should not be able to communicate with the outside world. Then Arnold, by God's mercy, has been enabled to snatch you from the very jaws of your enemies. These things point to joy coming out of sorrow. Go down, my dear, to Exmouth with Sammy Lee. I dare not come with you, nor can Schaibar, as we will both be suspected by Reb, and must prove, as we can, that we have nothing to do with your flight. Lee will arrange for you to be taken round by water to London, and there I shall meet you to arrange for your safety." "Would it not be better that she should go abroad?" asked Arnold. "No. I can arrange for Mavis to be concealed in a way which Reb will not suspect. If she goes abroad she may be extradited, should Reb, as he might, discover her whereabouts. But he will never look for my darling where I will place her."
"So long as I am with you, Gerald, I care nothing," said Mavis, shivering, and drawing closer to him. "But oh, how can I go round to London by myself? I, who have never been beyond my prison walls?"
"Sammy Lee will see to that, darling. You must be brave. And remember that I meet you at the end of your journey. Promise to be brave."
"Yes, yes, I promise," said Mavis, flushing. "But it is all very terrible to think that this is the world."
"This is Reb's world," said Haskins, tenderly, "but not the world of joy and peace and love in which you will dwell when we are married."
"Married? Oh, Gerald!"
"Yes." He kissed her now flushed cheek. "But tell me, Mavis, who killed that poor Valeria?" Mavis shivered again, although the cabin was warm.
"I do not know," she said faintly. "Bellaria came back from London very terrified."
"I can guess why," murmured Gerald, thinking of the coral hand.
"She said that she might be killed, and made Geary give her that yellow handled knife so that she might protect herself."
"Ah, so Reb's story so far is true. Go on, dear."
"Bellaria never went out at night, as you know, but a day or two ago she received a letter, and said it would save her."
"Did you see the letter?"
"No, she did not show it to me. But last night I thought I heard her cry about midnight. I went to Bellaria's room and found her gone. I was afraid and ran downstairs to find the door open and also the big gates. Then I saw her dead and cried out. Scheibar came and—"
"You know the rest," interposed Arnold, addressing Gerald. "I lighted a match and saw that Bellaria was dead, then took Mavis away. Don't question her further. She cannot bear it." Gerald nodded and soothed the girl, who was much terrified. "But we must find that letter," he remarked. "I am sure it has to do with the crime. Did you see anyone about, Mr. Arnold?" "No, I saw no one."
"Nor did I,"
sobbed Mavis. "Hush, dearest. Do not weep. You are safe with me. Arnold, who do you think killed Valeria Dundee?" "Major Reb." "Not Geary?" "Major Reb," repeated the tutor, quietly, "to secure the income. He has, as you say, sold his soul for 6,000 a year." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Sealed Message by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 17. As in a Looking Glass. The next afternoon Gerald was in London. All the way up in the train he had reflected upon the extraordinary events which had transferred Mavis from the keeping of Major Reb to his own. In spite of surrounding dangers, and these were great, he was not at all downcast. Mavis had been protected so far, and he made sure that she would be protected to the end, which in this case meant marriage with him. The Major would never believe that Haskins had anything to do with the girl's flight, though he certainly might suspect Arnold. But if Arnold were traced to Exeter, where he intended to stay to avert suspicion, nothing could be learned likely to incriminate him. Mavis had already gone down to Exmouth in Sammy Lee's barge, and that faithful fellow swore that he could procure her a passage to the Thames in a coaster owned by a comrade in whom he could implicitly trust. Things were therefore right so far, and Gerald's spirits were high. He had every reason to feel happy. Mavis was deeply in love with him, and once Major Reb was circumvented, as it appeared he would be, there would be no one else to interfere with the progress of his suit. Before the end of the year Gerald hoped that he would be able to introduce his beautiful bride to his London friends, and place her in a position warranted by her wealth. It would not have been human if Haskins had not remembered that Mavis was an heiress, but in justice to him, it must be admitted that his love was for the girl, and not for her money, welcome as it was to a young man who liked the pleasant things of this life. Gerald would have been contented to take Mavis without a sixpence. Nevertheless, it was not disagreeable to find that she was bringing 6,000 a year along with her. Also, Gerald was human enough to desire a certain amount of revenge on Major Reb for his behavior. Reb certainly should be punished for the infamous way in which he had treated the girl. Hitherto everything had gone as he desired, but with the finding of the cylinder came the change in Reb's fortunes. Now he had a determined young man to deal with who would be less easy to manage than an unsophisticated girl. Haskins chuckled as he thought how angry Reb would be when Mavis, free from the slur on her sanity and from the wicked charge which he was striving to fasten on her, came forth boldly to face the world. Then the luxurious Major, as Mrs. Geary prophesied, reduced to his $500 or $600 a year, would no longer be able to indulge in motor cars or in such like luxuries. When Haskins next evening went to Bloomsbury to see Mrs. Pelham Oden, he felt very satisfied. Mavis was on her way to London, and would arrive at Gravesend in 2 days. Her pursuers had been thrown off the track, and a bombshell with regard to the will was being prepared by Todd McAndrew. Gerald had not seen him yet, but he expected to meet him at the flat of the old actress, and then could arrange for certain steps to be taken in the interests of Mavis. All things considered, everything was going excellently, and Gerald entered into the presence of Mrs. Pelham Oden with a very cheerful air. That astute lady remarked his beaming face. She was, as usual, reclining on the sofa in an effective attitude, waiting until 10 o'clock, which was the hour at which she usually went to the Belver Theatre to fetch back her adopted daughter. She had been reading the evening paper, but threw it aside with an air of relief when Haskins was announced. "I am so glad to see you," said Mrs. Pelham Oden. "There is positively nothing in the papers. Dear me, Mr. Haskins, you have the air of a bridegroom." "Nothing in the papers?" echoed Gerald, his bright face growing grave. "Do you mean to say that the murder is not reported?" And he took up the Globe to skim the columns. "Murder!" cried Mrs. Pelham Oden in the low, thrilling tone of Lady Macbeth. "To what dastardly deed do you refer?" "The woman who watched Mavis Durham has been stabbed to the heart a couple of days ago." "Alas for your comedy!" cried the actress. "It has changed into a tragedy. What of the girl herself?" "She is a fugitive. The police are looking for her." Mrs. Pelham Oden screamed melodramatically. "Is she accused?" "Yes. And color is lent to the accusation by the scandal of Major Reb, who, as I told you, spread the report that she was insane." Mrs. Pelham Oden gave a second scream and flung up her hand. "Hold!" she cried in her deep voice. "Do I understand that this unfortunate young woman has given way to her mania and has murdered?" "No one. I tell you she is not insane," snapped Haskins tartly. "But the corpse. Account for the corpse." "I can't, unless Reb himself murdered the woman so as to get Mavis placed in an asylum and so be free to enjoy her money." Mrs. Pelham Oden rose and walked to and fro with a nervous shudder, less feigned than real, although theatrical instinct made her accentuate it. "I don't love Major Reb," she said, after a pause. "I think I told you that before. All the same, he would never, never go so far as crime." "He has gone as far as that already," retorted Haskins, stretching out his long legs and looking gloomily at the carpet. "What do you call keeping that girl's money from her and shutting her up but criminal?" "Still, if he had reasons good reasons." "He had none, either good or bad. Dear Mrs. Pelham Oden," Gerald rose and laid his hand on the old woman's arm, "hear what I have to say. This is the time when you can show yourself my friend by protecting one who is dear to me." The actress recoiled, powerfully affected and very genuinely. "I cannot mix myself up in a crime," she faltered. "You will not be doing so if you substitute Mavis for Charity, as you suggested when I was last here." "Oh!" Mrs. Pelham Oden clasped her pretty withered hands and stepped back a pace to be more dramatic. "Think of the scandal." "There will be no scandal." "My name will be brought into disrepute. And let me tell you, Mr. Haskins, that my name both on and off the stage is above reproach." "I am quite sure of that, else I certainly should not ask you to take charge of the woman I hope to make my wife." "You will marry her still?" Of course," said Haskins impatiently. "I love her more than ever. And even if I loved her less, I am not the man to desert a woman when she needs help so sorely." "You are, as I know, very chivalrous." "And you are, as I know, the kindest hearted woman in the world." A fool, I fear, like all kind hearted women." "No. Were you a fool, I should not ask you to carry out this plot. As it is, Mavis is coming to London, and I want you to get Charity married at once, and to place Mavis at the Belver Theatre for the dance." Mrs. Pallamodin looked distinctly nervous. Carried away by her theatrical instincts and by admiration for Gerald's chivalry, to say nothing of the interest she felt in his love affair, as a woman much less sentimental would have done, she had proposed the plot without thinking that she would be taken seriously. Yet here was a young man whom she admired actually asking her to lend herself to a fantastical mode of concealment such as had never, to her knowledge, been seen off the stage. Her dramatic instinct impelled her to yield, but her common sense warned her against mixing herself up in a murder committed by a lunatic. "Dear boy," she said, genuinely distressed, "it really is impossible." "You proposed it, Mrs. Pallamodin," muttered Gerald, sorely disappointed, for if this actress did not help him, how was he to conceal Mavis from the persecutions of Reb? "I did not think that you would take me at my word," she faltered. "And after all, Mr. Haskins, Major Reb might find out." "I don't think so. I don't see how he could." "If he comes to the theatre?" "He will see the girl he believes to be Charity dancing." "But is this Mavis Durham really so like my girl?" "They might be sisters. They might be twins. It would take you all your time to find the difference between them, Mrs. Pallamodin." "Oh, that is impossible," she retorted sharply. "No. When you see Mavis—" "I am not going to see Mavis." Gerald rose. He had thrown himself down when she so persistently refused. "In that case I must apologize for taking up your time, and see what other way I can save this innocent girl." "You are sure that she is innocent?" "As sure as I am that you are a kind woman." Mrs. Pallamodin smiled. "That is very clever of you," said she. "You appeal to my weakest side, which is vanity. Come, sit down again, and tell me all about this dreadful murder. Will you assist me if I do?" "At least, I won't betray you," rejoined the actress evasively, and arranged herself gracefully on the sofa. "Begin. I hang upon your every word." And she cast a glance at an imaginary audience to mark the effect of the speech. Thinking that she might yield, for he had certainly aroused her curiosity, Gerald related all that had taken place. Mrs. Pallamodin quite lost her stage airs and graces, so taken up was she with the narrative. "So you see that Arnold believes in Mavis's innocence as much as I do. And you believe also, Mrs. Pallamodin. I see it in your eyes." The actress closed them. "My eyes tell what my tongue would hide," she remarked in measured tones. "Yes, I admit that your story puts the matter in a new light. I really think that I must assist this poor creature who is being persecuted by a cruel world." "Bless you for a good woman," muttered Gerald, kissing her hand. She pulled it away. "Don't make a mistake. I am playing to the gallery," she said with an artificial laugh. "If Mavis is proved guiltless, and you marry her with her income, it will be a great advertisement for me. And perhaps," added Mrs. Pallamodin with emphasis, "it may bring back to the public, in a worthy fashion, the name of one who was their idol for many, many brilliant and successful years. On the other hand, if this girl really is insane and guilty, you will have acted in a way which no other woman would have done, and your conscience will reward you." "I prefer the loaves and fishes," said the actress, smiling. "Moreover, I admit that I am curious to see this girl who, as you say, is so like Charity. Mavis came from India?" "Yes, according to Major Reb, who declares that her mother died in Bombay when Mavis was born." "Charity, according to the juggler's wife, who was told by the ayah, was born in Simla." Mrs. Pallamodin frowned, and then waved her hand. "There can be no relationship between the two girls." "I think that there will be, when we learn the truth." "Major Reb will not tell it." "Oh, yes, he will, when I prove Mavis guiltless and force him to give up the money. Sooner than remain in ignorance I shall ask Mavis to bribe him into confession." Mrs. Pallamodin thought for a few moments, being as sharp as a needle to see the pounds, shillings, and pence side of things. "Mr. Haskins," she finally remarked, This likeness may be a freak of nature. We have heard of such things before." "Quite so. But so exact a likeness as this can only come from the two girls being born of the same mother." "Well, you seem to be so certain that they are, Mr. Haskins, that, for the sake of argument, we will grant it. In that case, and presuming that Major Rebb confesses such is the case, Charity certainly ought to have half the income." "I quite agree with you," rejoined the young man unhesitatingly, "and I am quite sure that, if we can prove the relationship, Mavis, being guided by me, will be quite ready to hand over $3,000 a year to Charity. That would only be fair." Mrs. Pallamodin hopped off the sofa, very much excited. "Now you talk common sense, you show me in which way my duty lies. I am willing to see this girl." "And to help her against her enemies?" "Hum." Mrs. Pallamodin pressed her fan to her lips. "Even $3,000 a year for Charity might be earned too dearly. I can say no more than that I'll see her. I am shrewd in reading characters, and I can easily tell if Mavis is insane, or deceitful, or bloodthirsty." Gerald laughed when he thought of his beautiful love. "Mavis is none of the three. You will be ashamed of your suspicions when you see her angel face." "I know that angel face," said Mrs. Pallamodin dryly. "It is a very useful mask in some cases to cloak wicked designs. Well, I am going to the theatre soon. McAndrew is there, and will come back with me and Charity. Can I come to supper?" "No," said Mrs. Pallamodin quickly. "You must leave the matter in my hands to explain. I like the center of the stage, you know, and all the limelight that I can obtain." "You will speak to Todd and Charity?" "Yes, and will do my best to obtain their consent. I'll let you know by post what they say, provided," added the actress with emphasis, "that you will not see Mr. McAndrew in the meantime." "Why not? I want to ask him—" "One thing at a time. If this plot is to be carried through I must have the sole handling of it, so I do not wish you and Mr. McAndrew to discuss the matter. If they are agreeable to marry and slip away quietly out of the kingdom, leaving Mavis to take Charity's place at the Belver Theatre, I shall let you know. Then, when this girl arrives in London, wire me when you will bring her. She must stop here." "But the people of the house will see two Charities," remonstrated Gerald, "and as an account of the crime will be in the papers, Mavis may be given away by some of your servants." Mrs. Pallamodin nodded. "True," she said, with her sharp eyes on the carpet. "Well, then, you must take Mavis to your rooms." "Worse and worse. Rebb would hear of it." "There is Mr. McAndrew's office, of course?" "Yes." Mrs. Pallamodin dropped her fan with an air of decision. "Take Mavis there, closely veiled. I shall bring Charity also veiled. Should we settle to carry through this plot, I can arrange for Charity to board somewhere, and Mavis can come back here as Charity. And then—oh, it's all right. I begin to see my way. Good night." "Good night, and thank you. Your kindness will not be unrewarded." "No," she laughed. $3,000 a year is worth working for." "I don't believe that you think of that." "Not solely, of course. I want to help you and to see you happy. Also, I am very sorry for this poor girl, and Major Rebb is a man I hate. But the $3,000 a year for Charity also forms an element. Mixed motives, you understand. Very mixed. So once more, good night." Gerald took his departure very much cheered at having brushed away another obstacle from the path which was to lead Mavis to the altar. He knew that Mrs. Pallamodin was both a clever and an obstinate woman, and although he did not credit her with money grubbing, yet he felt convinced that she would not surrender Charity's chance of getting $3,000 a year if she could help it, since she would indirectly participate in such good fortune. Also Todd, for the same reason, would be anxious to assist, though Todd was not a miser either. On the whole, Haskins was very satisfied, and having done all that he could do he waited patiently for the arrival of the Seamew at Gravesend, with Mavis on board. The boat was late, as the weather did not prove propitious. Gerald went to Gravesend and walked about the streets of that dull seaport in a frenzy of impatience. Finally he was undeservedly rewarded, for to the hotel where he was stopping — he had given Sammy Lee the address at Exeter — came a lean, bright-eyed captain with Mavis in charge. The girl was closely veiled, and plainly dressed in some dark material. It would not do for her to attract attention, seeing that England was ringing with the murder of which she was accused, and with her strange escape. Sammy Lee's mate proved to be a very pleasant little man, who confided to Gerald that Sammy had told him all, and that he did not believe in the guilt of his passenger for one moment. "She's as pretty as a picture, and as true as steel, and as innocent as a dove," said the poetical captain, "and if that red beast hurts her, well then, I'll have him shanghaied on board the Seamew, and do for him." After which, with a nod, he departed. The lovers had no time to talk at the hotel, as Gerald had wired at once to Todd, and they were expected in London. But in the train, Haskins secured a first-class carriage to themselves. They had a long conversation, and learned to know one another even better, if that were possible. And in spite of her danger, Mavis was happy in the company of her adored fairy prince. As to Gerald, he could only worship her, so gentle and innocent and lovely did she seem. On arriving in London they drove, with Mavis again veiled, to Todd's Chancery Lane office, and were shown into the inner room. Here were Todd and Mrs. Pallamodin and Charity, also veiled. The two girls looked at one another, and unveiled as by impulse. Then, "As in a looking-glass!" cried Mrs. Pallamodin. "Wonderful! Marvelous! Here indeed is material for a new comedy of errors." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Sealed Message by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 18. The First Marriage. Mrs. Pallamodin might well exclaim. Gerald and Todd were silent from sheer amazement, even though the first might have expected to see one girl the double of the other. In that box of an office, and in the somewhat dim light that filtered through the dingy window, Mavis and Charity appeared to be exactly alike. Miss Bird was also plainly dressed in a dark frock, so as not to attract attention from Todd's clerks, and this, along with the thrown-back veils, completed the resemblance. The two girls had similar eyes and hair, and complexion and cast of face, and even Mrs. Pallamodin found it difficult to distinguish one from the other, long as she had known her adopted daughter. "It is like a dream," she declared. "Girofla girofle in real life. Oh, that I were in management again! What a chance for a play, a serious play which has to do with twins!" "What we are engaged in is serious enough," said Gerald, sitting down. "My dear Mavis, this is Mrs. Pallamodin, who is going to take charge of you until we can prove your innocence." Mavis shook hands with the old actress. "And you don't believe that I am guilty?" she asked in a whisper. For answer, Mrs. Pallamodin embraced and kissed her. "My dear," she said amiably, "truth looks out of your eyes." "Out of my eyes, I think," said Charity. "Mr. Haskins, this is really amazing. I never thought to find my double. It seems uncanny. Todd, you will be marrying Mavis instead of me." "No," said Todd slowly, and looking from one girl to the other. "There is a difference." "Meaning that Mavis is more charming than I am? Thank you." "Oh, no," broke in Miss Durham. "I am only an ignorant country girl, but you are clever and polished and quite perfect," ended Charity, kissing Mavis as Mrs. Pallamodin had done, and with the same kindness. "Let us hope that I am, in Todd's eyes. This is Todd, Mavis. He is to be my husband." "At last," gasped McAndrew, sentimentally. Gerald displayed impatience. "Had we not better get to business?" he observed. "These girls are so alike that I don't want them to be seen together, lest trouble comes of it." "And trouble will come," said Mrs. Pallamodin, who had not yet got over her amazement. "As Charity says, this line-for-line resemblance is uncanny. I hope your veils are thick enough, my dears. If anyone saw you two together, the wonderful resemblance would certainly be commented upon, and might get to Major Reb's ears." Charity looked long and earnestly at Mavis. "We must be sisters. Can you remember ever having a sister, Mavis?" "No. Nor did Major Reb ever say that I had one. He brought me, as he said, from Bombay, some time after my mother died, and ever since I have been shut up in the Pixies' house." "I was born at Simla," said Charity thoughtfully. "At least, the ayah who sold me to the juggler's wife declared that I was. I don't remember anything about it, of course. Mother—" "Oh, don't ask me, my dear. I can explain nothing. You know what I know, and it is strange that both you and Mavis should have been born in India. That fact, and the resemblance, certainly points to some relationship between you." "They are sisters," declared Haskins, firmly. "In no other way can the likeness be accounted for." "And yet there is a difference," said Todd for the second time. "It is in the tone of the voice, and in the look of the eyes." "Quite so," said Charity swiftly. "My voice has been trained for the stage, and Mavis's has not. I have been brought up in the world and Mavis out of it, which fully accounts for the innocence looking out from her eyes, and the worldly wickedness in mine." "My dear," said Mrs. Pallamodin, displeased, "how you rattle on! But I rather agree with you, I must say. If Mavis had been brought up as you, and you as Mavis, you would simply have changed places. I hope that I make myself clear." "As clear as the murky darkness of this twin mystery can be made clear until Major Reb confesses. Meanwhile, and until we can force that man's hand, we had better arrange what has to be done." It was Gerald who spoke. Mrs. Pallamodin patted Mavis's hand, which she was holding in her own very fondly. "I lose one daughter to find another," she said cheerily. "Mavis can come back with me to my flat, and can wear some dresses which Charity has left behind. Then I'll teach her to dance, and in a couple of days she will be able to replace Charity at the Belver." "You are quite willing?" Gerald asked Miss Bird anxiously. "Of course I am," she answered quickly. "I am quite on your side." "Remember that Mavis is accused of being a lunatic and a murderess." "I know. My mother told me. But I don't believe it for one moment. I would as soon think myself capable of committing a crime." "I say the same," said Mrs. Pallamodin. "I told you, Mr. Haskins, that I would wait until I saw Mavis before deciding. Now that I have seen her, I disbelieve all that Major Reb says. And moreover, since the likeness is even stronger than you said between these two girls, I can promise you that the plot will be carried out safely." Gerald hesitated. "Will Mavis dare to face the footlights?" Mavis herself replied, and the brave blood of her soldier father flamed in her cheeks as his courage shone in her eyes. "I shall dare anything for your sake, Gerald," she declared, without faltering. "And Valeria has taught me to dance. Poor Valeria," she ended sadly. "It will be all right," said Mrs. Pallamodin, who had been watching the girl critically. "It is a risk, of course, but as there is only one dance, and the child has courage, I do not think she will experience stage fright. I can teach her the dance." "No," interposed Charity quickly. "Let me do that. Mavis can come veiled to my lodgings, which are now at Kensington, and I can show her all the steps and tricks and manner necessary. I swear that when she is dressed as I was in the Moon Fae, and dances as I shall teach her, no one will be a bit the wiser. And my engagement ends in a week or so, and it will not be necessary for her to continue to appear." Mrs. Pallamodin nodded. "You must keep yourself quiet, Charity. No one must see you at Kensington. I can trust my old dresser, with whom I placed you there. To-night and to-morrow night you can go to the theatre as usual. On the third night Mavis can appear." "And I shall see after Charity meanwhile," said Todd eagerly. "In 5 days we can get married, and I have bought a special license so that no banns need be put up. Then we can go abroad." "But, Todd," said Gerald, somewhat dismayed, although he might have expected this course of conduct, "I want you to help me." "I shall do so when I return in a month," said Todd quickly. "It is as well, since Mavis is to play the part of Charity, that my wife should be out of the kingdom. I shall leave her abroad when I return, and then we can try and put things straight. They are crooked enough now." "Do you agree to this?" Gerald asked Charity once more. "Of course," she answered promptly. "And I shall send Todd back from Switzerland before the end of our honeymoon. The sooner these affairs are settled the better. I wish you and Mavis to be happy, and also I want to know about my parentage. I am tired of being Charity Bird." "You will soon be Charity McAndrew," whispered Todd tenderly. "Oh, yes, but I wish to know if I am Charity Durham." "I am sure you are, and my sister," said Mavis, taking the other girl's hand. "And Gerald and I have been talking. If I get this 6,000 a year, you shall have half." "Oh, no!" cried Charity, half delighted and half doubtful. "Oh, yes, even though you may not prove to be my sister." Gerald shrugged his shoulders. "There's no more to be said," he remarked, "save that I am certain my surmise is correct. Well, Mrs. Pallamodin, will you take Mavis to your flat?" "Yes." The old lady rose, and with her own hands drew down Mavis's veil. "We had better go at once, seeing that we all now understand what is to be done. Charity." The young lady had already arranged her veil. "Todd is taking me back to Kensington," she said, "and will call for me to night at the theatre. I shall say that you are indisposed, mother." "Quite so," rejoined the actress. "But pray tell as few lies as possible, and do behave yourself with Mr. McAndrew." "We'll be as good as gold," said Todd piously. "By the way, Gerald, one moment. My clerk went to watch Mrs. Crosby and her mother at Bognor." "Well, and what happened?" "Neither Mrs. Birch nor Mrs. Crosby are there. They have not been near the place." "Now what does that mean? She certainly said that she was going." "I suppose she changed her mind in a feminine way," rejoined Todd, and the symposium broke up, having arranged all necessary plans for the immediate future. For the next day or two Gerald was extremely anxious, as may be guessed. The daily papers were filled with accounts of the Leagarth murder, and with details respecting the search which was being made for Mavis Durham. The inquest had taken place, and the jury, as was natural, considering what Major Rebb declared, brought in a verdict of willful murder against the girl. No one entertained a shadow of a doubt as regarded her guilt, and Haskins was glad, for once, that Mavis had not been taught to read, since she could not worry herself over what the newspapers said. Rebb, at the inquest, had been severely reprehended for not having shut up his ward in a public asylum; but nothing came out about the income belonging to her which he enjoyed. It was the prevailing impression that Rebb had taken charge of his brother officer's little girl out of sheer kindness of heart, and many of the journals praised his philanthropy. Gerald could imagine Rebb's grim smile on reading about the undeserved honors thrust upon him. And the young man was also anxious about Mavis's appearance at the Belver Theatre, since she had been shut up all her life, and might be terrified out of her wits when facing an audience. If she did fail, Mrs. Pallamodin intended to announce that her daughter was ill, and so gloss the matter over. But neither the actress or the lover need have been afraid. Mavis knew what was expected of her, knew what was at stake, and heartened by her love for Gerald, as well as by her desire for safety, she behaved like a heroine. In a wonderfully short space of time she picked up the dance, having already been taught how to use her hands and feet by the unfortunate Bellaria. Moreover, the girl was a born dancer, and likewise suggested improvements which delighted both Charity and her adopted mother. Indeed, the latter lamented loudly that Mavis was to marry Gerald instead of appearing on the stage, as out of such promising material she said that a wonderful actress could be made. Dancing was only one way in which Mavis could express herself, but with instruction and experience, as Mrs. Pallamodin averred, she could attain to a high position on the English stage. "And we need new talent," wailed Mrs. Pallamodin. "Half the actresses who are on the boards should be off them." One result of Mavis's improvements in the Moonfay dance was that Mrs. Pallamodin, being an old friend of the Belver manager, induced him to give Mavis a rehearsal. Of course he thought that the demure young lady who appeared was the Charity Bird he knew, and that she merely wanted to alter the dance a trifle. As the ballet was nearly at an end, he scarcely deemed it necessary to grant Mrs. Palamoden's request, but in the end she got her own way, and Mavis was fortunate enough to have a trial trip. This assisted her greatly, as it enabled her to face a small audience before beholding the greater one. The manager was delighted with the improvements, and hinted to Mrs. Palamoden, as he had hinted before, that he was anxious to re-engage Miss Charity Bird for the new ballet. "No," said Mrs. Palamoden, privately lamenting the necessity of declining exceptionally good terms, "in a couple of weeks or so, when the run of the Moonfay is over, my daughter and myself are going to Southend for a rest." "Miss Bird is not going to marry that McAndrew fellow, I hope?" remarked the manager, who had heard rumors. "She will be a loss to the stage." "Nothing has been arranged as yet," replied the actress evasively, and the matter dropped. When the night came for Mavis's appearance, Charity did a rash thing, in which she induced Todd to support her, although both Mrs. Palamoden and Jerrold would have been seriously annoyed had they known. This was nothing less than to make Todd take her, closely veiled, to the gallery of the Belver Theatre to see her double dance. Todd remonstrated, but, being very much in love, yielded in the long run, and just before the curtain rose on the Moonfay, Charity and the lawyer found themselves very comfortably seated among the gods. The theatre was crowded as usual, as the ballet was a successful one, and Charity pointed out Jerrold and Mrs. Palamoden in a small box near the stage. "I do hope Mavis is not afraid," whispered Charity, who was a trifle nervous herself. "No," answered Todd in the same low tones. "I am quite certain that she will pull through all right. That girl has the heart of a lion." And indeed McAndrew's prophecy proved to be a correct one. When the curtain drew up on the forest scene in which Charity had figured so many nights as a Moonfay, everything went excellently. The wandering lover, who was searching for his peasant love, chased the moonbeams as usual — these were electric lights — and when they gathered into one radiance of white and he fell on his knees, invoking the Fairy of the Moon to assist him in his search, Mavis, arrayed in filmy, vaporous robes of snow, stepped calmly on to the stage. She had altered the dress a little, as she thought Charity's robes were a trifle scanty. The wardrobe mistress and the manager had remonstrated on the change, and could not understand why Miss Charity Bird had altered her mind about the dress when the ballet was nearing its end. But they never suspected the truth, as Mavis, a born actress, had mimicked Charity's speech and gesture in private life. So she appeared in a kind of Greek dress worn long and sparkling with silver. Her hair was crowned with a diadem of crystals, and with her pure face uplifted in the glory of the light she looked indeed like a spirit. The audience, as did the stage hands and the manager, thought still that they saw Charity Bird; but all the same they felt, in a puzzled way, that there was something different in the girl. What would they have said had they known that the Moonfay was being sought for far and wide as a lunatic and a murderess? But no one dreamed of such a thing, and Jerrold would not have winced even had Reb himself been present. But the Major was not there, as he had more important matters to attend to; and moreover there was no need that he should come, seeing that he was ignorant of the dancer's identity. In the dark scenic forest, and amidst the soft radiance of the electric lights, Mavis danced as she had been instructed by Charity, so as to swing in time to the music, but also she introduced something of the mystic element she had displayed when Jerrold had beheld her swaying in the grounds of the Pixies' house. She floated across the wide stage like a veritable moonbeam, beckoned to the lover, bent over him like a fair white angel, and finally melted into a mist. This was contrived by gauze screens, a clever device which had been much commented upon by the press. When the Moonfay vanished there was a burst of applause. Charity had always been applauded for her dance, but never had the audience been so hearty in showing their appreciation as on this night. But Charity was not at all jealous for the attention bestowed upon her double. "I must have looked splendid if I was like that," she whispered to Todd. "Of course you were like that," replied McAndrew. "Isn't she your double, dear? Only," he added loyally, and what is more, he really believed what he said, "you were ever so much better." Mrs. Palamoden hurried behind the scenes as soon as Mavis's dance was at an end, and hurried the girl away the moment she completed her change of dress. As this was the old actress's usual way of behaving with Charity, her action caused no comment. Beyond the fact that several people behind the scenes remarked that Miss Bird had been in unusually good form on this particular night, no one troubled about the matter. And indeed, why should they, seeing how they had beheld the ballet for more than 100 nights, and also the dance of Charity Bird? Gerald was delighted, and there was a very merry little supper at Mrs. Palamoden's flat that night. Mavis again and again asked her lover if she had done well, and if he was pleased with her. Gerald could only reply with kisses, until Mrs. Palamoden merrily declared that she could not remain in the room if they were so affectionate. "And then, child," she added, "we must turn this young man out, for to-morrow I have to be at Mr. McAndrew's wedding." "Cannot I come?" asked Mavis eagerly. "Bless me, child, no. Your presence would bring about the very complication we are desirous of avoiding. Things are going right so far, so do not put them wrong." So the next day Mavis remained in the flat, quite accepted by the servants of the house as Miss Charity Bird, while the real lady who bore that name went with McAndrew and Gerald and Mrs. Palamoden to a quiet country church in Essex, where Todd had elected to get married. Gerald was the best man, and Mrs. Palamoden gave the bride away in her best theatrical style. None of Todd's relatives were present, for obvious reasons, but as he led his bride down the aisle after the ceremony, he grinned to think of Lady Euphemia's wrath, did she know what had taken place. "I hope that I have done right," sighed Mrs. Palamoden, when looking after the train that bore Todd and his bride away. "I think I have." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Sealed Message by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 19. Signor Venosta. Gerald did nothing until the conclusion of the presumed Charity Bird's engagement at the Belver Theatre. There was no need to do so for the moment, as the scheme to hide her had proved entirely successful, and no one guessed where to look for the much-wanted Mavis. Mrs. Palamoden took her to the theatre, waited for her there, and escorted her back again, so that Mavis spoke very little to the people behind the scenes. Gerald often came to supper and spent much of his time at the Bloomsbury flat. He was supposed to be writing a new book, but in reality he indulged himself with a holiday, to make love to the girl he had so strangely rescued. But when the Belver Theatre closed for a time, Mrs. Palamoden, feeling the want of a change, took Mavis to Southend, and there occupied pleasant apartments looking out on to the sea. Mavis did not like to be parted from her lover, as he could not see her so frequently. But Mrs. Palamoden pointed out that Haskins would have to begin his search for the true murderer of Bellaria, so that things could be put right. Also, as Mavis was being taught to read and write by the old actress, it was just as well that Gerald should not come too often, to distract the scholar's attention from her lessons. So Mrs. Palamoden stopped with Mavis at the lively seaside town, happy in the company of the girl, and happy also to receive glowing letters from Mrs. Todd McAndrew, in which she expatiated on her heavenly honeymoon. Haskins found his time hang rather heavily on his hands when Mavis and her new guardian left London. He wished to wait for Todd before beginning operations, but it would be quite a fortnight until McAndrew returned, and until then there was nothing to do. Gerald tried to write a few chapters of his new book, in vain. The thought of Mavis and of her perilous position filled his head, so he was obliged to throw aside his literary work until matters were made straight for the girl. Having come to this conclusion, he resolved not to wait for Todd's arrival, but to work at the case himself. The difficulty was how to begin. Arnold had stated plainly that he believed Reb to be the guilty person, but of this Gerald could not be sure. He was convinced that if Bellaria's life had stood between Reb and the 6,000 a year, she would have been murdered long ago. Moreover, the story of how Geary's knife came to be used sounded very plausible, and if Reb were guilty, Haskins believed that he would not have told the police about the weapon as he had done when the inquest was held. Then again, Arnold did not know the true reason of Bellaria's fear, and why she had buried herself in that secluded Devonshire village. It struck Gerald that the Tanna Society had traced Bellaria Dondi to Leagarth, and there she had been slain, as she expected. Mrs. Birch knew of Bellaria's dread of the coral hand, as Gerald had told her about it when she called to claim it again. She might have informed Venosta, who had bestowed the amulet on Mrs. Crosby. He was undoubtedly an emissary of the Tana Society, and probably was the real criminal. Arguing in this way, Haskins resolved to call on Mrs. Crosby, and question her mother as to whether she had betrayed Valeria to the burly Italian. Also, he was anxious to learn why Signor Venosta had given the coral hand to the widow, as it was incredible to think that she belonged to such a cut-throat organization. But there must be some reason why Mrs. Crosby should hold the trinket which had so sinister a significance, and this Gerald made up his mind to see into. Finally, as a third reason for his visit, he desired to know when Reb and Mrs. Crosby would marry. If Todd were right about the widow's impecuniosity, and Gerald believed that he was, she would not become the Major's wife unless he was certain of his income. And while Mavis remained undiscovered, Reb could by no means be certain. Gerald would have asked Arnold to come to London, but he thought it best that he should not be seen in the company of Shybar, as the Major might suspect that something was wrong. It was, of course, impossible that Reb could ever trace Mavis, but it was just as well to be on the safe side. So Arnold remained in Exeter, touring the surrounding country as far as Silbury, Denley, and Leagarth, keeping a keen eye on Geary, and communicating to Gerald by registered letters all the gossip dealing with the case which he could gather. It seemed from the little man's epistles that the excitement had died down after Bellaria was buried, and a belief existed that Mavis, while flying from justice, had fallen into some river and had been drowned. Whether the negro or Reb shared this comfortable belief Haskins could not discover. He thought not, else the Major might have been still more afraid of losing his illegal income. In spite of his denial that Mavis had any relatives either on the father's or mother's side, it was possible that the gallant officer lied. And if relatives existed, they would certainly claim the money if Mavis was supposed to be dead. A few days, therefore, after Mavis had departed with Mrs. Pelham Oden to Southend, Gerald paid a visit to Ladysmith Mansions. Mrs. Crosby was within, looking much the same as usual, and she received him in quite a friendly manner. He fancied that the disagreeable topic of their last conversation had vanished from her memory. But her first words after greetings proved that this was not the case. "I am glad to see you, my dear Gerald," she said languidly, pointing to a seat. "But I hope you are not going to tell me any more horrors." "I was not aware that I had ever told you any," he answered, rather annoyed by her tone. "Oh, yes. All that story of the lunatic whom you wanted me to look after. It was just as well that I did not, seeing how mad she is." "She is not mad," insisted the young man. "I told you that before, and I tell you again, Madge." "How often have I said that you are not to call me by my Christian name, you silly boy?" said Mrs. Crosby, irritably. "There is no one here." Gerald looked at the curtains dividing one room from the other. "I suppose Mrs. Birch is not again lying down with a headache?" "No, she is out shopping, and will be in soon. And you needn't look so cross. Neither mother nor I told Major Reb about your weird love affair. Mother overheard, as she said, but held her tongue. Madge! Don't, I tell you. Major Reb may come in at any moment, and I am also expecting Signor Venosta to afternoon tea. What would either of them say if they heard you address me so familiarly?" Gerald shrugged his shoulders, and did not argue the point. "As you please, Mrs. Crosby. I was merely taking the privilege of our age-long acquaintanceship." "Why not friendship?" she inquired, closing her eyes. "Friendship, then. When are you to be married?" "I can't say. Michael, that is Major Reb, you know, has not settled anything yet. He's very much upset, poor man, over this crazy girl." "I don't believe that the girl is crazy," said Gerald, decisively. "So you said before. Major Reb told me of his interview with you at the Denley Inn, and how absurd you were. Now I suppose you will admit that you have had a lucky escape." "I admit nothing of the sort," said Haskins, bluntly, then added, in a diplomatic manner, "Did I know where the poor girl was I would look her up and marry her to morrow." "I don't think that lunatic marriages are legal," yawned Mrs. Crosby. "In spite of what you say, the girl must be guilty. The jury brought in a verdict of wilful murder, and she should be hanged. As it is, owing to her insanity, I presume she will be shut up in an asylum." "Then the Major will be pleased, I expect," said Gerald grimly. "No, he will not. He is very sorry about the affair. It has brought his name before the public in a most unpleasant manner. Luckily, everyone knows how well he behaved in looking after the girl. He got nothing for doing it." Haskins started, and wondered if it would be wise to reveal the real terms which existed between Mavis and her guardian. If Mrs. Crosby did not know how Reb earned his income, if it could be called earning, he was certainly marrying her under false pretenses. For the moment Gerald was inclined to blurt out the truth, but remembering how Mrs. Crosby had taken his last confidence, he resolved to hold his tongue about the money question, and to let the widow and her admirer adjust their own private affairs. Meanwhile the widow had gone to the tea table, which had just been set, and was talking while she poured out the tea. "I hope that you have got over your infatuation for that girl, Gerald. You will never see her again. I expect she is dead, fell into a pit or a river or something when she ran away after committing the murder. Poor thing! It is a lucky business for her that she is dead." "Mrs. Crosby," said Gerald, ceremoniously taking a cup of tea, "you will insist that Miss Durham killed her nurse. I believe from the bottom of my heart that she is innocent." "Oh, of course you would, being in love," said Mrs. Crosby, with a shrug. "But if she is innocent, who is guilty? Major Reb?" "No, I do not accuse him." "How good of you, my dear Gerald." "But," added the young man, with emphasis, "you may have an idea as to who killed Bellaria Dundee." A piece of bread and butter fell from Mrs. Crosby's hand, and she turned round with an amazed look. "I? In heaven's name, how should I know?" "Didn't your mother tell you what I said about Bellaria and that coral hand which I found in your cigarette case?" "Yes. The woman was afraid when she saw it." "Do you know why she was afraid?" "No, I certainly do not." "Could Signor Venosta tell you?" Mrs. Crosby rose, and came forward with a glittering light in her eyes not pleasant to look at. "What do you mean? Signor Venosta—" "Gave you the amulet. Mrs. Birch told me as much." "If he did, what then? Signor Venosta is an old friend of mine. So long as Major Reb does not object, I fail to see why you—" "Oh, I have no objections to offer," interrupted Gerald hurriedly. "But Bellaria was afraid of that coral hand, which symbolized—now then, Mrs. Crosby, what did it symbolize?" "I don't know," she faltered, and her eyes dropped. After a pause she looked up. "I'll tell you all I know," she added, passing her lace handkerchief across her lips. "But keep what I say to yourself." "Go on. I shall say nothing to the world without your permission." Mrs. Crosby reflected. "I was in difficulties over money when we last met," she said rapidly. "There was an Italian money lender, a Jew in the city, who held a bill of mine, and treated me badly. I did not know what to do. When I told Signor Venosta in despair, since he was always a good friend of mine, he asked me the name of the Jew and all particulars." "What is the name of the Jew?" asked Gerald quickly. "That has nothing to do with the story. There is no need for you to know. This moneylender was an Italian Jew, and came from Naples. When Signor Venosta heard my tale he detached that coral hand from his watch chain, on the very day you found us together, and gave it to me, saying that if I showed it to the Jew everything would go well. I put it for safety in my cigarette case, which you carried off. So small an object could easily be lost, as you may guess. When I found that my case was missing I sent mother at once to you, thinking, and rightly, that you had taken it. She brought it back." "Well, go on. Did you show it to the Jew?" "Yes. He was desperately afraid, and agreed to whatever terms I chose to make. So you may guess I insisted on having favorable ones. That is all, Gerald." "Why was the Jew afraid?" "I know no more than I know why Bellaria was afraid." "Did this Italian Jew from Naples say anything?" "No. He turned a dirty yellow, and nearly went on his knees. I told him that if he did not give me my way that he would get into trouble, and that I had brought the sign to show him. He yielded, and after our making terms he seemed glad to get rid of me." "But you know—" "I know nothing. she interrupted tartly, and returned to the tea table, Haskins wondering if she was playing a part. Since she knew so much, it seemed to him that she must know more. He tried the effect of a surprise. Ah, the Jew was probably afraid of the Tana. This time Mrs. Crosby dropped the teapot, which clattered on the tray with a great noise. "The Tana Society?" she stammered, very pale. "The Tana Society," said a new and foreign-sounding voice at the same time, and Signor Venosta was shown into the room as the teapot fell. Mrs. Crosby recovered herself with an effort. "Oh, signor, how are you to-day? Last time, Mr. Haskins you know Mr. Haskins found you with me. Now you find him with me. How strange." She was talking for the sake of talking, as Jerrold noted, for her face was livid and her bosom rose and fell stormily. The burly Italian, who looked perfectly self-controlled and composed, eyed Haskins, who bore his gaze without flinching. Neither man took notice of Mrs. Crosby's chatter, and she sank again into her seat before the tea table. "Won't you sit down also, you two?" she tittered nervously. "You mentioned the Tana Society," said Venosta, turning on the little woman, "and to this young man." "Pardon me, I mentioned it first to Mrs. Crosby," said Haskins, coolly. "What do you know of the Tana Society?" "Very little, beyond the fact that it consists of a body of men who emerge on occasions from the den to dispense that justice which cannot be obtained by law. The headquarters of the society is in Naples, and the symbol is a coral hand grasping a dagger." Signor Venosta might have been hewn out of marble for all the surprise he showed at this speech. But he was staggered, since Jerrold caught the expression of his eyes. "May I ask how you know all this, sir?" Jerrold shrugged. "I see no reason to conceal the fact that by chance I carried away Mrs. Crosby's cigarette case during my last visit. The amulet fell out when I opened the case in my rooms for a cigarette." "Quite so," assented Venosta blandly. "But you thought, no doubt, that it was merely a trinket." "Yes, such as an old friend you, for instance, Signor Venosta might give to Mrs. Crosby." "Ah!" The Italian turned swiftly on the widow. "You have told him." "No, no," she said vehemently. "Only that you gave me the trinket, and that I made that Jew money lender do what I wanted by showing it to him. I did not tell anything else, because I know nothing else, save that the coral hand has to do with some society called the Tana." "How do you know that much, even?" "My mother told me. Mr. Haskins told her." "And how do you know?" demanded Venosta, turning toward Jerrold. "Because Bellaria Dundee" the Italian started "came to my rooms just before Mrs. Birch appeared to reclaim the cigarette case. Bellaria was afraid when she saw the amulet, and staggered out of the room, crying out, 'Tana, Tana!' I asked a friend what the word meant, and he told me it meant a den. Told me also that he had heard of the society by that name in Naples. I guessed then, from what Bellaria said, and from her terror, that the Tana Society wished to kill her." Venosta nodded and smiled amiably. "You are a clever young gentleman to piece things together so cleverly. Well, I have heard the name of Bellaria Dundee." "In connection with this murder?" asked Jerrold, "or long ago, when she was a singer, and in love with Enrico Salviati?" Signor Venosta's brow grew dark, and he frowned fiercely. "Bellaria told you much," he said, striving to appear calm. "Much," assented Jerrold easily, and not at all daunted by black looks, "but she did not tell me who had struck the blow, or who had given the information which led to the striking of the blow. She could not. She is dead, poor soul." Venosta eyed him coldly. "Then, in spite of the verdict, which accuses an English young lady of murder, you believe the Tana Society murdered Bellaria Dundee?" "Did justice on her, let us say," remarked Jerrold quietly. "That is the euphonious way in which you Italians put such things." "And you believe that I obtained the news of Bellaria's whereabouts from His eyes wandered to Mrs. Crosby. She sprang to her feet indignantly.
It is not true. I told you nothing of what my mother said, nothing of what she heard from Gerald. Say that I did not tell you. How could I, when I knew nothing? Had I known of this society and your connection with it, I should not have made use of that coral hand to terrify the Jew." "I do not say that I am connected with the Tana Society, madam." "You gave me the trinket." "Which was given to me by a member of the society for use in emergencies, madam. I gave it to you to aid you out of friendship. That is all." He waved his large white hand. "There is no more to be said." "Pardon me," said Gerald quickly. "There is this much to be said. How did you come to know of Belaria's hiding place, if Mrs. Crosby—" "Madam here told me nothing," interrupted the Italian, silencing the little widow with a gesture. "Bellaria Dundee was a traitress, who deserved to be killed. Nevertheless, she hid herself so successfully that the Tanner Society never knew where she was until the papers said that she had been found dead in Devonshire." "Did not an emissary of the Tanner Society kill her?" asked Gerald, confounded. "No," said Venosta gravely. "Heaven punished Bellaria, not the Tanna. She is dead, stabbed, but I do not know who struck the blow." He looked at Mrs. Crosby and at Gerald coldly, bowed slightly, and left the room. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Sealed Message by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 20. Dark Mystery. Almost as soon as the Italian went out, Mrs. Birch entered. Since Gerald had seen her last she had greatly aged, and looked more worn and thin than ever in her dark gown. Glancing from the young man to her daughter, she went to the latter and took her hand. "What is the matter, Madge?" she asked in her stern, cold voice. "Why has Signor Venosta left, and why are you shivering? Gerald," she turned to Haskins, "what have you been saying to my daughter?" "Nothing," he answered calmly. "But Signor Venosta has been saying a great deal to both of us." "It is about that coral hand, mother," cried Mrs. Crosby feverishly, and clinging to Mrs. Birch. "Signor Venosta says that it is the symbol of a society which murders, and for that reason the money lender was afraid. I wish I had refused Venosta's assistance," she ended. "Why did you talk of these horrors?" asked Mrs. Birch reproachfully. "You know, Gerald, that Madge cannot bear such things." "I am trying to learn who killed Bellaria, Mrs. Birch, and it struck me, since she was afraid of the coral hand, that you told Madge what I told you, and that this being repeated to Venosta, he might have stabbed the woman by order of the Tanna Society." "I don't know anything about the Tanna Society." Neither do I," muttered Mrs. Crosby. "And there is no reason why Signor Venosta, who is our friend, should kill Major Rebb's servant," went on Mrs. Birch steadily. "Everyone knows that she was stabbed by that crazy girl." "I don't agree with you," replied Gerald coldly, and prepared to leave. "However, it is useless arguing. I can only apologize to Mrs. Crosby for having brought up so disagreeable a subject. Good day." "No," said the widow, rising, and recovering her color and nerve. "Don't go yet, Gerald. I know that you did not mean any harm, and after all, as Signor Venosta has nothing to do with the death, it matters very little. Had I known when I saw the money lender what I know now, I should never have taken that coral hand. But I have given it back to Signor Venosta, and he will not mention the subject again. Sit down and have another cup of tea." "Do," urged Mrs. Birch, the light coming into her cold eyes. "I think you owe it to Madge to remove the impression of this horror. The whole thing is too fantastical, with its symbols and secret societies and murders in lonely houses. We live in the 20th century, and these things belong to fiction." "The last does not," replied Haskins dryly. "Bellaria was certainly murdered at the Pixie's house." "And by that crazy girl," insisted Mrs. Birch. "I hope she will be caught and shut up in an asylum. It is not safe to let such a creature go at large."
Haskins defended Mavis no longer, as he was afraid that the two women, both keen-eyed and clever, might guess his secret knowledge of the girl's whereabouts. "Let us change the subject," he said, taking a fresh cup of tea from Mrs. Crosby's hand. "I hope you enjoyed yourselves at Bognor." "Oh, very much indeed," said the widow brightly, "and we were quite sorry to return to London. But we are going abroad soon, to Switzerland." Gerald winced. Switzerland was a wide place. Yet if Mrs. Birch and her daughter went there, it was not impossible but what they might come across the honeymooning path of Mr. and Mrs. McAndrew. In that event Major Rebb would certainly learn that Charity was married, and therefore guess that Mavis was with Mrs. Pellamoden. However, he showed no signs of his fears, but privately resolved to write to Todd. "When are you going, Mrs. Crosby?" "I can't say exactly," she answered carelessly. "It all depends on Major Rebb. He is coming with mother and myself, but has some business to arrange before he can leave London. What have you been doing with yourself lately, Gerald? We, as you know, have been at Bognor." "Writing, as usual." And Haskins plunged into an account of his new book, for the sake of talking on a safe subject. Yet even as he spoke his brain was wondering why the widow lied about Bognor. According to Todd's clerk, the two ladies had not been near that watering place; but Mrs. Crosby spoke as having just returned from that very town. Probably, since both were hard up, Mrs. Crosby in talking of the moneylender had confessed as much, they had been ruralizing in some quiet and cheap part of the country. For the next 20 minutes the conversation was of a light and somewhat frivolous order, and in so congenial an atmosphere the widow expanded like a flower. Even Mrs. Birch grew more human, and less like a stone image. It was quite like old days, when Gerald's mother had sat knitting and listening with a smile on her well-remembered face. Mrs. Crosby evidently recalled the past, for when Gerald finally took his departure she accompanied him to the door. "What a pleasant quarter of an hour we have had," she said, pressing his hand. "We always get on well together, Gerald, and mother is so fond of you. I wish you had not quarreled with Michael, with Major Rebb, that is, for when I am married I want you still to be my friend." "I am only too willing to continue so, but Rebb doesn't like me." "How can you expect him to," said Mrs. Crosby petulantly, "when you accuse him of shutting up that girl unjustly? I do hope you have got over your infatuation for her. It would never do for you to marry a madwoman." "No," said Gerald, shirking a useless argument, "it would never do. Good day, Madge. I shall see you again soon." And he went down the stairs with backward glances, to see Mrs. Crosby shaking a playful finger at him for calling her as usual by her Christian name. When in the street Gerald suddenly remembered that it would have been as well to get Signor Venosta's address from the widow, as he wanted to gain further information concerning the Tanna Society. But on second thoughts he saw little use in again questioning Venosta. The Italian had plainly denied the murder, and would tell him nothing more about the society, which was a secret one. Haskins quite believed what Venosta said with regard to the crime. If Bellaria, judged a traitress by the Tanna, had been deliberately stabbed, it was improbable that Venosta, as the mouthpiece of the cut-throat organization, would deny that such justice had been executed. Such societies were rather proud than otherwise of their vengeance, and did not mind the truth being known, since publicity on this score terrified other members who might wish to break their oaths. The Tanna Society, therefore, was guiltless of Bellaria's death, and the assassin would have to be sought for in another quarter. "But where can I look?" Gerald asked himself, and it was not until he reached Frederick Street that he decided what to do. The decision he came to was to journey at once to Denley and interview the negro. Probably Geary knew the truth and might be bribed or terrified into telling what he knew. To depend upon this semi-civilized creature was grasping at a straw, but to whom else could he go for information? Rebb, fighting with his back to the wall, would not tell, but Geary, knowing his master's secrets, might be persuaded or kicked or bought over into speech. When Gerald arrived in his rooms he was met with a surprise in the shape of Todd McAndrew, looking sunburnt, healthy, and marvelously happy. "Good heavens, what are you doing here?" asked Haskins, amazed. "Looking for you," retorted Todd, and shook hands. "Charity is so anxious to see Mavis cleared, and you married to her, that she made me come back." And where is Mrs. McAndrew?
At Amsterdam.
What is she doing there?
Waiting for me. She would not stop in Switzerland, as it was too far away, so she came to Amsterdam. I can run over and see her whenever I like, until this infernal business of the murder is cleared up and I can bring her back to England."
"I am glad she is in Holland," remarked Gerald, and told Todd how Mrs. Crosby and her mother intended to go to Switzerland, and of his dread lest they might meet Charity. Todd nodded. "It is just as well," he answered. "However, Charity is all right and snug, so I am at your disposal. Mavis and Mrs. Pelham Oden are at Southend?" "Yes, where Reb is not likely to look for them. As for myself, I am going to Devonshire to morrow to see Geary and Arnold." "Arnold?" "Yes, I should like to interview him, and see if he has picked up any further information." "As to Geary, do you suspect him?" "Yes and no. According to Reb, Geary gave the knife to Belaria, and certainly I shot Geary in the right arm, so, on the night of the murder, he was in no condition to kill the woman. Geary, I believe, is guiltless, but he knows Reb's secrets, and I wish to force him into telling them."
"Hum," said Todd, nursing his chin. "Do you believe that Reb—"
"I don't know what to believe of Reb," interrupted Gerald quickly. "As I told you, Mr. Arnold thinks that Reb stabbed Belaria. He may have done so, or he may not. At all events, I'm going down to find out." Then Haskins related what he had learned about the Coral Hand, and how Venosta had disclaimed the murder. "Which he would not have done, Todd, had the society executed vengeance on Belaria." "But by confessing he would run his neck into a noose." "No. He would simply deny having told me, and his guilt would be difficult to prove, since both Mrs. Crosby and Mrs. Birch say that they did not tell him about Belaria's terror of the amulet. Moreover, he would clear out of England back to his own country, and could laugh at the English law. No, Todd, I feel certain that Venosta and his accursed society are innocent." "And you believe that Geary is innocent also?" "You leave only Reb to be accused. However, I'll come down with you, and scour the country after a conversation with this Arnold. We can then learn what strangers were in the neighborhood of Leagarth on the night of the murder." "What then? No stranger had any reason to murder Belaria." "Well, I don't know. The crime may be the work of a tramp. I dare say there were rumors of jewels and money and all the rest of it. A tramp might—" "No," said Gerald very decidedly. "Mavis declares that Belaria received a letter which excited her. I should not be surprised to learn that the letter asked her to come to the gate at midnight, so that she might meet with her death." "Ah, then you think this letter was written by the assassin? If so, Reb is guiltless. He would not commit himself to making an appointment in writing, when he could have met Belaria easily without doing so. Where is this letter?" "I don't know. Mavis says that Belaria had it on her person; but it could not have been found, else it would have been produced at the inquest. I know from reading the papers that it was not." "Hum," said Todd again. "Well, let us go down to Devonshire, and then we can look into things." "It is very good of you to cut short your honeymoon to help me," said Gerald, patting McAndrew on the back. "It is very good of me, indeed," assented Todd readily, "and I wouldn't have done it for another living soul. Come now, take me out to dinner at the Troc, and amuse me with the best play in London." Haskins laughed, and did all that was desired, as it was just as well to keep Todd from fretting after the wife he had left at Amsterdam. But McAndrew did not do things by half. Having come over to help his friend, he did not keep reminding him of the sacrifice he had made. Todd ate an excellent dinner, and laughed at a musical comedy, and went to sleep in Gerald's extra bedroom, after a smoke and a glass of whisky slightly diluted with water. McAndrew, as became a native of Scotland, liked his drink strong. Next morning the two friends went down to the west of England in very good spirits. At Exeter, Todd alighted to see Arnold, having obtained the Monmouth Hotel address from Gerald, and the other amateur detective proceeded to Silbury, where as usual he put up at the Prince's Head. Mrs. Jennings was pleased to see him, but could tell him very little about the murder likely to throw any light on its darkness. It seemed to Gerald that she took very little interest in the matter. "That crazy girl can't be found," she told her guest, "so I expect, poor soul, she has been drowned.
That is the general opinion, sir. As that is the case, and Miss Valeria is buried in Leagarth graveyard, there is no more to be said."
"What of the Pixies' house?"
"Major Reb has shut it up, in a way, that is. For that mad girl's rooms were beautifully furnished. I saw them myself," added Mrs. Jennings breathlessly, "when I went over after the inquest to Leagarth. But Major Reb has been living in those rooms with his man."
"Geary?"
"No, sir. Geary is still the landlord of the Devon Maid. He was fiddling with a pistol and hurt himself, but he is all right now. Major Reb brought his own man from town, who cooks and looks after the place. I expect the Major likes better to live in the Pixies' house than in the hotel at Denley. I would not live in that wicked house myself," ended Mrs. Jennings with a shudder. "I should be afraid of Miss Valeria's ghost."
"Is Major Reb there now?" asked Gerald quickly.
"He comes again to morrow or the next day, I believe," answered the landlady, who knew all the gossip of the neighborhood, "and they say that he intends to repair the house against his marriage with a London lady."
Haskins nodded and took his way over the hills to Denley. It was apparent that Reb really believed Mavis to be drowned, according to common report, and since no one was likely to question his right to the income or the house, he intended to reap as a married man the fruit of his villainy. It seemed strange to Gerald that Mavis should not have any relative who would dispute the will, but he knew how often old families dwindle down to a single person. In this case, he believed that there were 2 twigs still sprouting from the Durham family tree, in the persons of the twin girls. On crossing the bridge in Denley Valley, Haskins saw Geary lounging at his door, looking big and black and sullen and dangerous. However, a white man was not to be intimidated by a barbarous animal like this, so Gerald walked up to him coolly and wished him good day. Geary grew green under his black skin and glared like a wild beast, his hands working convulsively. At his back, in the passage, could be seen the scared face of Mrs. Geary. She evidently dreaded what Haskins' errand might be, since she must have known of her husband's footpad attack.
"What might you be doing here, sah?" asked Geary, rolling his eyes.
"Taking a stroll, Geary. Simply taking a stroll. How is your arm?" The negro glared and took a step forward, his hand slipping round to the back. Haskins moved aside and gripped the revolver which he had taken the precaution to bring with him. Mr. Geary's knife was too dangerous a weapon to be met with mere fists.
"I am quite ready," said the white man coolly.
"You bring out that knife and I shoot."
"Dat would be murder, sah,"
whimpered Geary, reading danger in Haskins' steady eye, but he withdrew his hand from his back all the same.
"You nearly murdered me afore, sah."
"I winged you as a murderous dog," said Gerald sharply, "and you quite deserve to be shot. Are you not afraid lest I should bring you into court for attacking me? You would get a long term of imprisonment, Adonis. We don't allow these sort of things in England."
"You do what you like, sah. Major Reb, him look after me."
"I don't think Major Reb will interfere," said Gerald carelessly.
Geary showed his white teeth significantly. "Dat massa of mine will see dat all is safe with me, sah, until he die."
"Ah, that means you can force him to protect you."
"I say notting, sah."
"Strange, for you were always garrulous. Where is your amiable smile, Mr. Geary, and your polite manners? I always knew you to be a murderous hound. But you might have spared poor Valeria." Geary flung up his hands and looked greener than ever.
"I did not have notting to do with dat woman, sah."
"Oh, I think so. Stand where you are, and keep your hands in front of you," cried Haskins sharply, "or I'll send a bullet through you." The negro's eyes rolled, and he looked round for assistance. But the population of Denley were indoors partaking of the evening meal, and beyond a few children playing far down the stream no one was in sight.
"I no kill dat Valeria,"
he repeated doggedly, but did not venture to grip his knife. He had experienced the shooting of his opponent before. "You liar! You came back here, and after having had your arm bound up, you went to the Pixies' house." This chance shot of Haskins hit the mark.
"No, sah! No, sah!"
gasped the big man, but his knees knocked together.
"You did!"
cried Haskins, following up his advantage. "And Major Reb went also." "It's one big lie, sah." "No, no, don't shoot, sah." And with a scream he backed into the house to shut the door, but could not, because Mrs. Geary, large and massive, blocked the way. "See here, Geary," said Haskins, lowering the pistol he had raised, "I intend to have you arrested for that assault unless you tell me the truth about this crime. You are guilty." "No, sah, no, sah," moaned the man again.
"Mr. Haskins," said the woman, brushing aside her husband and coming out, "my husband has been a bad one to me, but he is innocent. Major Reb went to the Pixies' house on—" "Hold that tongue, you beast!" yelled Geary furiously.
End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Sealed Message by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 21. Major Reb at bay. But Mrs. Geary would not be silenced. Her meekness seemed to have disappeared, and she faced the negro as bold as any Amazon.
"I shall not hold my tongue, Adonis," she said, drawing a deep breath. "The time has gone by when you could bully me. I have suffered enough at your hands, and a fool I was to marry a black savage such as you are. You—"
How long she would have gone on in that manner is impossible to say, for the pent-up anger of years appeared to break forth. However, Gerald saw that people were coming out of their houses and sauntering in the direction of the inn. Unwilling that too much should be made public, for obvious reasons, he pushed his way past Mrs. Geary and into the house, commanding the two to follow him. They did so, the woman willingly enough. But the negro hung back with a snarl, and evidently tried his old tricks on his wife. There was a scream as Haskins entered the old sitting room which he had occupied with Todd, and then the sounds of slapping and scuffling and swearing. Gerald flung himself into an armchair and looked towards the open door. It was failed the next moment by Geary being thrust forward by his wife, who had cuffed and thrashed him into a dazed silence. She literally flung him into the room, and following herself, closed and locked the door. Standing before this, wrathful and gigantic, she pointed a menacing finger at the black man.
"I was a fool to marry such a black savage as you are," she went on from where she had left off. "You have been a beast and a tyrant, and have driven me to drink. The drink is in me now, and that is what makes me so bold." "Wait till the drink is out of you," breathed Geary, trying to assert himself, and flashed an angry look in her direction. Formerly that look had cowed the woman, but now she simply snapped her fingers in his astonished face. "It won't do, Adonis, it won't do. The worm has turned at last. You have made me desperate. I'll have no more of these murders and beatings and swearings. I am a Baptist myself, and you have nearly ruined my soul. But now, you black dog, it is my turn. Tomorrow I go back to my mother at Barnstaple with my children. I can get work to do, and earn money to keep them and myself. As for you, stay here with your ill-gotten money for doing Major Reb's dirty work. I could ruin you, but I shall not do that. Still, the truth must be told to this gentleman."
"What is that?" asked Gerald, sitting up, and expectant of what was coming. He saw the truth in Mrs. Geary's fiery eyes.
"The truth is that Major Reb murdered Bellaria."
"It isn't the truth," muttered Geary, clenching his huge fists. His wife taunted him.
"Ah, you'd like to strike me, you animal," she said in a loud voice. "But do. I dare you. Never again. Oh, never again. I can die but once, and if you use your knife, I'll use my teeth, and my hands, and my feet to fight you. Better death than more of this dog life with you."
Her breast rose and fell stormily, and Gerald looked at her as amazed as was her husband. Never before had the meek ogress behaved in this fashion, although on several occasions she had tried to assert herself. But having turned, she left no room for doubt as to what she meant. Looking at the transformed woman who had been goaded into revolt, Haskins thought of Balzac's remark, which was now excellently illustrated: "There is nothing more horrible than the rebellion of a sheep." "Wait, only wait." It was Geary who spoke, but he spoke without conviction, since he felt rather than saw that his rule was at an end. It is ever thus with tyrants. They browbeat those who are willing to serve them, for many years, and the milder the servant, the greater burden does the master impose. Mrs. Geary had labored like a horse, doing more than was required of her. Still the negro had not been pleased, and therefore had beaten and kicked his beast of burden, never dreaming of any revolt. But the measure was filled to the brim. The last straw had stiffened the camel's back rather than broken it. And Mrs. Geary had risen to assert the right of a human being. Adonis blustered and threatened, but he knew that never again would his wife submit to his domination. "With your domestic affairs I have no need to meddle," said Gerald, raising his hand to stop Mrs. Geary's speech and her husband's growling. "I think you are right to leave that brute, and if you need money I shall supply you with all you wish." "Thank you, sir," said Mrs. Geary, dropping a curtsy, and glared at her husband. The drink was dying out of her, but she still fought, as she was supported by Haskins' presence. "You hear that, Adonis?" "I'll go to law, sah," growled Geary. "You make my wife fight." "You shall have more law than you bargain for," said Gerald, coldly. "I can promise you that. Go on, Mrs. Geary. Tell your story." She placed her big arms akimbo and spoke steadily. "When Geary went after you on that night, sir, I knew he was up to some deviltry, since he almost stripped himself, and used all the oil in the cruet stand to rub over himself. I spoke to the Major, that is, I went in to speak to him here, and ask what Geary was up to. But the Major was gone." "Gone?" echoed Gerald. "Then he went immediately after I left?" "Not exactly, sir. It was quite an hour after Adonis followed you that I came in here. Then Adonis came back wounded, and I bound up his arm. He asked if his old master was in, and when he heard that the Major had gone out he followed." "Followed where?" "I followed to the Pixie's house," said Adonis, hoarsely. "You may as well know dat what I know, sah. I hab nothing to do wid da murder. I went ober da hills for da Major, and I found him coming back." "At what time was that?" "After midnight," cried Mrs. Geary. "It was 2:00 before the Major and Adonis returned." "And Valeria was murdered, according to the medical evidence, about midnight," murmured Haskins. "So you went to the Pixie's house?" "No, sah, I no go dere. I meet da Major coming back. He say dat he had gone to see if you, sah, had been visitin' da house after you went from here. Den I told him dat I tried to kill you, for I hear that you wish to make trouble for da Major. Da Major berry angry wid me, and we come home. Den in da morning we heard of da murder." "Didn't the Major tell you that he had found Valeria stabbed?" "No, sah. Him say notting. I ask notting. Dat's all." "If Major Reb was in the Pixie's house at midnight he either stabbed Valeria himself, or he knows who stabbed her," said Gerald, deliberately, and rose. "Is this all you have to tell me?" "Dat all," growled the man, sullenly. "But da Major did not kill. Valeria asked for my big knife, 'cause she was feared." "Did you know what she feared?" "No, sah. Da Major he know, but he no tell me." There was nothing to be done but to wait and see Reb, so as to question him on this unexpected information, which Mrs. Geary had forced her cowed husband to give. Haskins slipped a sovereign into the woman's hand, and walked to the door. "If you follow me again to knife me, Adonis," he remarked, "remember, I have a revolver." The negro pointed to his useless right arm. "I can do notting," he said, and his eyes flashed as he added, "I should like to." Mrs. Geary pushed past her husband. "No, you can do nothing with that arm. It has beaten me often enough."
Geary," she pointed a finger at him, "now I leave your house with my children. This very moment I leave. I shall never see you again." "You have nowhere to go, you fool gal." "I can tramp with the children to Leagarth, and there a friend of mine can put me up for the night. I have this sovereign the young gentleman has given me, and to morrow I take the train back to my mother." "I think you are wise, Mrs. Geary," called back Gerald, and began his return journey to Silbury, leaving the negro and his wife to settle their private affairs as best they could. But he felt certain that Mrs. Geary meant what she said, and would leave the Devon maid at once. She feared, now that she was more sober and Gerald was gone, lest she should again succumb to the tyranny of the negro. The next morning Gerald received a letter from Todd saying that he was going with Arnold to Beldown, a village on the hither side of Leagarth, and some 10 miles distant. Haskins wondered why his friend and the tutor should go to such a secluded place. Probably Tom had found some evidence which took him there for examination of the same. But his letter was most unsatisfactory, as he gave no hint of what Arnold had explained. Gerald felt somewhat in the dark. However, it was useless to conjecture. When McAndrew had done what he wanted to do at Beldown, whatever that might be, he would come to Silbury with Mr. Arnold and explain himself. Meanwhile Gerald possessed his soul in patience, and wished that Reb would come down to the Pixies' house. When he descended to breakfast, and Mrs. Jennings entered with her budget of gossip, he learned that Major Reb had driven through Silbury early that morning on his way to Leagarth. "He came down by the night train, I hear, sir," said Mrs. Jennings. Haskins was very well satisfied, as this arrival provided him with work for the day. Apparently Reb had seen Mrs. Crosby on the previous day, and had learned what took place from the widow or her mother. And it was possible that he had come to the Frederick Street chambers to ask Haskins what he meant by meddling with the case. There he would learn that the marplot, as he regarded Haskins, had gone on to Devonshire, and so had come down post haste by the next train he could catch. All this argued a guilty conscience, and Gerald took his way to Leagarth later in the morning to have it out with his enemy. It occurred to him that Reb was guilty after all. The day was not so hot as the previous one had been, so Haskins walked to Leagarth. He could have obtained a horse or a bicycle, as on the 2 former occasions, but preferred to use his legs. The country was very beautiful, and the air most exhilarating, so he enjoyed the journey, and arrived at Leagarth without unduly hurrying himself. When he came in sight of the Pixies' house, he felt in his hip pocket to make sure that his revolver was safe. Reb was a desperate man, and might make an attack after the fashion of Geary. Therefore it was as well to be on the safe side. Thus ready for any emergency, he rang the bell at the big gates, which were again closed and bolted. In less time than he expected, the gates were thrown open by the mild-faced valet of Reb, whom Haskins had last seen in London. "My master is expecting you, sir," said the valet, stepping back to permit the visitor to enter. "In fact, sir, he came down here immediately after you for an interview. I have been watching at the gates all the morning." "How did Major Reb know that I was in Devonshire?" asked Gerald, and received the expected reply: that Reb had inquired at his Frederick Street rooms. While following the valet up the narrow path which wound between saplings and jungly grasses, Gerald looked hard at him, wondering if this man, like Geary, knew of Reb's affairs. But the mild face of the valet betrayed nothing. He looked like a sheep, and probably was one. Major Reb did not care for over-clever servants. Probably he had learned a lesson when pensioning off Geary, who knew far too much. The old place looked very beautiful in the warm golden light, and Gerald caught a glimpse of the lawn whereon Mavis had danced. He sighed to think of what had happened since that wonderful night. A gulf had opened between the girl and the world, which could only be bridged by an open confession by Reb as to the truth of the murder. But Haskins had very little time to cogitate, for the valet led him swiftly through the archway and into the house. He preceded the visitor up a shallow staircase, and along a spacious passage on the first floor. On knocking at a door, and being bidden to enter, he introduced Gerald into a large room, with no less than 5 windows looking out onto the tangled avenue and rough lawns and riotous shrubberies. This was Mavis's apartment, as Gerald had been told, when he came to see Inspector Morgan,
and it was luxuriously furnished so as to be a pleasant prison for the unfortunate girl. Bad as Reb was, he had done his best to make Mavis's voluntary captivity endurable; that is, it could be called voluntary, since the Major had told her that all English girls were brought up in seclusion, and she had acquiesced. "How are you, Haskins?" said the Major, when his man had shut the door, and they were alone together in the splendid room. "I have been expecting you." "So I have been given to understand by your valet," replied Gerald coolly, and sat down to take out his pipe. "You don't object to my smoking, I presume?" Reb smiled grimly. "No," he rejoined deliberately. "You may need soothing before our conversation ends." "Dear me, that sounds threatening. Are you going to murder me, or drop me into an oubliette? If so, I advise you to think twice about it. The police at Silbury know that I am here. I told a young constable in the High Street where I was going." "I don't see why you should do that," said Reb, sharply. "I do," rejoined the young man, calmly. "You are a dangerous man, Reb, and you are being driven into a corner. However, if you think to silence me by violence you will only get yourself into difficulties." "You are afraid," taunted the Major, sneeringly. "Oh, not at all," retorted Haskins, although his fair face flushed a trifle. "There is no question of that. The mere fact that I come here alone is enough to prove that I do not fear you." He lighted his pipe carefully, and looked along the stem at his host. "Fire away." Reb sat down in a comfortable chair with his back to the window, probably so that Haskins should not read his face too easily. He was neatly dressed in a maroon colored smoking suit, and looked as spick and span as though he had just stepped out of a bandbox; but then Reb, being something of a lady killer, had always been attentive to his personal appearance. He suited the room very well, as he looked high bred and bland and dangerously amiable. "What do you wish me to say?" he asked, quietly. "That is for you to judge," answered Haskins, lazily, but very attentive to Reb's slightest movement. "You say that you expected me. Well, I presume that means you have something to say." "You have called to see me without an invitation," retorted Reb, "so that shows you have a few questions to ask me." "You are right, I have. But you are not hospitable, Reb. I am dry after that long walk from Silbury. What about beer?" "Are you not afraid of my poisoning you?" asked the Major, rising and going to a sideboard. "Not at all. You would like to, so as to silence me forever. Had I come here without anyone knowing my whereabouts you would doubtless try to get rid of me in some way or another. But the game in this case is not worth the candle. The Pixie's house has a bad reputation for one murder, Major, and I don't think you would care to have another committed either by yourself or your tool, Geary." "I did not set Geary on to you," snapped Reb, discomposed by this cool chatter, and returning to the central table with the tray. "So I understand. Geary told me so last night." "You have seen him?" "Oh, yes, and his wife also. She rather gave you away, Major, and I may tell you that she has left her husband, having had enough of his brutality. The children, I believe, are with her." "I don't know what you mean about that woman having given me away," said the Major, trying to control himself. "There is nothing in my life but what will bear inspection." "Even by the law?" "Even by the law. Will you have hock or claret?" "Hock, please, and some seltzer." "I congratulate you on your courageous conscience, Major. Few people, even the best of us, can stand having their secret lives looked into." Reb passed along a glass foaming with the drink, and shrugged his shoulders as he took up the claret jug. "Did you come here to preach platitudes?" he asked, cynically. Gerald took a long drink, and set down his glass with a laugh. "No. I came to ask you where Mavis Durham is hiding." "How should I know? She may be dead for all I can tell. And indeed," added Reb to himself, "I believe she is dead, else she would have been discovered long ago. Have you any idea of her whereabouts?" "If I had, would I ask you?" fenced Gerald, coolly. "I stopped on the night of that poor girl's flight at the Prince's Head, as you will find if you ask Mrs. Jennings." "I have asked her already, and I know that." "Ah! Then you did suspect me of having a hand in the murder?" I fancied that you might, since you loved Mavis and wanted to get her away from here. I hope you are satisfied with your work." "With my work? What do you mean?" Haskins sat up. "Simply this, that nothing has gone right since you found that infernal cylinder and pried into my private affairs." Reb glared. "If it was the old days of dueling, Haskins, I should call you out." "I quite believe it. But as dueling days are past, you will have to silence me in another way." "Why should I silence you?" "Because, Reb, I know too much. After I left you on that night at the Devon Maid you came here and—" "I did not," interrupted Reb, fiercely. "You came here. Mrs. Geary says so. And I believe from my soul that you killed Valeria, and put the blame on Mavis to secure her money." Reb started to his feet. "You infernal liar!" And he flung his glass at the young man. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Sealed Message by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 22. A Confession. The glass skimmed past Haskins' head and smashed against the wainscoting. By this time both men were on their feet. Reb, glaring and furious, but Gerald perfectly calm. A few drops of the claret had sprinkled his face, and he wiped these off quietly. "There is nothing to be gained by losing your temper, Reb," he remarked. "Don't tell me what to do or what not to do," raged the Major, striding towards the door, which he locked. "You are in my power here." Haskins sat down again with a contemptuous laugh. "So much so that if you opened that door to let me out I should refuse to go. Don't be a fool, Reb. One would think you were a melodramatic actor. Do you think that I am afraid of you or of a dozen like you? Sit down and let us talk quietly over the matter." Reb walked forward and flung himself into a chair, gnawing his mustache, somewhat taken aback by Haskins' aplomb. Usually, when he asserted his undeniably strong will, his opponents sat down and obeyed. But the Major recognized readily enough that he had a determined man to deal with, and, moreover, knew that he could not get the better of him by treachery, since the Silbury police were aware of Haskins' whereabouts. The Pixies' house already had an unpleasant reputation, and Reb did not wish an inexplicable disappearance to take place there. He would willingly have got rid of this man who so persistently crossed his path, but the risk was too great. And as man to man, Gerald was more than able to hold his own. Reb was no fool, and for a moment he mentally confessed himself beaten. "I ask your pardon for losing my temper," he said, wiping his forehead, "but no man can sit quietly and hear himself accused of woman murder." "Defend yourself, then," said Gerald, relighting his pipe, which had gone out during the episode. "There is no need for me to make a defense," snarled the other. "I think there is. Geary may hold his tongue, since he appears to be devoted to you, but his wife, having left her husband, will certainly speak out." "What can she say?" asked Reb, taking another glass of claret. "That you went to this place on the night and about the time of the murder. You went away some time after I left, and did not return until 2 in the morning." Major Reb sat moodily looking at the tips of his slippers. He saw well that Gerald was right, and if the young man, as he probably would, supported Mrs. Geary in making trouble, very unpleasant questions might be asked. "Why the devil do you interfere in my business?" he asked between his teeth. "Because I love Mavis Durham." "She is dead." "You can't be sure of that." "Then you know!" cried the Major, starting to his feet. "Now how should I know anything when you have exonerated me from complicity in her flight?" argued Gerald, dexterously skirting the subject. "If I had run away with Mavis, she would be my wife by this time." "And would have passed her honeymoon in prison?" growled Reb, quite convinced by Gerald's quiet tone. "I think not. I should have fought for my wife. And I intend to search for her, and fight for her still." "You'll never find her. If she were alive, she would have been captured long ago." "Ah, it would please you, no doubt, to see her hanged." "No, on my soul, no!" cried the Major, beginning to walk to and fro. "I only want to see her happy. She was happy here," he added, as Gerald laughed unpleasantly. She was happy until you came and disturbed her poor brain." "Her very clever brain," contradicted the young man acidly. "Pshaw! Major, am I a fool that you should talk to me in this way? Whatever you may state to the outside world for the sake of your illegal income, you know perfectly well that Mavis is perfectly sane." "She is not. Would she have killed Belaria if sane?" "Oh, you are trying to keep up that fiction also?" "It is not fiction," insisted Reb, obviously in earnest. "I will admit that the girl's brain was stronger than I chose to tell anyone outside this room. All the same, I believe that, weary of being shut up, she tried to escape on that night. Belaria came to stop her, and Mavis then must have stabbed her. Remember, Belaria had Geary's knife." "Do you really believe this?" asked Gerald, quite puzzled. "I swear that I do. Come, Haskins, let us talk plainly, since there is no one to hear us. Don't you believe it yourself?" "No, I do not. You, if anyone, killed Belaria." "Why should I?" "Because you knew that I would take the girl away and marry her. To put her presumed insanity beyond all doubt, you murdered Belaria, and placed the crime on the poor girl's shoulders. In this way, should she be found, you secure her income for life, since she cannot marry." "That would have been a clever thing for me to do," said Reb in a quiet way, "but I had not the brains to conceive such a plot, much less the cleverness to carry it out. I might, in a fit of rage, kill a man capable of defending himself. I certainly should never raise my hand to stab a defenseless woman, whatever provocation I might have." "You were here about the time of the murder?" said Haskins, as he wrinkled his brow in perplexity. Reb spoke very earnestly. "I was. Since Mrs. Geary has let the cat out the bag, I may as well confess, and you will see how groundless your suspicions are. It was long after 10 o'clock when I left the Devon maid, and I took a lantern with me." "Why did you go at all?" "To search for your confounded canoe. Geary told me about it, and so did Belaria, who learned where it was hidden from Mavis." "Yes, I told Mavis. Well?" "Well, I wanted to find it and break it up so that you should no longer get across the pool and climb the wall. I walked over the hills and lost my way for a time. It was close upon 12 o'clock when I got to the pool. I searched for the canoe and could not find it. I heard a shriek inside the grounds of this house." "And you went to see what it was?" "Not at the moment. I knew that Belaria, being always terrified for reasons you need not know—" "Pardon me, I know all about the Tanna Society." Reb looked astonished, but made no comment, being too occupied in exonerating himself. "Then you know that she suffered greatly from nerves, and was afraid of being discovered and killed. Often she shrieked at night, as Mavis told me, and at times, when here late, I heard her myself. I therefore merely thought that Belaria was in one of her mad fits, and went on searching. About 1 o'clock I climbed the bank, and, crossing the stream by the bridge to Leagarth, I went to the gate of the Pixies' house, wondering if you had dared to come there after seeing me. I found the gates opened, and Belaria dead. As I was stooping over the body, Geary came running from the house. He said that he had followed me to tell about your shooting him in the arm, and on finding Belaria's body he had gone to look for Mavis. She had vanished. I searched the house also, and could not find her. I therefore came back to Denley with Geary, making him promise to say nothing of our midnight visit." "Why?" asked Gerald straightly. "Why?" echoed the Major, looking surprised. "When you were meddling with my affairs? Had you known of that visit at the time, you would have denounced me to the police, and I should have had great difficulty in clearing myself. I held my peace. And I tell you that I really believed, as I believe now, that Mavis had stabbed Belaria so as to get her liberty." "Why did you not believe that some emissary of the Tanna Society had found out Belaria's hiding place and had killed her?" "You mean Venosta?" said Reb hurriedly. "Well, I own that, after the first shock of surprise, I did suspect Venosta, as Mrs. Crosby had shown me the coral hand, and had told me the use she put it to." "Did she know about the society?" asked Gerald. "She declared that she was ignorant of its existence." "So she was. But I knew about the society at Naples 15 or 16 years ago, when I rescued Belaria from its clutches. No, I don't believe Venosta killed Belaria, although he would have done so, I am sure, had he known where she was hiding." "But he did not, and who could have told him?" not Mrs. Crosby, although you mentioned Valeria's name and whereabouts, confound you, as Mrs. Crosby knew nothing of the Tana Society. Well, Haskins, you must see now that I am innocent." "It looks like it, I admit. But everything fitted in so well with your plans that I naturally thought you guilty." "Then you see that I am not," snapped Reb, much ruffled. "If I were, would I confess my midnight journey to you?" "Seeing that Mrs. Geary is about to make it public, I think you would have had to in the long run," retorted Gerald sharply. "She mustn't do that," muttered Reb, still walking and becoming much agitated, for he was beginning to realize his danger. "She will, now that her husband can no longer terrorize her. You are in a very awkward position. My advice to you, if you are really as innocent as you pretend to be, is to search out Mavis and hand over her income. After all, by the will, you need not account for what you have spent up to date, and you have had a long run for your money." "You say that because you want the income yourself." "I could do with it, and when I marry Mavis I shall certainly insist upon justice being done to her. I would take her without a penny, as you well know, but I am not such a fool as to refuse $6,000 a year along with a pretty, clever wife." "Well, then, find Mavis, and we shall see," cried Reb, quite out of temper, and throwing himself into a chair. "For you to accuse her when she is found? No, thank you. First I want to prove her innocence." "You will find that difficult." "Not with your help, Major." Reb grew violent. "Damn you! I say that I believe the girl may be innocent, and surely I have exonerated myself." "I may think so, but the public need never know anything about it. See here, Haskins, you love this girl, and you seem to think that she is still alive. Good. I make a bargain with you. Give me $3,000 of this $6,000 a year belonging to the Durham estate, and you can marry Mavis quietly and take her to America or the colonies. No one will think to find the notorious Mavis Durham in Mrs. Gerald Haskins. Thus everything will be settled, and I can marry Mrs. Crosby, as I greatly want to, with a quiet heart. What say you?" "I refuse your offer," said Gerald calmly. "Mavis shall have her character cleared, and shall have nothing or all of her income." Reb rose and snapped his fingers. "Do your worst," he said, trying to suppress his anger. "Find Mavis and marry her. But be prepared for me to have her condemned for Valeria's murder and shut up in an asylum." "I hope to prove her innocence," said Haskins quietly. "Even if you do," snarled Reb, becoming reckless when he found himself so beset, "you may lose the money." "That is impossible. It belongs to Mavis." "To the real Mavis." Gerald rose, guessing that Reb referred to the other twin. "What do you mean by that, Reb?" "Mavis has a sister. Yes, you may look, but Charity Bird is the real Mavis, or at least I can prove it to be so." "There is a likeness between the girls, I admit," said Gerald, pretending ignorance, "but it is ridiculous to say that they are sisters." "They are twin sisters. Sit down, and I'll tell you all about it. But that you can make so much mischief I should not say a word, but when you know the truth, for your own sake you may hold your tongue and give me half the income." Without a word Haskins resumed his seat, marveling at thus having been able to force Reb's hand without revealing his suspicions. The Major hastily swallowed another glass of claret and began to speak in a hurry. "I was in a Gurkha regiment in India some 25 years ago." Gerald interrupted. "I thought you were in a West Indian regiment." Later," said Reb testily. "Don't interrupt. I exchanged to Jamaica a few years later. But in India I had a brother officer who was my greatest friend. His name was Julian Durham, and he had $6,000 a year against my $600. He was not very strong, and always said that, as he had no relatives, he would make me his heir. Then he married a silly, flirting girl, with whom he quarreled, and my hopes were thus dashed to the ground." "Did you aid the quarrel?" asked Gerald delicately. "Yes," replied Reb shamelessly. "The wife stood in the way of my getting a fortune from Julian, and I tried to part husband and wife. I succeeded, for more than a year after the marriage Mrs. Durham went to Bombay, with the intention of living apart from her husband." "What a scoundrel you are, Reb!" said Haskins, astonished at the cold-blooded way in which the man recounted his villainy. The Major laughed harshly. "I only tell this to you, and you don't matter," he retorted. "Outside, if you say anything, I shall deny all, and who will believe you, Haskins? However, to continue. We were stationed in the far north of India, and I escorted Mrs. Durham to Bombay, where she intended to embark for England. At Bombay she was taken ill, and died giving birth to twins. I didn't want a couple of girls on my hands, and I knew that Julian could not live long, so I paid the nurse to take one of the children, the eldest, mind you, to Simla, and to get rid of it somehow. She sold it, I believe, to a juggler's wife, and afterwards Mrs. Pellemoden, then on tour, bought the child in Calcutta to bring up. That child is Charity Bird." "Can you prove this?" "Yes, be quite certain of that. The ayah and the juggler's wife are still alive. Well, then, that disposed of one twin. I brought the other back to the north of India to her father, and she was christened Mavis. Julian was very ill, so made a will in my favor and in favor of his child. I was to be her guardian, and to enjoy the money until she married. Then I was to hand it over without accounting for what I had spent. In this way Julian hoped to satisfy me for his old promise to make me his heir, and of course I agreed." "And you said nothing of the other twin?" "No. Why should I? One brat on my hands was enough. Afterwards Julian came home to Brighton and died. It was at Brighton that he made his will, as you know. I came back from India with Mavis, and to cut off all association with those who knew her and Durham, I exchanged into a West India regiment, and took her to Jamaica. I sold out 15 or 16 years ago, and brought the child here, after a tour in Italy. It was in Naples that I found Bellaria. She was a singer, and had betrayed some man belonging to the Tana Society. I don't know the exact story, but she was in danger of death, so I took her by stealth to Devonshire, and made her nurse to Mavis." "And Geary?" "He was my servant in Jamaica. In Devonshire, at Barnstaple, he met with his wife, and as I wanted someone to watch the Pixies' house, I established him at the Devon Maid, making him a present of the freehold." Gerald rose. "And you paid for it out of Mavis's money?" "Of course I did. Only you mistake. The money doesn't belong to Mavis until she is married." "She will be married to me the moment that I can find her," said Gerald grimly, stalking to the door. "Wait a bit," called out Reb. "If you marry her without promising me the 3,000 a year, I shall prove the identity of Charity, and she will get the lot. When she marries Todd McAndrew, he's in love with her, you know, you will get left." "You cannot take the money from Mavis. Her name is mentioned in the will," said Gerald coolly, and tried the door, which was locked. "I say, open this, confound you." Major Reb flung the key across the room, and Haskins fitted it into the lock. Before he could open the door, Reb continued: "Don't be a fool in your own interest, Haskins. I shall swear that Charity is Mavis, and your beloved will lose all." "You can scarcely do that in the face of the story you will have to tell. Mrs. Pellemoden and the juggler's wife and the ayah can prove that Charity is the missing twin. And I dare say Mavis's baptismal certificate can be found. Her name in the will makes her the heiress." "Then I'll tell about Charity and prove her identity," cried Reb, starting furiously to his feet, "and she will at least get half." "I don't care if she does," retorted Gerald, flinging open the door. "But you had better give the money to me, and then I'll be silent as to Charity being Durham's daughter." "No, Major. I don't care for your crooked ways. I'll find Mavis and marry her. Probably she will be quite willing to have the income with her twin. 3,000 a year will be enough for her and for me. Good day, Major. Find some other man who is willing to become such a blackguard as you are." Reb caught the decanter and slung it across the room. It only crashed against the closed door. And when Reb ran forward to pursue the man who flouted him, he found the door locked on the outside. End of chapter 22.